And everyone, welcome to the second qualifier of EUSL. I'm here with Kirikin. Welcome, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty well actually. I had to wake up at like I woke up like 9:30 my time, so it's doing fine.
Doing as fine as you can if you're up this early in the morning. Yeah, I mean it's
Yeah.
it's it's definitely exciting today though. You've woken up for a good reason because today the last qualifier, the second qualifier for the second season, is gonna be played, and we'll have the last three teams joining us in USL. Have you had a look at the teams? Have you had any kind of standout teams that you're wanting to follow?
Yeah, actually. I think I wanna well, we're going to probably see a lot of great competition as always. I gotta put the bracket. I clicked off for a moment. So we have an American team actually playing in first bracket. So it's gonna be looking interesting. We have mid players versus American Idiots. American Idiots comprises of Julak, the Fool, Sovereign, and Applebug, which is actually really, really funny because they're all like really good players in the NA scene. So it's gonna be something we can look at.
Most definitely, it's going to be interesting to see how well they fare. Right, ping is always something that is a bit interesting to look at how it impacts a game. But we hope to see them further down the line. Other than that, though, we have obviously our seed one, the Fridge, Otta making his comeback this time with different forwards on Hyde and Immaculator. So that is going to be exciting to see how well they fare. And I think this very last spot, like the loser qualification series, is going to be pretty contested because after the Fridge, I'd argue we kind of have a mix of three teams that are all fair enough to make it into the qualification through the qualification process. In Flames, Kittens, in Eclipse, and in Normals are getting better. But it's definitely interesting to see how that's going to advance and how that's going to be played out. So, yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm excited. But that's enough yapping about the qualifier itself. Obviously, we have games on the line today. It's gonna be a few games being played out. The first one that we're gonna be here watching is Plunku Plinku versus Bitbreakers. Any thoughts on this matchup?
Yeah. Punko Plinko versus Bitbreakers. I think we saw Punko Plinko last week when they played against what's their names? Crap, I can't remember. They played against three Germans. They fell and they lost. They fell to lower bracket. Actually, wait, I know I lied. They played against TBD, and then they fell all the way to losers. And then they played against normals getting better, and they lost. But honestly, they are a pretty good team. I only know two players though, which are Orca and Zios. Zios is a I only know Zios because he's a coach in Oscord or OS coaching, and Orca because I just know who she is. But and then on the other side of brackets, we're going to be seeing Bitbreakers, and well, the only two people I know are Fahu and Mikun Hatsune. But it should be a decent matchup because when you like look at their like stats, they actually look pretty good comparatively. They're all I think Chalet plus, so it's gonna be one of
Mhm.
those interesting matchup games where we see they're playing really well, but they could do a little bit more. But still, again, they're going to be here. They're going to be playing, and we're just gonna have a fun time watching them as
Yeah.
they suffer and we don't.
Yeah, well, it's definitely.
They're-
It's. I'm gonna be curious what the game plan is gonna be for them as well. In regards of maps and characters and everything, like what they're actually ending up playing for. So we're getting everything ready for that game. I do believe the map draft is getting done soonish or already finished. So we'll have a good look at it. Any map you're excited to see? Actually, come to think of it, last qualifier, you had a lot of Gates games, surprisingly enough. We haven't
yeah,
really seen Gates happen a lot in at least EUSL for when it was in rotation. So I'm curious what's going to happen there.
yeah. Gates is well. Well, this is kind of my first time casting here, so
Yeah.
I mean, Gates is a pretty fun map. I love Gates. Another thing I want to say is like, oh well, we've seen Taiko Temple a lot. I've been told by a team like, oh, Taiko Temple is like the go-to map to any like USL games. Like, cool, that's kind of fun to watch. We did see a lot of Oni Village games, I think.
Mhm.
where some Money Village games were qualifying, and obviously, like, oh, we have to be passing. You have to have discipline whenever you pass. You have to understand what lanes to take and what lanes to not take because it's a really open map.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are like the three I'm kind of willing to see. The other maps in rotation I kind of mid, low key. I kind of iffy about it. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, the map rotation is like kind of bad in terms of even in like comp right now. You have like Athens City. I don't think anyone wants to play Athens City for fun.
Yeah, most definitely. Autumn City is not really a map I'm looking desperately forward to see be played, but we'll see if it's coming through. We're currently in the process of trying to figure out what's happening with maps. So it is interesting though. I've just gotten from studio big news. No, the link is broken, so we weren't able to see the draft being played out. But the map that is being decided on ended up being Taiko Temple. Chaotic map, but it has a lot of opportunities for wild plays. The bounces obviously are very making the game a lot wilder. It also creates a lot of weird pocket picks, I feel like, that can be executed, although I'm not sure if we're going to see any of those today.
Yeah, pocket picks. They're low key. They're gonna be really fun to see because like, oh well, we've never seen them play these characters before. Like, oh, this would be pretty new for meta. Because the meta in this game is actually pretty well. It's actually kind of decided already because Asher is just a broken forward. But no one wants to play Asher. Asher is just a weak character. Taiko, we're going to be seeing a lot of shoving as always. Personally, I like to play Dubu because Dubu is a great forward. Smile.
Surely.
To be honest, we're going to be seeing a lot of fun stuff. Just because Taiko's a fun map, you can make the core go really, really fast for no reason. I have to look at this. So we have Knife's Edge and Twin Drive as our starting awakenings. So, Slav, what do you think? What's going to be happening?
That is scary. You have Knife's Edge, which, I mean, on a map like this, a lot of walls, a lot of lethality in it as well. Very scary to see what some forwards and midfielders can pull out with a Knife's Edge, combined with Twin Drive. I mean, I'm a goalie, obviously. I'm going to be biased towards goalie picks. I'm immediately just eyeing Atlas, because how are you going to score? But afterwards, it's still gonna be fun. It also enables a lot of different, I feel like, play styles, right? With Trend Drive, you could also just go maybe not as kill heavy, but more so Giga control the field, have an Atlas in net, have a Now in midfield that just has perma mines, which also seems to be a pick that some people do like. But as draft gets played out, we see a Dubu ban. And a Zentaro ban, more expected. A Dubu ban surprises me a bit, but maybe someone's cooking. Maybe I'm not aware.
Right, yo, the Dupu on this map is pretty cool. We see a Rune pick come out for Bite Breakers, and for picks 2 and 3, we see a Julia and one other character. We're gonna see how well that comes out. But Rune, as Twin Drive comes out, damn, it's gonna be interesting because okay, so we see Julia now. The Rune is gonna be really interesting just because, well, Rune is just a big character. If you put like a pillar, it just kind of stalls out. But honestly, I don't know if we're going to see this on the midfield or not the forward, but like midfield and goalie. Just because, well, he has a lot of goalie potential. He also has a lot of midfield potential. The Julie and the Now we see, well, Julie Brawler, I guess now midfield because it's kind of broken. With Twin Drive as well, gives him a lot of speed, and Julie just has a better 1-2 kind of. Picks 4 and 5 we see, I guess, Kai and Asher. Kai it's probably going to be Rune goalie, Kai midfield, Asher forward, and then the Atlas.
It depends on the players. I can kind of see both, because I've seen Rune be midfielding on this map as well, right? Rune and Asher together are so difficult to defend against, just because they have like Rune pillars and Asher just being Asher. Can obviously overwhelm most goalies. Plonkers found themselves the Atlas pick though to kind of work against that. I am interested to see how this plays out, because I think they're both kind of sharing the similar philosophy. One is just a little bit more focused on the actual speed aspect of it, or the control aspect of it. Because with Atlas Now, Julie, you're just you're continuously looking to survive. You're not really able to dive, while just being everywhere on the map using Now and her mobility. Julie can look for edge KOs with dash punches, or just force it through the enemy goalie as well. It's a very control heavy game, I would argue. where obviously KOs can be found. It's still Tycho. We have an Asher. We have a Julie. They love edges. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to find themselves on this map. Now they're going to end up playing this out. Do you have any favorites coming into this in terms of team comp? Who would you say has ended up winning out on this draft?
I mean, I feel like Blightbreakers does have a really big chance just because Asher's a broken ass character. And obviously you talked about core control. Kai. I mean, Kai as a midfielder or Kai as a goalie, they're both like really good at core control. And like Rune is just Rune. You can just block off anything. It's like, oh crap, you see this and see that. Damn, it's just time to be winning, I guess.
Yeah. Pretty much. Actually, come to think of it, as we're now going into the game, Valher is the midfielder for the side of Bite Breakers or Bit Breakers, and Valher is very much a Rune enjoyer. We've seen him play Rune plenty of times in solo queue. He's having fun with it, and Noctilite also more experienced on the Kai, so it does look like that's going to end up being the combination as they're going for. And I don't think we need to really guess much about Plonkers, who's going where. There might be potential for an Atlas in midfield, but I'm not sure if that's going to end up being the case. But yeah, we're now going into the game. As a reminder, as Omega Strikers has a bit of a funny time sometimes with usernames Kai on Noctilite, Valher on Rune, and Mikun Hatsune on Asher against the Vexia with Now in net. I was wrong. Atlas, Zaios in midfield, and Orca Girl on Julie forward as they're immediately attacking and taking the first two barriers of this game. And you see the attack. I'm very surprised to see the Now be in net here, honestly. It's a bit unexpected, because I don't think Now has a lot of defensive capabilities anymore. But obviously it still seems to work, as they just immediately get a score on Now not even losing a barrier. The Atlas midfield is something that you see from a few players pull out every once in a while, but it's not really explored in a massive amount, with maybe the exception of one player inside of EU. So I'm interested to see how well they're gonna do, as Orca is looking for a KO on Miku, not able to get it. Valher TPs on top of Core, gets a barrier off of the Vexia here, but not quite able to find the second one, as now Asher is trying to do her thing on the bottom side of the map. Vexia walking up a little bit more aggressively there, trying to get the core, not quite getting to it. Orca not finding the KO on Valher with that Julie Dash punch due to the bounce of the drum. A smart flip though, stalls time, stalls out the barrage there, and gets the core past Octolite as a flip comes out from the side of the Vexia. Orca Girl doing a really good job, completely shutting down Kai there from defending that situation, as they find their second goal of this set. Kickoff is now happening again. Core going up to the top side. A double banish from Valher definitely finds some good damage, but Mikun a little bit too close to the edge there, gets flipped off the map, as now Plonkers are looking to play in a man advantage. Can they find a second barrier though? Noctilite defending the barrier smartly, but Orca just being ever so a little bit more smart with those strikes. The Vexia just barely holding on to the top barrier, but losing it to Var in the end. The Vexia still holding on to one barrier, and it doesn't fall, as Orca finds a clean strike past the Kai barrage to take the first set of this game. And I think around this point, it gets a bit scary for the side of Bitbreakers, because you have a scaling comp that you're playing against, right? You are looking at a Now, you're looking at an Atlas, and obviously Julie can giga scale as well if she gets the proper awakenings. We're going into this draft though. Timeless being picked up by Now, probably a deny from Rune, as Rune picks himself up a Castellast. The Rapid Fire going all the way down to Kai is a bit of a surprise, but Siege Machine definitely also a strong awakening pick for the Atlas. Fighterfly being picked up by Julie to help with the mobility and just continue. It's just going to allow the team comp from Plonkers to scale a lot more just through the movement speed that is being created that way. And then lastly, Mikun going for the explosive entrance on Asher. Maybe we can see some funny ranges with that dash, as now Bitbreakers have seemed to find a second wind, immediately take 2 barriers on the side of Plonkers, and find themselves their first goal of this series. A lot of momentum hopefully now going to come back the way of Bitbreakers, because they do need to find something if they want to get more comfortable in this game, right? Attack coming through on the top of the map as Bitbreakers are defending. Orca not quite finding the dash KO on Vaher there, but Mikun pushing up with Asher, showing the strength of that character. The Vexia not quite able to defend the bottom barrier there, as now both teams are stuck sitting on one of their barriers. Vaher trying to set up some rune pillars, Asher moving up. Clean strikes from the side of Bitbreakers here to take down the second barrier, and Plonkers are now on the defensive end. Zyos has to flip to get it out. Is Orca going to be able to get to it? Not quite. Vaher tries to get it past Zyos, but Atlas catches it, sets it up to Orca. Orca trying to take the top barrier, not able to find any clean strikes on it though. As now Mikun is in front of net with Asher, catches the core flip from the Vexia and gets themselves a second goal. They're now 1 goal away from evening it out in sets. Gotta hope they keep this up to make sure that they are gonna find the momentum and the awakenings needed to take home this game. Bottom barrier drops on the side of Plonkers, banished from Vaher, denies any kind of gameplay that Orca would be looking to play out here. Both barriers now down. You can kind of start to see the defensive weaknesses from now, especially, again, like, it's been a while now since the patches come out, but the no-hit stun on that secondary just really makes it so much more difficult for now to properly defend against characters like an Asher. And you can just really see it play out here as the Vexia gets found on the edge by Mikun. Mikun with the explosive entrance, taking the Vexia out of this set, scoring and taking the set, putting it down into a 1-1 situation. And we're looking at a few funny awakenings in here. You have an Egoist, you have a Catalyst, you have a Perfect Form, or just Big Fish for Asher here. It's going to be interesting to see what Mikun will end up choosing. The Egoist going onto Mikun here.
Damn, this is going to be looking interesting. Kesselas. Jesus Christ, this is looking good and bad. Okay, so Asher picks up the Egoist. He carries the Catalyst, Perfect Form, Aerials, Big Fish, Rampage. Jesus Christ, this is a loaded draft. I don't think anyone lost or won from this. This is like goated. 1-1 in sets right now, surely. And I just realized Alice on midfield. Jesus, what the hell? It's one of those interesting games. Meta's definitely not broken, I swear. And Asher's off the map already. This is actually insane.
Really clean execution to find that kill, but Vaher doing everything in his power to make sure this core doesn't go into the barrier through the midfield. It does find its way eventually though, as now Plonkers are 1 barrier up, but they are in a difficult situation here. They're in the corner against an Asher and a Rune. It's so difficult to get it out. Clean strikes are able to get it out eventually with the help from Orca coming back, but Bitbreakers again finding the core on the enemy half. And they just create so much offensive power with that Rune and Asher. It's just so difficult to defend against and play against as well as the second barrier drops.
Yeah, Orca Girl up with almost with a flip, and Vaher also with a flip. And Hatsune is just beating up the now, and as I think we ought to know with the new now nerfs, she doesn't get stunned anymore whenever you use your secondary. So it's going to be something to look at, because now you just can't stun, and now it's just a lot of offensive pressure by Bitbreakers. And now we see both Vaher and Orca Girl have a flip up. It's still on the side of Bitbreakers though, and currently we can see that Noctilite does not have a flip ready. And oh my god, they just burned both of their. They burned a third flip, but it still goes in.
Ever so slightly miscalculated that distance for the strike, and Mikun on Asher finding that strike past the Vexia to take the first goal of the set. I feel like this set is also going to be very important for both teams, right? Because it puts you into that one set away from winning the game situation, and there's some potential for awakenings that are still in rotation that have whole high value, right? More size for Asher as an example, or Hotshot being a highly contested awakening in a game like this, where Atlas, now Rune, all of them really want it. It's even if you are not one of these three, Kai really enjoys having it as well. So I think that's going to be a very big factor if that happens to go into draft after the set. But before we get to that point, a clean flip from the Vexia finds its way up to Orca, and Orca just cleanly puts that into net to even out the set.
Yeah, 1-1 here, and as Slav said, yeah, there are a lot of chances, well, not a lot of chances, but a lot of wikings that could possibly be found in this 4th set right here that might come up, and almost a dash punch comes out, but it doesn't get anyone. But honestly, it's kind of looking okay. So, well, I just lost my words. Crap. So now we see just one. Yeah, one is just gone. It's just a chaotic game because I'm not used to seeing this comp. This comp is actually really crazy.
And it's a clean barrier from Bahar there as well, by the way, making sure that bottom barrier then drops because the Vexia can't defend against it.
Yeah, it's just a really great execution by Bite Breakers themselves, and now they're the ones that are in control of this game, really. Orca go with a flip up. This Vexia, and it gets Rune. Rune is just a better character, what can I say? The Vexia, I mean, right now, it's 2-1, but apparently Plinkplonkers do have a lot of energy up. Orca go with a flip. The Vexia with about to have a flip, and Zio's at 2/3 of the way there of having a flip.
Yeah, they are finding the top barrier here. Good pressure. Orca flipping, getting a pass through to Zios, though. Taking the second barrier. They lose one of them, but I think that's an even trade as they're now going up against an open net on the enemy side. Plinkplonkers flipping it to get up again. Orca almost finding the net, slightly defended by Noctilite, but in the end with a clean jump forward from the Vexia as well, making sure that they are taking this goal and are putting us into a goal 5 situation. And like I said before, this is an important set to win because you want to grab that momentum, you want to find those awakenings advantages that you can. So if you are, there's a lot of importance on being able to find this this set for sure.
Yeah, and with Atlas secondary just coming out, now they just lost all momentum pressure. But now it's still back on the side of Plinkplonkers here, and currently in Octolite, and what a kill by Orca finding Bahar for the KO, and now it's a 3v2 here with offensive pressure. Octolite flips here, and surprisingly, the barrier isn't gone after getting it deflected, and Bahar comes back into play, gets the advantage off Orca, currently not on a lot of HP. Orca, and they're about to have a flip here. Currently, is one barrier up still for not for Bit Breakers, but for Plinkplonkers, and it's just looking like chaos right now as both barriers are gone. Devexia with a flip ready. Zioset has his flip. Orca also has her flip. 3 flips. Ooh. 1 flip comes out. Zioset, Devexia, flip again. Almost hits the dash push out, but it's deflected. 3rd flip comes out, and it's in. What an ultimate by Orca. Jesus Christ.
Noctilite and Var did so much to defend there, but the strength of a Juliet and 3 flips coming away is really just too much in the end, as Plonkers are now finding themselves the second set, and they are finding themselves some neat awakenings. Interesting to see what they're going to go for. Obviously, Build Different is in here. Build Different's not going to be very fun to deal with if that happens to find his way all the way through to Asher. But Prime Time definitely going to be a useful tool for the Vexia on the defensive end, as Atlas will be taking that Build Different for himself. Extra special on Rune could be a decent game changer though. Valher has been finding a lot of high value banishes, taking out the Vexia from a play so that the Vexia can't defend anymore, or taking out Zios from the midfield, or just doing this. Almost getting Orca out, ever so slightly, not enough power behind those pillars. Zios though doing a really good job on that Atlas midfield, shutting down the play immediately and punishing Noctilite for walking up a little bit too far, as they are now trying to attack for the second barrier.
Yeah, right now, and the barrier just comes back. Orca Girl having momentum here, and currently it's looking like last point where they got the first point, but now and then they just brought Plinkplonkers just brought the momentum back, and Zios and the Vexia both are 2/3 of the way to having their flip, as well as Noctilite actually. The Vexia actually just getting her flip right now. Flips. It's up to Orca. Vaher gets the deflection because he has the secondary. And it's just looking like one of those games where like, oh, we have to. It's just a game of attrition at this point, even though we don't like to see that. And like most of these games on Taiko are more of like, oh, we just fight, we just brawl, we just do everything we can to make sure they're dead. It's looking like a really good game of attrition right now, just because you have Atlas, like you have two like midfielders that can hold it down really well, like Atlas and Rune both. And a flip comes out from Noctilite here. And getting Minkun Hatsune gets a kill on the Atlas here. Vaher also low, but Orca Girl also has a flip up. She flips for it to get it out. But it comes back to her side, and it's just right back to Miku. And that's a goal, bringing it up to 1-0.
Yeah, the game definitely very control heavy as is. There has been a few kills being found on the edge from both Mikun and Orca Girl, but they rarely seem to be the deciding factor, like in that point where Mikun did make use of that explosive entrance that was being picked up on the Asher. Now, even game state again, Core going more towards the side of Blink Punkers as Asher's now in the very edge. A rune pillar there as well, doing really well to hold on to the pillar, the barrier for as long as they ended up being doing, but not quite able to find the second one. Plonkers immediately responding, but the pillar just being placed correctly for Orca to fall out of the map as now Bitbreakers find themselves the second barrier and an open net. Vaher with flip is getting close to forward as well. Mikun obviously with the Asher just continuously pummeling that core into the net and finds himself the second goal of the set. They're now 2-0 up and just one goal away from evening out the sets to 2-2 and creating a set 5 game for us.
Yeah, set 5 games could be really interesting here. The Vexia on the now kind of just, I guess, misplayed it. She kind of just tried to clear the Orca, and Mikun was just right there because she has, I mean, only 440 speed, but still really good. And
nice
as we say that,
there, though.
I mean, oh my god, what a stun!
Beautifully played. A nice primary from now takes the bottom barrier, and then Orca hit stuns Noctilite, so he can't do anything against that attack. Very important goal. They still need to find 2 more though to close off this game.
Yeah, currently 2-1 in sets. Zyos does burn a flip on. I think he just misses the flip here. Arctic getting the bounce off the Taiko middle drop. And currently still looking 1-1 on opposite goal barriers here. Devexia with a flip, Vaher with a flip, Noctilite with a flip. Noctilite just burns his flip. Hatsune with almost a flip ready. And Devexia does burn her flip. Well, does burn their flip to try to get it cleared, but it doesn't really look like it's cleared just yet. Mikun Hatsune with her flip ready gets blocked by Atlas primary here. Vaher still has his flip open. Orca getting the angle ready, but Orca is actually really low here. Let's see what we can possibly do. Dash into strike, and that secures the point. Bring it 2-2 into point 5.
Doesn't matter if you're low. If you have an Atlas that can just plop down an ultimate on you and get you back to basically full life, you can just make use of that full Juliet kit as well, find that dash punch and just score. As now Orca is looking to annoy Noctilite. Meanwhile, Mikun takes the top barrier though. Zyos and Orca going on the offensive side, trying to get it over, but again, that rune is just so oppressive in that midfield area. Orca going for an insanely good flip, looking for only one of the barriers, but finding both of them due to the Taiko middle drum, as the second barrier also drops out on the side of Plonkers. Flip from Vaher coming out to get the play to the other side. Orca barely missing out on that strike war. Mikun Hatsune now in front of net with core, not quite able to find it though. Orca Girl looking to walk up with the dash punch, not able to find it. Devexia wanting up, flipping. The Orca almost getting it in, but Noctilite's excellently striking that away as the bounces are coming through now. Zyos showing us why Atlas can be a KO character, takes out Vaher as they're now in a 3v2 situation, but can they take advantage of it? Noctilite walking up, clearing the core. That's creating so much needed time though for the side of Bitbreakers, as Vaher is now back on the field. Asher in front of net with the core. Is she able to translate it though? No, Zyos takes control of the midfield perfectly. Hatsune, Mikun Hatsune, correction. Lovely strike, gets it past the now. Now's mine sadly coming out a little bit late as we're now going into a set 5 and there's some very high value awakenings in this one left. Hotshot hasn't happened yet. Monumentalist is in draft. Rune takes Hotshot. That leaves Monu for now. Is that a trade I'd be willing to do? I'm not sure.
I think that the trade-off was that Asher gets 1-2, and then if I think Atlas doesn't take Unstop. They just take Unstop. Okay, takes Missile Prop, and Julie, I think, just takes Spark and Strength here. Yeah, it's this looks like a already good KO game. I think last set we saw Miku Hatsune have 2 stocks, which is actually still very important. That just gives her extra 46 power, bringing her total up to, I think, like 166. But that's still like crazy power. I think at that point you can just and what a kill by Orca, getting Vahar out off the map. Vexia missing a strike there, but it doesn't really matter because of the power play. But never mind, they just lose both barriers there. I guess Asher's a weak character.
Miko just doing really well to time their strikes and abilities there to take both the barriers, but now it's Orca's turn as she's taking the first barrier, for taking the second barrier. Now we're in 2 open net situations, but who's going to be able to find the back of the net first? Orca just continuously trying to make Noctilite have a hard time defending, as now the offense is happening from the side of Bitbreakers. Not able to get past the Vexia just yet. The Vexia has a flip, but uses it a bit prematurely, as Mikun is continuously strike warring Zayas to keep it on that side. Ultimate coming out from the side of Asher. Really nice clear from the Vexia though. Finds that slight angle to get the core out. It's still in the half of Plink Plonkers though. It is a bit difficult to get it out. Again, the rune with pillars like these and a hotshot now as well can just really control that core so well. And even if the core does get through, like you've seen there, Noctilite with clean ability and strike usages gets it to the other side, and a beautiful Giga Blast secures them the first goal of this last set.
Yeah, 1-0 currently for Bitbreakers. As someone pointed out earlier, you have Monumentalist Timeless now. It could be a really hard trouble to get out of, just because she has a lot. And never mind, both barriers just come out anyways. It doesn't really matter.
Asher catches that core flip so neatly, and this is a little bit of a scary situation to find yourself in. Core does go onto the enemy side though. Is Orca able to find something? No. Mikun close to dying. Maybe is gonna be able to be taken out here, but they're using a lot of abilities and not finding the KO.
Yeah, just burning every ability here. I don't think they're gonna have a lot of abilities to have, and never mind the rune just kind of just dominating here, just keeping core control where it's at right now. Miku Hatsune is still really low, trying to find a kill. But honestly, like, I think they have to. I don't think they have to get this kill specifically because, well, even though she has 1 pass first, like, what's the point if you're going to just burn abilities and not have any abilities ready to defend the goal? And like, honestly, we've been seeing a lot of, like, now just using her abilities to, like, get the core out, specifically with her secondary, as she's been using it out on the offensive a lot of the times. And ability usage and ability usage just right here, as Zyos just gets 1 barrier. Never mind Hoshide Miku just striking it in because of overtime.
Yeah,
but honestly,
the bounce from the Vexia not quite going how she wanted it to. Sets it up perfectly for Mikun. We're at game point here for the side of Bitbreakers.
Yeah, and never mind, Miku has just getting a kill on Zyos right there. And honestly, kills are just really important in this game, specifically because Orca's been trying to go for those dash punches. I think most of the time she's been missing them, which is unfortunate. Miku Hatsune getting the second barrier here. Noctilite with a great save here, using his primary. And now it's on the offensive side. Vahar having a flip ready. Yeah, Vahar's getting really close to flip. He has his flip open. Miku Hatsune with a great wait, patiently, and strikes it in to the bottom side and gets the goal, securing Bitbreakers 3-0.
Really good patience there from the side of Miku Hatsune, stalling just enough time and creating that space to get a clean score past the Vexia there, as Bitbreakers find themselves in a victory after their first game. Going now further down into the brackets to meet Eclipse in their next round. Overall, looking at the stats though, a lot of redirects from all sides and not as many KOs as it could have been. But ultimately, I think the Asher prowess in that forward position was what Bitbreakers had, that the side of Plonku Plinku sadly did not have, and that is how this game is going to end up.
Yeah, honestly, it's just redirect. Yeah, the KOs were, I mean, obviously the KOs weren't as prevalent, but like still, they were very, very impactful at bringing out power plays. I think that Plink Plonkers just didn't use it well and let the core get to their side with an Asher on the other team, which kind of just makes it, oh, well, Asher is just the go, unfortunately. Please nerf Asher, Odie. And yeah, that just brings Bitbreakers to winners quali. Well, not winners quali, but winners quarterfinals here, as we see Clink Punkers relegate into the lower bracket here. Hopefully, they can make a comeback because they can be the lower bracket demons. And yeah, what are your thoughts on that game, Slav? What did you think?
It was definitely, I think it very much just came down to the character picks ultimately, because they created a pure control matchup, and again, like control as an Asher can push so heavily and just get it through the enemy defense so easily, have a rune behind that just upkeeps Coral constantly, and then ultimately the decision to have the now be in net as well did not really help the side of Plonku Plinku, because now playing now against Asher is just so difficult to properly execute. So they'll be taking that game, Bitbreakers, well executed, as we're now going into the winners quarterfinals. And with the winners quarterfinals, obviously we have a new matchup that is coming up, as we are going to have a look at normals are getting better against Let Us Cook. Let Us Cook actually upsetting their previous round. Let Us Cook being seated at 11th was able to beat TBD, who was seated at 6th. So we'll see if they're able to take that momentum that they found from their game and carry it on to maybe beat out Normals Are Getting Better, who are currently located at that also important and popular 3rd seed.
Yeah, honestly, Normals Are Getting Better. We have SwiftZ, Weeaboo, and Kiratile. You guys are pretty familiar with those names, versus YC, Dory, Terminus Est, and Dr. Waffle. I don't think you've ever heard of those names before. But still, an upset's actually really, really nice. Let Us Cook actually beat out Luki Manasuma Sunday shot, which is actually pretty interesting.
Yeah.
What are your expectations? I mean, my expectations are, well, we're going to be seeing another one of those really heavy games. Like, if they're an upset, surely they're going to be really good at the video game. And Normals are getting better. I think they lost their first round and then brought it into the lower brackets, but ended up losing here. So this might be just a revenge arc for them. And they'll be... And honestly, if they do win this, they're going to be playing either against Eclipse or Bitbreakers here. But I kind of have Eclipse winning smile. So if it does play out, we're going to be seeing Normals are getting better versus Eclipse if maybe if my draft picks are going well. And honestly, that would be a pretty good game too. Yeah, totally. I have money on this game, man. If Normals win, I'm getting paid out.
Normals are probably going to end up being the favorites going into this game, because they've been playing together already quite a bit, right? They played through Qualifier 1, as you've mentioned, ending up losing in losers quarterfinal in the end, just 1.5 series away from actually qualifying. Coming into this qualifier, though, as definitely one of the teams that is looking to make that last jump into EUSL. Let Us Cook is a team that I'm kind of excited to see play. YC Dory is a Kazan player from solo queue. I haven't really seen them in a competitive setting before, so I'm curious how well they're going to fare. Dr. Waffle, actually, I had the pleasure to play EU Salad with them on my team. Great guy. It was pleasant to play with. Not that high on the elo ladder as of right now, but I've seen a lot of good things come out of their hands. So I'm curious how that accumulated skill that they have is going to match up against a team like Normals Are Getting Better. However, it would still be it's still very much important to say that Normals Are Getting Better will definitely be the favorites going into this matchup.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they indeed are getting better, as the name suggests.
maybe good enough for EUSL. Who knows? Well, we will know at the end of today. So don't make sure that you're sticking around for the entirety, obviously, because we'll have this series now for the winners quarterfinal, and after that, we already have our first qualification series. So very, very exciting to see how this is going to play out, as we're now slowly starting to get into the map draft of things. Any map you wish to see?
I mean, I just need a break from Tycho, really. That last game was like, oh, well, we see this, and this. We see Atlas midfield, which is actually, I guess, strong now, surely. I low-key want to see, like, a Night Market game, or, okay, well, he just banned it.
I got bad news for you.
It just got banned, goodbye. I mean, you could also see an Atlas Lab, really. Like, Atlas Lab, Night Market are really, really prominent in NA. I think, hopefully, if I'm not getting that wrong, Julak. But yeah, I want to see like an actual played out game. We have Athens City being banned out, Oni Village being banned out because Obscure. Oh my god, I actually might get to see this. Yo, I want to
Yeah,
see Atlas Lab.
I mean, we're still looking at the possibility at just AtLab being banned out now from the side of
Oh my
Let Us
Atlab.
Cook, and then we'd have another Taiko game, and that is exactly what's happening. We love Taiko in EU.
No!
Second game
I
of
hate it
Taiko.
here.
We'll keep up the trend. Fun fact, actually, Taiko Temple was the most played game in EUSL season, most played map in EUSL season 1 group stage games, with I think a lead of like five games more over second place, which I think ended up also being AtLab or Oni Village, one of the two. I'd have to fact check that. But yeah, we're loving a lot of Taiko Temple, a lot of chaotic energy, obviously. Interested to see if there's going to be different drafts, though, or if we're just going to, again, see control the core, force it through, and just end up scoring that way.
Yeah, I think the meta for Taiko is just you have core position, you have a shove it all in character, you have 100% winner character like I guess Asher, maybe even Dubu, or just any just like any character that could just like shove it in, as well as someone to back it up like Rune or Aimi, where you just have like just immense shoving ability. You just shove it in, you get the first barrier, and then you just reset for the or you reset for another barrier or reset for the other barrier. It's just a game of attrition, as we all say. But I don't know. Maybe we could see a difference because one of the other games that I was casting last week, we saw a lot of KOs. I don't know why, but I guess you guys are just very, very aggressive, I'd say. Like
it very
honestly,
much depends on the awakening set. Like if you get a proper awakening set, Taiko Temple just turns into a murder party. Last game there was potential for it, but with a twin drive in there as well, obviously you can still just play the forcing game. But
yeah, I love the forcing game.
Interesting
Honestly,
to see
like
what's gonna happen though this round.
yeah, honestly, like I've been like watching like a lot of EUSL compared to NA. And like I've been seeing, well not even been seeing, but like I've heard from specifically Lila, like this is like funny fact, but you know that like NA takes Slick Kick's Vice
Yeah.
and EUSL takes Siphoning One Vice. And like
Yes.
the difference is just hilarious. Like we're looking for core control, you guys are out here murdering people. Like, yo, that's kind of fire. And like honestly, whenever I play midfield now, it's always just Vice Siphoning One because I want to kill people for the fun of it.
Yeah, it is definitely different philosophies going into it. But this game could again be very fun because I'm seeing a silly little awakening in the bottom left side of the broadcast, a little bit of perfect form. So, and obviously to add to that, a speed spark. So very, very fun to see how this is gonna play out. I'm expecting potentially an Asher or a Zentaro ban, maybe both. Who knows? As perfect form is a really good awakening for both of these forwards, and I'm also expecting a lot of sparks of speed to be picked up.
Yeah, sparks are always a nice thing to have. Yeah, the perfect form. We're going to just.
Nakvi does have first pick here, so I am a bit curious what is going to be happening there. And I'm correcting that really quick. That is a display error. It is Let Us Cook that is sitting on blue side. So it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to end up pulling out here, what they're going to first pick, if it is just going to be that Asher or not, as the Era ban does come through. Era being a pretty known pick from the side of Kiratile here, so probably just wanting to get that out as fast as possible. Which is very respectable. Very respectable. I don't think a lot of people are gonna like playing it on Taiko Temple, but Kiratile definitely would be one of those players that can execute it and pick it. And the Juno ban following suit. Juno, still not sure if it gets banned that often because people deem her strong, or if it's just as simple as I don't want to play against it.
Damn, I mean, sometimes and like I don't know, like I've been like recently been queuing like low elo, like oh yeah, Juno's just a character that no one wants to play against because it's so stupidly broken sometimes. And as we see here, it comes out Kazan pick number 1, and Zentaro. Oh my! I just realized I didn't ban Zentaro or Asher. This is gonna be one of those interesting games here because Zentaro is just the king at with just using perfect form in general. And Zentaro I becomes a, oh my god, this is gonna be one of those crazy
I
games.
almost got a little bit excited here because I was just pondering the possibilities of Nagby just saying, you know what, we don't care, we'll just go Zentaro and Asher. What are you gonna do? But realistically, it's not really the best of choices. So obviously the Amy pick coming through here. The Kazan pick from the side of Let Us Cook, by the way, I do believe is gonna end up being in net as well. So I'm curious how well that one is gonna end up doing for them, as they're picking a now up alongside this Kazan, now looking to find that last pick. Asher's still very much a possibility, and that is what is going to be happening as well. Obviously, again, perfect form Asher going to be very, very good for that force ability, or maybe they just go Sparks as well. Obviously, Spark stacking is incredibly strong, and especially if you can start off with something like the Speed Spark, that is very high value. Now, curious to see what Nagby is going to finish up their team comp with, though. As I'm not quite sure if this Amy, as of right now, is also going to be, if that's going to be in net or in midfield. I'm expecting it to be in midfield. And that suspicion is likely to be confirmed with the side of Nagby locking in our beloved Dubu as their last pick.
I love I love my hamster. I play hamster. I win. Dude, imagine we see Zentaro goalie, that'd be hilarious.
It would be hilarious, but I don't think Kirita is cooking that much just yet. So,
yo.
But it is very much Amy Zentaro, most definitely a combination that has been seen a decent bit from the EU side of things. And obviously, Taiko Temple, not the first time we've seen Dubus before, obviously. Although I do think it's going to be on the defensive side. But hey, I'm happy to be surprised, you know? I'm happy to be surprised. And you could put Dubu in midfield, you could put Amy in net. I'm just not sure how much Amy Kirotile has played. So I'm curious to see how these characters are going to be allocated.
Yeah.
I'm also curious to see how well Kazan's going to do defensively on this map.
Yeah, honestly, you're going to have... I mean, Kazan's actually really, really great as a, I guess, goalie, because you could just use... Because you could basically just win all your strike wars, really, if you post up close enough. And honestly, yeah, as you said, Zuba midfield, it's a real thing, I swear. You already see Atlas midfield last game. Yo, this could be potentially a hype. If I see a Duba midfield, it's gonna be so much fun to watch. And honestly, coming into this, you have Kazan, you have Now, you have Asher. We actually might even... I mean, honestly, do you really know if Kazan's going to be in the goalie role?
I'm pretty confident that's going to end up being in a goalie role, specifically just because Asher is not really a goalie that we explore a lot in EU, and I also don't think that Now is really that much picked. Obviously, we've just seen the last game, but I think that was more so an outlier, and more specifically just because YC Dory, the Kazan, is a Kazan player in solo queue. I don't think I've seen them off of anything other than Kazan. So it's likely that pick is just going to be allocated into net there. And as much as I'd love to see Dubu midfield, it is Kira Thailand net. I do think it's very likely that that's just going to end up being in goal as well. But we're loading into the game now as we're getting close to the start. Again, as a reminder, this is Let Us Cook against Nat. Normals are getting better. Winner of this makes it into a qualification series on the winner's side. So, important game of very much so for both teams. If Let Us Cook manages to find an upset here, insanely important as well, because that would mean as a seed 11 they would have found themselves into a qualification game. But yeah, as assumed, Kazan gonna be in net. Curious to see how the Spark selection, or not the Spark selection, the Awakening selection is gonna end up playing out here, though.
I mean, we could. I mean, I think I'm obviously good. I think we're obviously gonna be seeing Zentaro on the perfect form, Asher on the perfect form. I think Kazan might go perfect form, and everyone else just goes, I guess, Speed Spark, if I'm not mistaken. And as we load into here, oh, we have a disconnect.
Yeah,
actually.
There is a disconnect. So as we're trying to figure that out, give us a few minutes. But overall, again, we're sitting on a Taiko Temple game here, right? So, you excited? You happy to know what's gonna go on?
I hate my Tucky games now. Anyways, Kira Tile on the Pummelers Dubu, taking Speed of Spark, Zentara and Ivy both going Siphoning Wand, perfect form. So we're going to be absolutely seeing a lot of damage here. Now midfield going, I think Maxels, and then Zentara, well not Zentara, but Kazan going the Pummelers and the perfect form here. Oh, they are terminating the match. GG's, it's cooked.
Yeah, it seems to be that one of the players had some connectivity issues. So as we're going to be here trying to resolve this, obviously we can continue to yap a bit more. We've now seen confirmed the slots where each character is going to go in. How well do you think a Dubu is going to fare against an Asher?
I mean, Dubu is very strong, as I've probably seen when I play against some Asher mains myself. And honestly, like, it's going to be more of just who has the better ability usage here, because Dubu can beat out Asher, and Asher can beat out Dubu. One thing I do want to say, though, is Dubu on, I guess, Pauldrons here. I kind of expected, well, I don't know Kiratal as much as you guys do, but I kind of expected the Dubu going, not Missile Prop, but going, I guess, Strike Shots in terms of...
Yeah.
Like how good it is on Dubu. It's like, I think commonly like a really good pick on just, I guess, a goalie in general, just because of how much crazy stuff you can do with it, especially like being able to block flips if you have the timing right.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it just feels kind of weird, but hey, Kiratal is a better player than me. Who knows? Let him cook.
Yeah. Structure obviously has a lot of value to it. I think it's with the nerf of momentum boots also has gained a lot of traction inside of EU even. I just personally think that Kiratal is just not very much a strike shot enjoyer. I don't think I've seen them play a lot of strike shot. So it could just be that Pauldrons is just a personal preference. On Dubu as well, right? Having bigger size is directly correlated to a bigger slam as well on that secondary. So maybe that is just a choice of personal preference of being able to hold it down more so than without it. Or just the fact that Kiratal doesn't really enjoy playing strike shot. Also very fair. But we will now go into this game. Hopefully the connections work out this time, as we're loading in very soon.
We're back. Hell yeah.
And it does seem to work. And this is the first time in a hot minute since I've seen a powerhouse Pauldron matchup in both the goalies. That doesn't happen very often. As we're now going towards the kickoff here. Weeaboo immediately finding the core onto the enemy side though. But Dori holding on to that barrier. As a reminder, Dori is the Kazan player in net. Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, this is just gonna be looking for Kiratal losing that first barrier there. Asher doesn't kind of just being Asher here, having to throw in abilities, just throw in one primary and boom, you almost have a barrier. As Swifty gets the other barrier on both sides, gets the stun off the Kazan, getting the ult in, and he has a flip ready as well, getting the first goal in for the game.
Yeah, Swifty doing really well on that that Zentaro there, taking the bottom barrier and setting themselves up perfectly for the score right afterwards as they're taking that first goal. Now, the side of Let Us Cook are trying to get the core through, but they're not quite able to just get it past Reupload in that midfield area, and even then Kiratal directly behind it, continuing to shove out the core. Nice clear from Kiratal, get it over to the side of Let Us Cook again. Core bounces a bit weirdly, but Weeaboo is there to receive it as Swifty is getting really close to dying.
Yeah, he's dying there. He has a flip ready. He has to burn his ult in order to get away from this. Kiratal almost having a flip up, and Weeaboo also having a flip up. As we saw earlier, that Asher did burn her flip to try to kill Swifty. Swifty getting his flip out. Now he's kind of free to die here. Mr. Dr. Waffle has a flip ready. Doesn't get the first barrier. Great pass. Almost getting the barrier here. Weeaboo and Kiratal both almost, well, Kiratal having their flip up, Weeaboo almost having, so getting the orb does have his flip up now. Let's see what they could possibly do with one flip. Here, Weeaboo burns his flip, throws out his ult ready. Terminus S actually kind of low here, staggered. They're both staggered actually. And
a lot of abilities going out there to try to get Waffle out, but not able to get it in the end. Not very great. Kiratal walking up to use the ultimate there to just create more pressure, but Weeaboo with a nice cyber swipe there, being able to take out Dori as they're now dealing with an open net. Are they going to be able to find it though? Swifty, nice self setup with a dash, gets a past Waffle, and scores their second goal of this game.
Yeah, and we can count here 1 KO on the side of Normal's Heart getting better here. We're going to be seeing a lot of damage coming out. Especially since now and Kazan are both like really low pool. Kirtao missing their strike, unfortunately, getting one barrier down. Weeaboo almost having his, well, I mean, almost having their flip up. Swifty having their flip up as well. Terminus almost getting there, but is low. Again, they might be getting a, they might try to find a kill here, try to get the kill. Now trying to heal her out, and Kirtao burning their flip to get the core out. And now it's just 2-1 in this in gold barriers on the side of our, I guess, underdogs, really.
Yeah. You do have the setup from the side of normals are getting better, but they're just not quite able to find this first barrier for themselves. Really good defense from the Kazan there to hold on to that top barrier as Weeaboo is using that flip and is able to find that top barrier. Waffle is pretty low and needs to be a little bit worried. Centaur's ultimate should be coming up rather soon as well, so if the positioning is a bit off, now can easily find herself at the end of the other end of the map, but instead uses the ultimate to core control. Core goes back to Weeaboo, and Weeaboo cleanly strikes that core into the net as they find their first set victory of this game.
Yeah, and Taro here being first pick here, they have a Spark or Strength up. Kazan going perfect for the only people that really have a Spark are Now and Nubu here. I think Now's going to be taking that Spark or Strength here. So Taro going big fish here.
It's going to be interesting because Now might also just see that Monumentalist and think to herself, well, this is a pretty strong awakening, and they just let it get through. So Now picks up the Monumentalist. Obviously, though, still being decent trades from both sides because Amy does get herself an extra special, and Swifty does deny the big fish off of Kazan. Obviously, size being such a huge thing for Kazan goalie. An important pick to deny there. Pretty scary though still that Now got her hands onto that Monumentalist, but we'll see if it's going to be enough to get past the wall of Kiratile. So far, Let Us Cook hasn't really been able to find a lot of barriers. They found a few, they haven't found a goal yet, but they're looking to change that.
Yeah, I guess Monumentalist is just comparatively strong. Let's see. Kiratile here, 2/3 of their bar ready. Swifty about to have their bar. We will also have their bar up. Kiratile throwing down his ult in order to keep it on one side. We will having their flips the corner, kind of just trying to redirect it to try to get a better angle here. We are getting their primary out. Zataro going his ultimate here, and honestly, and what a kill! Combining their abilities together to get a kill here. Swifty having their flip up dashes in. 2v3 on the side of Normals are getting better here. Try just to flank, try to just defend. And honestly, and look at that, their Kazan goalie is also really low here. And we might be even seeing, and he's actually off the map, I lie. And also, Asher gets off the map again. Please save Asher from this misery. Dr. Waffle here, about to die. He's getting kit dumped. They find the second barrier, which is really, really funny. And Swifty just getting that strike in as well as that primary to send it in.
For that entire goal, Kiratile was set on midfielding as Dubu, walking up really far to apply pressure, and that got punished by Dr. Waffle in the end, which makes Kiratile drop their barrier, but it didn't matter as they found the core. And you can just really see the kind of strength that the Centauro Amy has here, as again, Terminus S here was staggered, was able to find themselves some orbs. Kiratile using a flip, not quite able to defend it properly though, losing both barriers. Amy turret being set up, while Core goes the other way. Swifty now in a 1v1 with Waisidori. Waisidori striking it away in time though. Really good defense from the side of Kazan here. Core is going back to the side of Nakbi, but swiftly recovered from the side of Swifty. Waisidori again striking it out though. Waffle needs to be a bit careful. Waffle's getting low. Weeaboo sees that, puts down a glitch pop, and Swifty finds the KO in the end with the Centauro primary as they're now in a man advantage. 3v2, but Kiratile this time being a little bit more patient. They are working with an open net. Swifty getting a bit low as well, but more so than that, there's two flips coming up, but they are not needed because a swift cyber swipe from Weeaboo is able to secure this goal and takes the second goal of the set. They're just one goal away from going 2-0.
Yeah, honestly, this is looking kind of bad. They're not really getting a lot of like offensive pressure just because Amy and Bieber are both working their tails off to try to get something done here. Service as with a flip ready, Dr. Waffle kind of just trying to hang in there as they're kind of losing a lot of their interactions against Weeaboo. Terminus S with a flip here, kind of getting low, losing the first barrier, losing the second barrier, flip in the net, and what a kill! Double kill too by Weeaboo and Swifty.
Normals are getting better, really showing us why they should not be underestimated and why they're deserving of that third seed position. Really clean setup with those flips, getting 2 kills in the process as well, which is going to go towards the XP as well. As Let Us Cook are still looking for their first goal of this series. We're going into this draft. Super Surge going on to Amy here. Definitely not something you would like to see as Let Us Cook. Same as an Egoist finding its way onto Zentaro. Stacks and Stacks definitely going to be helpful for Kira Tile as well to make sure that that duo can be ever so present. And Let Us Cook just didn't really have many great options anymore. Interestingly enough, Dr. Waffle did opt for the Siege Machine over the Castellast or the Chronon now. But it does look like they're just trying to set up for a creation build, but that creation build isn't gonna keep you alive as Weeaboo gets a clean strike to take both the barriers. Clean passing play to Swifty. Swifty takes the net and creates a first goal for the side of Normals are getting better.
Yeah, and honestly, this is looking like a really, really bad blow. As I already said already, yeah, a lot of kills are going to be found. We saw, I think if I count correctly, 6 kills already confirmed by Normals are getting better on this map. So again, kills are very important. Especially here as the Kazan kind of just misses their strike there. Swifty with a flip ready, we're about to have their flip. Flips again, gets the kill, Terminus gets a kill, but it doesn't matter because Swifty just puts it in. 2-0, heading into a match point where Normals are getting better.
And it's just so difficult for Let Us Cook to play this out as well, because it snowballed so far at this point, right? Look at Swifty and Weeaboo, respectively level 7 and 8, going up against Waffle at 5 and Terminus at 5 and 6, but a really nice punish from Terminus there. Gets the KO on Weeaboo. Are they going to be able to take advantage of that, though, and find themselves the barriers to score? They're not able to get it past Kira Tile just yet as Asher jumps in to push the bottom barrier. Kira Tile barely taking it out, and again, Waffle is just on so low HP. It is a now, so Waffle can heal themselves up pretty swiftly, but still, that's time and abilities used that can't be used to shove or keep your enemy, your allies sped up. So it's so difficult for the side of Let Us Cook to properly execute the game at this point. They're doing a really good job as of right now to keep core control, as Weeaboo and Swifty aren't able to find the core past the midfield. The second barrier falls from Kira Tile, cleanly executed from the side of Terminus here as a flip comes out from Waffle. Waffle trying to find the angle, not quite able to get it though. Isidori walking up themselves, trying to get a flip in, not able to get it again. Swifty with the Egoist gets the flip, gets the bottom barrier. The core continues to bounce though.
And honestly, yeah, Kira Tile with an open net right now has to play a little more. And never mind, both teams are open net. Weeaboo here with a flip, with the chance to score here. Flips, misses the flip here, the Waffle low, and oh my god, what a glitch pop! Setting it into the top, bringing it to a 3-0 sweep by Normals.
That was so clean, especially that last set from, or last goal from Normals are getting better, right? That synergy for the Zentaro to hold the core with his ultimates to allow the glitch pop to arrive and then put it in the end. Normals are getting better here with a convincing victory over Let Us Cook. And with that, Normals are getting better, are going over into the semi-finals and their qualification match.
Yeah,
exciting to see.
As I said earlier, you're going to see a lot of kills there. 8 kills confirmed by Normals, only 2 from Terminus S himself. And honestly, the redirects are looking just out of, like, honestly, it just looks really skewed here. 91 redirects, 99 redirects, that's just 65 redirects. Honestly, it was just a losing battle for the midfield, as Weeaboo had 114 redirects compared to Waffle's 91. So it's just, hey, they just couldn't win their strike wars, I guess, which is kind of just unfortunate on the side of LLUC here. I just lost my words because it's a good game, really. Beautiful game.
But still, they did find their win in round 1, which is going to help them with their placement in the loser bracket. So we'll hope to see them again. But more importantly, though, we are now going to be going into the first qualification series. The first qualification series that we're going to be having a look at is going to be the Fridge versus Flames Kittens, Seed 1 against Seed 4. So as we're getting everything ready for that, is there anything you're excited to see in there, Kirikin? Obviously, those are the teams that we're looking at in terms of qualification as well. Fridge being Seed 1, right? There's a lot of expectations on that team. Do you think they're going to be able to translate that, though?
Yeah, honestly, the Fridge we haven't seen. It's just a mix of Immaculator, a Ta from Donair, and Hiding Goal versus Flameskins. We saw them last week losing to Donair there. It might be a rematch. Well, not a rematch, but just a revenge art game with Ayuki, Flame, and Grim. And honestly, this is just the best of 3. I actually cannot wait to see who comes out on top because as you guys probably do not know, Atira is coaching the Fridge. So honestly, we just have a great coach with great players, and I just can't wait to see who wins here. Because honestly, it's just going to be, well, we're going to see a best of 3 here, so we can see a lot of map picks going out. I assume Taiko Temple is obviously going to be one, followed by Oni Village, or maybe Atlas Lab, because obviously those are the 3 most picked maps, because every other map sucks apparently. But yeah, it just looks really nice to see. Like Flame OS, Ayuki, and Grim coming off Season 1's loss against Donair, and then Donair, I think, just losing to EJ. And this might be a rematch for them. They're currently in the semis, looking to get a win here. If they win, they'll be, I guess, in just quality. They just qualified right there. Great for them.
They're just back in USL, and obviously Grim and Flame being the original windows last season in EUSL. They did find themselves in different teams, but before that, when weeklies were happening or were being held, We Windows was a constellation of Wood, Grim, and Flame. So they are rekindling their team here to find their way into EUSL. Honestly, what I'm personally mainly curious for is how well Yuki is going to be in net. Because Yuki, for this team, I do believe, is going to be goalieing. And Yuki as a main, I mean, she's played in USL before, but she was a forward. So it's going to be interesting to see how that role swap is going to affect the performance and how well they're going to be able to do together. It's not the first time we've seen a role swap. If you remember last week, Lucas has also swapped from goalie to midfield and was able to find himself through the qualification process. So we'll see if Yuki's going to be able to do the same thing, find themselves in a new role and qualify either way. But it is not going to be an easy task, right? You're going up against Fridge, you're going up against Otta, a defensive genius, some might say. Not really supporting the most conventional picks, though, as Otta is more so known for his Mako, he's known for his Kazan, and his Rune, mainly. So interesting to see what kind of picks are going to come out from him here as well. And obviously, he is being supported by Hyde and Immaculator. So excited to see this. Excited to see this as we're slowly getting ready for the game.
Yeah, I think if I pull up the stats right now, not even the stats, just the teams from Qualifier when Ata was part of Donair. I gotta actually just look at this really quickly because it's just nice to see. Well, I mean, like last week we saw Rakota Ata and Dinfar. It's honestly kind of sad. Where is Immaculator? I have not seen him. Jesus Christ, I might be blind. I remember he was part of the team though.
Immaculator last week, I do believe, wasn't playing because there's some team lore in between it, but the TLDR is he just wasn't able to find a proper roster in time. So it's even more so important that he's going to be able to perform today. Obviously, Immaculator, having improved a lot recently as well, is throwing in his name here now. And I would say it is the expected outcome that Fridge are going to be able to find this win. But again, we've seen upsets before. Who knows? It might happen again. So as map draft is starting up, I'm excited to see what's going to end up being picked. And surely we're not going to get another Taiko game, right? Right.
We get another Taiko game, really. Honestly, Taiko is just a great map. I can't wait to see more Taiko, more Taiko. I sound so sad. But Taiko.
Yeah, it is so perfect. It's just the best map for out of EU's eyes, obviously. So it's gonna
And
be
Tycho's like, great.
interesting how this is gonna play out.
Yeah, it's
I'm also
Let's go, go, go.
I'm also very curious to see how well Grim is going to be able to perform. Grim, obviously being a really good midfielder, will has a few picks up his sleeve with the Estelle, with the rune as well, which creates kind of like a funny a funny interest like interaction between these two teams, because the rune might be a pick that Atta is looking for in net, but maybe he doesn't get it because it's already being picked away by Grim as well. So curious who's gonna able to get the rune pick on their hands, and as well, just I don't know, execution's gonna be what I'm looking out for. Especially with Flame as well. Flame has himself a really strong Asher pick, which I'm expecting to see in at least one of these games today.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing, like, just as you said earlier, we're gonna see a lot of those conflicting picks. Like, we're gonna see who's fighting for Rune, because Rune is obviously like a really great character. I'm saying this with so much sarcasm right now. Oh my god! Like, I haven't actually seen like good runes like that. Like that first game with Vahir and the Rune, pretty great. I actually like to see it a lot. But honestly, I don't think I've actually seen like an actual like good rune player. I swear, one of these days, I
A
actually
lot of
might have
flag
to
being
genuinely
thrown
use
here,
one.
eh?
Yeah, I hate
No.
rune players. Rune players, it's just I have a lot of history with rune players. I hate them. Smile, but hey, I can see a change. I can see myself like, oh, rune players are good now. I love rune players, and then you see me just complaining. I was, why does this character suck? But yeah, execution is gonna be a really great thing. We're gonna have to see a lot of mental fortitude as well, especially this is the best of three. Best of three is gonna
Mm,
be really, really just mental heavy, especially since if you lose one game, it might spiral out of control. If you guys know like any other like games you see personally, like I kind of just watch like random like games in general. But yeah, best of threes, best of fives, even they're hard. They're really hard to play in, just because you have to have the mental fortitude to not kill yourself every single time you lose a barrier or every single time you give up a goal because you made some silly mistake. Personally, I've been there. I've as you know, Assassin's just like, oh well, I lost a barrier, boo hoo, and like, oh, we suck because this, and that, and we just can't get better. But you just have to have the mental fortitude to survive. Honestly, it's just how it is. You
yeah.
must play to win the game. Play better, win more.
Yeah, exactly. But we're now going into a map draft. We do seem to be having some technical difficulties with it, so we will be doing it through a little bit more old school. It's going to be executed, but we just sadly won't have visuals ready for it. But the map draft, I'll just do it audibly for you, so obviously as a viewer experience, you at least know what's going on. And the first map that has been banned is a map that we probably don't want to see. At least I don't want to see it. Arton City is out, being followed up by a ban from Fridge Sides. Demon Dice being banned as well. First map pick, who would have guessed? We're in EU. It's not Tycho, it's actually Atlas Lab.
Thank God. I look. You don't want to see any more Tycho. Oh, I'm kidding, but like, Tycho.
It is very much. I mean, I'm still expecting Taiko to be the second map pick here. In all honesty, Fridge picking Atlas Lab, a map that is going to be very supportive of the characters that they do want to be playing. As Immaculator also has a nasty Erasmus up their sleeve. So it's going to be interesting to see what Flame's Kittens is going to opt for. I do know that Flame very much enjoys Taiko as a map. Hence, I'm kind of foreshadowing the pick potentially. Hasn't been picked yet, but again, as a reiteration of the map, Alton banned, Demon Dice banned, and Atlas Lab picked for the first game.
Oh my God! Finally, a break from Tycho Tempo. I love seeing Tycho. I love seeing Atlas Lab just because there's like a lot of lore behind it. You have obviously a lot of great moments in Atlas Lab, especially when you have the origination. I think it was the origination of the Sad Boys angle, and then you have just people dying because they're on the cusp of the Atlas Orb. They just get shoved off the map for free. Yeah, it's gonna be a really fun game. I can't wait to see what comes out in the first game specifically because it's something I haven't seen, honestly. Like I haven't seen Atlas Lab yet in my like 3 games of casting, so like ooh, I just see some fun going in on this crazy map.
Yeah, and the second map pick does come through now from the side of Flames Kittens, and will actually, I'm very surprised, it's not Tycho. It actually is a Gates pick. So we'll see AtLab and Gates for sure, as now the bans are commencing to find out what that last map is going to be. As a reminder, Autumn ban, Demon Dice ban, AtLab was picked, Gates was picked, which means the only maps that are left open are Night Market and Nika Market, Taiko Temple, and do help me, I am forgetting Oni Village.
Oni Village, yeah.
Inkies is not in rotation, and I'm very happy for that.
No, my favorite map, Inkies. I get to kill people right away. Yeah, I actually want to see if they're going to choose Taiko here, because again, Taiko's a very prominent pick. If Nightmare comes out, I'll actually be really excited because this is the first time that we've seen, in these qualifiers specifically, a non-Taiko game. Especially in these BO3s, just a non-Taiko game in general is awesome.
Well, I have some good news and some bad news for you. Because the ban did come through, they banned Night Market, but they also banned Taiko. So the maps being played will be AtLab for game 1, Gates for game 2, and if it does go all the way through to a decider, that decider is going to be on Oni Village. So if you're already ahead of time, get your copy pastas ready for game 3. But before game 3, we're going to go into AtLab game 1, and as you can already see, we do have a Monumentalist and Stacks start. That could be very funny.
Oh my god, Monu Stack start. I think we will be seeing a Rune player, like a Rune pick here. And I mean, you have Era, you have Rune, you even kind of have Asher with her all. And since technically her primary is also creation, you can see Asher being played on this map. You have Rune, I already said that, you had Era. And yeah, it's just, and even Stacks on the Stacks, it's just be a crazy core control map. And obviously every map is core control. You kind of just have to play into it. But we're gonna see I think we're just gonna see a midfielder battle here specifically. We might even see like Rune versus Now, or some crazy crazy mix of the two, or even something along the lines of having an Era goalie or like anything. Because then again, anything can happen. Meta isn't really like fixed for this game specifically sometimes. And people like to come up with crazy picks as well as pocket picks. So yeah, AtLab, very fun. I think Fridge? Is it Fridge? I am dumb.
It is Fridge, yes. It's the Fridge, actually.
Yeah, the Fridge, actually. Flameskins are banning first on the blue side, and Fridge is picking up. And Flame bans Kazan here. And honestly, the Kazan ban the Kazan ban specifically for Ata, I think.
Ata, yeah. That is surprising to me, though, that they're looking at the Monumentalist stack start and still so scared of that pick from the side of Ata that they're opting to ban out the Kazan. I am also expecting a Now pick on some side, but I do think a first pick here is likely to be Estelle, right? Because Flames Kittens, you have Grim on it. Grim is really good on Estelle. Has a little bit of a different playstyle for most people, as Grim does like to play for a little bit more of a KO angle. But I'm expecting that pick to come through, and never mind, they're just fully targeting Ata's character pool, as the Rune pick is going to go into Grim's hands. Although I think it's a bit futile, because I'm not fully sure, but my gut feeling would tell me that Ata would prefer to play Mako on this map anyways. So we'll see if that is correct or not.
Kind of unfortunate that... Well, not kind of unfortunate, but kind of good that Mako doesn't have to be forced picked onto Monu if Draft Ripper comes out. And again, Mako is a great character with a lot of hits, so she can do some pretty crazy stuff, janky stuff with her speed. And we see come out from the side of Fridge, we have Rasmus and Mako. Mako obviously going to Ata, and I think the Rasmus is going to be played up by Immaculator here. Immaculator,
yes,
pretty good player, honestly. I don't know what his stats are because I am too bad to look at him. But hey, Immaculator, as you said,
He's very much enjoying Asher gameplay, but his Rasmus is a close second. So it's very clean execution from Immaculator. It's a good pickup. Rasmus also a really good character on this map in the first place. So it's a strong 1-2 from the side of Fridge. But I think the intentions from the side of Flames Kittens has been made very clear with a Zentaro and Vice pick.
Yeah, I think they just want to kill Fridge picking up the now. Yeah, this could be a really crazy KO game here. They're going to be doing a lot of damage, specifically because, well, I think Yuki's going to be on the Vice, which is very kind of surprising because I don't think we see a lot of Vice like goalies in EU. Not sure about that.
It's not the most popular pick. It's not the most popular pick. It's played by some players, but you're not going to see it quite often. So intriguing how that's going to play. And you might think that the Vice Centauro together with the Rune isn't going to be like the Rune's a little bit out of place, but you do have to remember it's a Monumentalist Rune. Rune has surprising amounts of damage as a base stat already if played for it. Add on top of that the pillars are going to hurt more due to Monumentalist being a thing. And you're looking at a very dangerous and lethal team, actually. The now pick coming through to the side of Fridge is going to counteract that a little bit, but the question is it going to be enough? And obviously Monumentalist now, like, we can't not talk about it. It's going to be so oppressive in that midfield position, going to take up core possession quite a bit, and it's going to be difficult to play through. But again, it's not really going to matter that much if now ends up being dead. So it's going to come down to basically, is Flames Kitten going to be able to find themselves enough kills before the side of Fridge eventually just force it through them?
Yeah, that's Sloth said earlier. We're going to be seeing... I mean, again, we're going to be seeing a lot of... I think, yeah, as I said, Rune versus Now. Maybe try to find something good to talk about. But yeah, I think I said earlier, Rune versus Now as a midfield role. We're going to be seeing a lot of redirects coming in for the Rune, especially because he is very good with redirecting and predicting, I'd say, and also covering up a lot of angles, especially with Monu, though. So we're going to be seeing a lot of forcing and shoving in, not specifically by Centauro, but more of just keeping it in by Rune. Rune's going to be putting his pillar in one spot, and he's going to be covering that spot, while Centauro is actively pressuring the goalie, doing crazy work to the goalie, stunning him a lot of the time since he has a lot of hits in. But then again, it's a Mako. We're going to be seeing a lot of just anti-stall, really, because Mako is pretty good at anti-stall, if I kind of recall correctly from her kit. And yeah, what do you think is going to be like the primary matchup we should be looking for other than the midfields? Because then again, these picks are very good.
I am mainly interested to see how well the Vice is going to be able to do defensively against Erasmus, mainly just because Erasmus, he's going to be so fast, right? Even outside of the own movement speed that Rasmus does have, you're playing with a Now that has speed mines. You're playing with a Mako that is also able to speed you up. So it is interesting to see how well the Rasmus, or how easily or how difficult it is for Vice to defend against something like the Rasmus. As a reminder, DF Grim is on the Rune here. Name still hidden, not very smart from them. But I do believe that is the only one in this lobby, yes.
Yeah.
Awakening's being chosen, as you would have expected. Monumentalist from both the midfielders, stacks from both all the other players. And Slicks kicks twice from both sides as we are going into this kickoff.
I'm actually very surprised everyone went Slicks here. I kind of expected a really interesting KO game, especially from Zentara here, because Vice being able to just destroy people with her ult and making everything like a living hazard is interesting, as the Atlas Orb just blows up, putting Immaculator and Heingold both on half HP, as well as Rune being kind of low. And yeah, I think just the healing portion of it is going to be really interesting, as Hide and Gold gets the second barrier here. Vice having to ult here and take a seat, trying to take the offensive to herself by just TPing there. And yeah, currently Ata up with a barrier, and Immaculator finds the thread and actually finds to thread the needle, getting it between Yuki and Grim to get the first point.
A clean self dribble there after they've taken both the barriers sets kind of like the initial tone for this game. There's a lot of damage that was coming out from the side of Flame's Kitten as Grim really messes up the rune pillars there, unfortunately, but is able to recover it in time as Immaculator is now setting himself up for another attack. Grim puts on a defensive rune pillar there. Flame trying to find a nice dash up front as Yuki defends the core flip coming out. Yuki with really smart placement there, able to receive it. The eject button did run out, but she has more than enough time to walk back. As now Hiding Golden Immaculator are down on 1 HP, and Mako just has, as good as she is defensively, there is a limit, and Flame has found that limit. Is able to score on Ata there as we're in 1-1.
Yeah, great strike there as they just find the open barrier here. Immaculator getting his primary off to get the hit, and then he just gets killed right there. It takes Yuki just throwing her flip out there. Hide and go, about to have a flip. Ata also about to have a flip. Momentum is currently on the side of Flame's Kins as they both get and misplay by the Zentaro here, kind of just hitting it and Hide and go flipping there.
So
The top barrier. That's just unfortunate there. That
he
didn't
so
see
unfortunate.
now.
Yeah.
Then now Dorito just doing everything right here as currently Ata with the flip. Let's see how he uses it.
The play was really well executed from the side of Flame's Kittens there, but sadly, just one bad strike just made it go the complete wrong way, as now Flame is getting dangerously low. A lot of kill pressure actually coming out from the side of the fridge. Vice trying to hold this core, use the ultimate to do it. So Immaculator has 0 evade, so he needs to be a bit careful around that team comp. You can really see, though, in terms of play style, you can see the fact that Yuki usually, or more commonly, is playing in that goalie, in that forward position, as she's playing very proactively with that eject button, right? She's walking up to the barrier quite often and just creates that 3v2 situation in most cases, which just does so much work on the offense as you're trying to get through a Mako, which is not really an easy thing to do. So those eject buttons hold so much value in creating that forward pressure, and the Fridge just seemingly can't keep up with it.
Yeah, and honestly, even though one barrier has gone, Immaculator is looking low he doesn't die there, unfortunately. Well, not unfortunately, but now he does die there, putting Flame's Kids up in a 3v2 position, trying to get the barrier here. Ata working his best, working as hard as to try to get it out. It takes you find the barrier here, and now it's just an open barrier versus 2 barriers. You have to try to find something to try to even this position out, but it doesn't look lost just yet because, and then forward pressure, never mind, I lied. Vice going in, making a 3v1 in the goal box, and Take a Seat just striking it into the bottom side.
Yeah, it is very, I'm honestly a little bit like flabbergasted because Yuki's playing this out like really well. And I haven't seen her goalie before, so I didn't know what to properly expect, but she's doing so much, even taking a barrier solo here. She does have a flip as well. Is she going to make use of it with an eject button, maybe? Maybe she doesn't have to, as Flame is trying to set himself up for a score here, but not quite able to get it past Ata. The eject button coming out from Yuki, though. She's in front of net. She has a flip, and she scores it herself as Flame's Kittens, as the lower seed take the first set of this game. And this could be very interesting, depending on what awakenings are going to be in this draft.
Oh, the perfect form comes out.
The perfect form, there's an explosive. Zen is just eating, getting himself a perfect form. What's now going to answer with? Likely a fight or flight, mayhaps? Yes, Rune
a fight or flight
does have a few pickups here, but none of them are really great. Ariel's being picked up by Mako. Explosive entrance finding its way all the way down to Vice, which is very surprising. Vice gonna hurt a lot more now, and that extra range on the secondary is going to be very oppressive as well, as 2 sparks are also being picked up, once by Grim, once by Immaculator. The damage aspect is getting a bit more scary now, because Fridge already had a little bit of trouble with just staying alive against this oppressive team comp, and now an explosive entrance and a perfect form on the Zentaro isn't really making me confident in the fact that they're going to continue to stay alive. Really nice
honestly,
from Immaculator, though.
Yeah, great core control by both teams, really, and I want to give like a little stat. I want to give like a little stat check. Currently, right now, everyone is above high 500 speed. currently Rune, well, not Rune specifically, but once he starts moving again, Rune had around 600 speed, Zentaro having around 600 speed as well, Vice actually having about 500, but still a lot of speed. Last set we saw Ata having around 600, 700 speed, Rasmus having 700 speed, and Mako, well not Mako, but now just being now. As here we see Rune getting banished here. Well, not Rune getting banished, but Rune doing the banishing as he takes out Immaculator. And puts Flames Kittens again up in a 3v2 position. Ata working his way to try to cover the barrier, does get it out. Take it so Yuki getting the ult off, making Ata have no evade as Takesi misses the flip here, which is actually really important here as they're kind of just losing offensive pressure.
Yuki meeting the core very early, but it does go well as she ends up winning the strike war against Immaculator, and it's a 1-1 in barriers. Grim is close to flip. Yuki does have flip already, uses it here defensively, tries to set herself up. Meanwhile, Grim finding a huge banish on Immaculator, and with that Monumentalist is able to just take a kill cleanly there. Now trying to set up to take the stop barrier. Mako is doing really well on the defensive end, but how much can you do against a Monumentalist Rune in front of you with 2 pillars, as Immaculator finds a beautiful hook to take the second barrier and sets up a 1v1 situation with both nets open. What is the difference? Rune has flip soon and is going to try to make use of it on the offensive end here. Ata doing a really good job at defending, but strikes a bit early as Grim finds the strike through Ata there and evens out this set in goals.
Yeah, 1 run right now. Great patience by Grim there, just waiting to get Ata's strike out. And currently it's just looking very impressive by Flames Kids here, so they're taking a set. And the Sad Boys angle does come out for Immaculator, unfortunately, getting the first one, getting 2 barriers, Yuki getting the first one, and Flame getting the second one. And it's just looking like defensive pressure. And then again, you see just Rune playing very defensively, and Flame just dies right there, which is unfortunate. But again, Rune playing very defensively, yeah.
Flame wanted to get a closer look at what's truly happening inside of that black hole as he gets taken out of this game. A really good Mako ultimate though sets up the pressure. The Rune Pillar trying to defend the barrier, but not quite able to do it. And you can just really see it in the way that the game is being played out as well. The idea that the Fridge is going for, right, is we're just gonna out-control them, right? We have Erasmus, we have a Now, we're gonna hold midfield control, and we're just gonna keep the core in our possession and eventually force it through the defense from the side of Flame Kittens. But that's so difficult when both of your forwards are just permanently low in HP. They did find themselves 2 goals in a set. They need to continue up this trend, but again, you can see it, hiding goal now back down to 200 HP, Immaculator half HP as well, but they are holding on to 3 flips, which could be massive.
Yeah, the 3 flip usage is very admirable. Immaculator burning his flip there, so to carry back to 1 flip. Yuki getting proactive there, but unfortunately does not flip there. Ata does get his flip out. Yuki misses her flip. And take a seat 2/3 of the way there, actually not even 2/3, maybe even closer to 2, maybe even closer to full here, as they are ready to get a flip. And currently Ata is sitting with an open net, which is going to be honestly like it's been like that the entire game for them. So, and they break the black hole, and Zentaro's just gone again. Rune getting low, he's staggered.
Flame wasn't certain whether he saw the right thing the first time, so he had to go check again.
The lore is so real.
Big ultimate coming up from the side of Yuki here, and again you can see she's using the eject button on that midfield line, so she's making really good use of that aggressive ability usage. So it just makes it so much more difficult for the time of Fridge to play against. But they do end up finding the second barrier here. Flame also getting really low, so they need to find this goal in the end though. Still, as a huge whip from Immaculator takes out Yuki. Flame still staggered, so it's just a 1-man defense, and Grim can only do so much as hiding goal finds the angle and takes the second set.
Great strike there. Trying to just force it in with the Now. And Rasmus coming in gets built different. Like Eagle's Catalyst built different coming out. Most also unstoppable as well. Going to be very important for the goalies as they're getting really like stun locked for the most part. Rasmus opts for the Catalyst. Rune probably getting Timeless created here, which is even more like threatening because he's using his pillars very, very low, right? Like as you see, like he's been using it defensively, trying to and actually doing really well in terms of using it defensively. ETOS falls to Zentaro as Malco picks up built different, and surprisingly, no one's unstoppable here, even though they're getting like very like stun gaps half the time.
Yeah, you can find a lot of like really good usages out of the Vice secondary, right, with those stuns. But fun fact, Unstoppable just stops the damage from coming through. You still do get stunned. So Unstoppable, not really the highest of prios here to be playing through, but both barriers immediately drop from the side of Flames Kittens. A huge Vice ultimate, though, finds a KO and Hiding Goal, and Immaculator's not looking all too healthy either. It is 2 open nets. Who is going to be able to find it first? So Immaculator does get found in the black hole as well, as Yuki is jumping up, trying to set up a passing play. Flame not fully on the same page, though. As it's still a 3v2. If Immaculator does get back on the map, though, it might be a different situation, as Flame is pretty low, but Flame does have Flip. Huge secondary from Yuki there to stun the core, and she's just playing this out so oppressively. Ata just has such a difficult time to deal with all of those secondaries coming out of Vice, consistently just stunning him and making it so difficult to really maximize the use of Mako.
Yeah, and those 2 flips up coming from Take a Seat. It burns 1 flip here, trying to get the second one. Yuki does burn her flip there. And as you see, these rune pillars are actually like so useful now, like even more useful than before. Take a Seat getting the primary stun to take the second barrier. Take a Seat with a flip, misses the flip, but Ata dies there. Immaculator not looking too healthy himself. You got saved by the Now here with her ultimate just TPing into them. Then Take a Seat and doesn't get the kill and just wins the strike right there. Take a Seat getting the second goal, stunning out Now, who couldn't use her flip in time.
The KOs just really are flying at this point. And again, as a reminder, for someone that might be a bit confused when I'm talking about Yuki, Grim, etc., Yuki takes a seat, the Vice in net, Flame is the Zentaro in forward as Take a Seat, do not question those names, and Grim is the Rune in the midfield for Flames Kittens, as both the barriers drop again from the side of the fridge. Big Mako ultimate almost able to take out the Zentaro, but with just 100 HP, he's gonna continue to live, as we are again in an open net situation for the side of Fridge. They do find 2 barriers though, and it's open net against open net. The question is, are they going to be able to find the score, or is just the continuously oppressive gameplay from the side of Yuki going to be enough? But no, Immaculator finds a beautiful whip on top of Yuki and scores with it, taking their first goal of this set.
Yeah, and unfortunately, as we saw earlier, XD Grim during his flip out and try to send it back to Yuki to get a score, and it just didn't work out that way. Hiding Goal currently staggered, gets the stagger back, and currently just one barrier. Ata is just living the life here, defending 1 barrier at a time. Gets banished here, and it just looks very oppressive from Flames Kids. Unfortunately, that barrier does go out. Immaculator getting the second one with a flip up, and Hiding Goal also having their flip up ready. Gets their flip right now. Immaculator flips. And even stuns Yuki and gets that goal to tie up 2-2 in what could be a very dangerous set 4.
Really well executed here from the side of Fridge in the end to find that goal. And we're now in goal 5. Again, we're sitting in set 3, so it's very important to find this set win, as there's still a lot of high priority awakenings in rotation, and again, just setting yourself up into a situation where you don't need to clean sweep 2 sets afterwards is always a great thing. Both teams drop a single barrier. The Banisher not really finding anything though. Hiding Goal has 0 of 8, so needs to be a bit careful as the damage is being continuously pumped out from the side of Flames Kittens. Control trying to get the core all the way up to Yuki, but the eject runs out. She goes back as Flame is now back to being staggered. Secondary coming out from the side of Yuki on top of Ata, not quite able to be enough of a hindrance though. Jumping up front, trying to get a sneaky little score in, but not finding it as the core gets controlled back to the way on the defensive end from Flames Kittens.
And honestly, Natasha's living life of having no barriers, a one-man army, also stuff they can see. About to have a flip up. Rune does have his flip up as well. And Rune flips out. It's deflected, but Take a Seat about to have his flip as well. Immaculator almost open flip, gets the second barrier here. And currently it's just open net versus open net. Let's see who can score first. and currently offensive pressure is on the side of the fridge here. Immaculate getting the dribble off, flips, and scores! Oh my god, Yuki not being able to react in time. And that just brings it up that just brings the fridge back up a set. And as the first seed, this is looking really good here as Mako takes the MVP for the set. And the draft is looking decently well. You have the Spark up, you have Extra Special up, you have Prime Time up, you have Stagger Swagger up, which is going to be really, really important if you want to live.
Yeah, the question is, what are we opting for here? Hide and Goal does get the extra special. Not the best pickup for now herself, but obviously it's going to help with survivability and more so importantly, denies Vice that extra special, denies those banishes. As a Spark finds his way down to Immaculator, picks up his second Spark of this game. 1-2 punch finding his way to Flame though is definitely scary. But I think the team comp from Fridge is starting to come into fruition as a Chrono Boost is being picked up by Mako as well. So overall, they're gonna be able to get a lot more faster, right? They're gonna scale a lot more with that speed up that Mako can provide. Again, Twin Drive being picked up from an earlier draft as well from the side of Now is gonna make sure that that speed keeps on ramping. A Sad Boys angle goes around the barrier, but it does drop eventually either way, as now Flames Kitten set themselves up perfectly. The pass is not intercepted and they find their first goal of this set again.
Also, that's pretty good. Finding 1-0 right now, starting 1-0 yet again for Flames Kittens here. As currently, Flames Kittens actually has the, let's say, the energy advantage again, as they're all 2/3 of the way there. Immaculate getting one barrier, now getting the other barrier, and it just looks like it's completely collapsing for them as Immaculate has two sparks ready. Unfortunately, missing the hook there, but currently just looking really impressive. And then again, and then Immaculate just winning that strike war. But you have 1-1, tying the game up.
Yeah, it's just so difficult at this point for Flames Kittens to find those kills that they were able to find before so easily, right? Because Immaculator has a Resilient Spark together with a Strength Spark, so he's has a lot of HP to be working with. Now has a lot of survivability on her own with Fight or Flight, making her so mobile, Twin Drive Mines keeping everyone alive, and even then if it's not enough speed, you have Mako with the Chrono Boost and Aerials, just continuously buffing them up. So as they are finding barriers, they're not really finding the same amount of kills they were finding before, but they are still finding scores as Flame sets himself up perfectly to force it through Otta and Hide and Goal there. They're one goal away from forcing a set 5. Obviously, the Fridge will not want to allow that, though.
Yeah, and right now, 2-1, heading into it. Ata about to have his flip up, loses the first barrier, gets his flip up right now. Hide and Goal currently looking really low. Ruin having his flip up and take a seat, having his set, about to have their flip up as well. Immaculate kind of just sitting in the middle, not really kind of doing anything. Ruin burns his flip here, gets the hook off. Devious hook by Immaculate, getting the second barrier, almost getting the goal as well. Take a seat, and yeah, no, well, he just dashed into the Atlas, are making him very, very low here with a flip though.
We'll continue to see it play out, though. It's an open net, and that is also scary. From both sides now as well,
though. There, unfortunately. Immaculate dies with this flip, unfortunately, and now it's just a 2v2 here. I love seeing 2v2s in this game. Hide and Goal getting the dribble off, not really being able to connect with it, unfortunately. Take a seat, having 2/3 of her flip up ready, then the Zentara coming back to help out. Immaculate having... I mean, it just looks kind of balanced right now because everyone doesn't have their flip up. No one really has a lot of flip potential, really. And Rune trying to play really defensive in place for Yuki. Almost going in there as the Rune just has a crazy amount of power. And, oh my god, the Lightning Chain just taking it out of Ata's hands and sending it right behind him for the 3-1. And this will go to a set 5.
This is very interesting to see how this is going to play out, because there's, again, a lot of Awakenings here that just are high priority. We're looking at Deadeye for a Vice. We're looking at a Hotshot on a Now. It's going to be interesting how they're going to be approaching this draft. There's also a Big Fish for Erasmus, where I'm curious if it's going to go through. Hotshot being picked up from the Vice instead, though, not allowing that. Same with Super Surge, denying that from Zentaro. Same with Big Fish being denied from the Erasmus. Same with Siege Machine being denied from the Rune. And same with Team Player being denied from Mako. So this is just a full-on deny chain. It started with Take a Seat and Yuki not allowing the Hotshot, and then everyone carried on that energy.
Yeah, and here just looking kind of really dangerous. I mean, in terms of drafting, that was trying to just kind of look like a scuffed draft, really. As they're trying to, as everyone's just trying to get their barrier up. For the first time, Ata didn't have his barrier taken out first, and really Yuki just has their barrier taken out. Never mind, I lied. Now it's just 1-1. But here, it just looks like offensive pressure is really going to the side of Flameskittens here, being that Vice is able to just TP into the fray, and then just TP right back as if nothing ever happened.
Yeah, just so much aggression coming out from their end. Flame did have to be a bit worried for a second there as he was a bit low, but he was able to recover using it's a decent amount of health orbs sprinkled across the map. Hide and Gold going for a really good push here, but sadly gets the Sad Boys angle, arguably one of the slowest ones I've seen so far, as the Rune Pillars are now coming out to help defend again. The flip goes out, doesn't quite get the angle that the Flame was hoping for, though, as Immaculated does finally take that second barrier, and Ata mistimes the strike shot, and the core flies through him on a defensive end, giving Flameskittens the first goal in this last set, and that's also important, right? Because we're sitting in a best of 3, we're sitting in a qualification series, and taking that first game does so well for you.
Yeah, honestly, it's even the mental aspect, and has Hide and Gold misses their strike right there. Honestly, it's just the mental aspect of just being able to win. Ata getting a great strike shot off, getting the first barrier. It takes us, and Yuki and XD Grim both have their flip up, so you can see about about 2/3 of the way there, but it is getting low here. Rune missing this flip there, which is unfortunate. Deflecting using his secondary, and speech again. As it currently stands, Mako having 748 speed, Immaculated having 656, and now just having 840, which is actually crazy compared to just like having like no speed at all. And as Ata loses his second barrier, it's just the life of having no barriers.
Yeah, the cores is just being thrown around, so is everyone's HP bars as Flame finds a flip and gets it through Hide and Goal there. We are now 1 goal away for Flameskittens for them to take this first game and go into the next game with an advantage. The question is, are they going to be able to find it though, or is Fridge going to be able to bounce back? Hide and Goal doesn't have any evades, sadly, so might be looking at a little bit of a KO angle, but they don't need the KO angle as Flameskittens take a barrier and immediately set themselves up for even more aggression. A huge secondary from Yuki coming through there to completely stun the defense. Ata doing everything he can to hold on to this point, because if they lose it, the game is done. Flame is getting close to flip though, has to use one of the evades to stay alive. Another secondary coming through from the side of Yuki. A great pillar almost gets it through, but doesn't quite hold the angle. Immaculator now being set up. Easily should be able to get the one of the barriers. Is not, as Grim places a beautiful pillar though. Immaculator now inside of the defense from Flameskittens with a flip. Not able to get the second barrier, but Flame just really well reads the play there, catches the core and gets it through the defense of Ata. Ata doing so much on the defensive end, trying to hold it down, but not quite able to hold it down all the way till the end. Flameskittens, as the lower seed, takes the first game of this best of 3 and is looking real confident going into the rest of the series.
Yeah, it's looking really nice. Great job by Flame, even though he was kind of just trying to taste the Atlas Orb there. But anyways, he gets it through, really. I think the last point was just, I mean, kind of just a visual bug, really. He kind of like TP'd into it, TP'd out, and TP'd right back into it, which is kind of funny. If we look at the side of KOs here, we do see 4 KOs combined, which are 9 KOs, and then on the other side, 1, 2, and 2. I think that Flameskittens just really played into the KO role, really, and as I said earlier, Rune having 230 redirects, now having 236 redirects, and Immaculator kind of just didn't have really, well, compared to everyone else, really any redirects, only 158. So it kind of just bow the midfields, bow the forwards, and honestly, Flameskittens just played better into the having to have 3 players aggress onto the core and just beat the crap out of the top.
Yeah, exactly, and I mean, it does show a little bit as well, right? Obviously, Flame had a very good game on that Gentaro, and what else would you expect from the previous best sub winner from EUSL Season 1? Keep in mind, Flame being a 1-game sub for KLB last season, was able to really show his skills at that point, and he's trying to make it in now as EUSL with his own team with a main position here. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to be able to pull through going into the series now 1-0. The next map, though, is going to be very different from the Zatlab game that we've just looked at, as we're going into a Gates of Obscura game. And I'm curious to see, again, what the strategy is from Flames Kittens, right? Last game, they banned out the Kazan, they picked up the rune themselves, which left Ata with mainly the Mako to pick. We'll see. It's going to be interesting to see if they're going to try to replicate something like that on Gates of Obscura, or if they have a different drafting strategy for this map, as we have our Awakenings, another Spark, this time Spark of Strength, and a Chrono Boost start, which could mean that we're going to see yet another Autumn Mako game if it does go through pick ban.
I love Mako so much. I have that was not really sarcasm, but anyways, you have Spark Strike, the second Spark, really, another Spark coming out in the Awakening, like the first starting draft, and Chrono Boost. We might even see we might even see it now, because now it's kind of pretty good, the video game. Like, a great character in general. We saw, like, what's his name again? I don't remember, my bad. But, like, that now on Fridge, playing pretty good now, really. Kind of just playing really defensively here.
Yeah,
then again, you
goal,
have... Yeah, hide and go. Hide and go playing really good now here. As we see the ban phase come out, we have Fridge banning Rune. I guess they just hate Rune now, as expected. And Flames Kids again banning Kazan, saying no to Ata, as Fridge take the first pick, and they take up Asher, which is very, very, like, a pretty standard pick, really, as Asher's really good at shoving things into the core. Well, not shoving things into the core, but shoving the core into things, really.
Yeah, Immaculator being a very storied Asher player, playing Asher all the way back when it wasn't even that great of a pick, even during Mirror Days, just insisting on those Asher picks. So definitely a lot of expertise coming in for the side of Immaculator with that pick, as Yuki and Flame respectively pick up a Vice and an X. And I do feel like that Rune pick is Rune ban that came from the side of Fridge was saying, hey, we weren't planning on playing Rune on this map anyways, and we just gained another level of respect from the way that Grim is able to execute that Rune. So interesting to see what the rest of this draft is going to play out as. I'm expecting a Mako and Net again from the side of Fridge, as Mako is just being picked up, and likely a Kai or a Now in midfield. Kai would be a massive pickup here, because I feel like Kai midfield on a map like Gates, especially if you have something like Chrono, holds a lot of value. But no, it does just go back to the Now. Hyde just going for that comfort pick. Again, Now still also being very good with that Chrono boost. And this is kind of like the most comfort I feel like that the side of Fridge is able to pick with Mako, Now, Asher. We'll see if it's going to pay out, though. Now, what is Grim going to be playing in midfield? I'm eyeing an Estelle, just because he loves that character, and the Rune is banned, but I'm not sure if it's going to translate. It is.
It is going to translate, which is awesome. We have Vice X and Estelle. It's going to be such a tedious comp to play against, just because, well, you have Vice again just being able to TP across the map, do a lot of damage, and just TP it back as like nothing happened. X is very good at increasing his size and being able to strike at places no one else can, just because he's really big. And Estelle just being able to just keep core control, being able to just shove it in. But not as a great shover as most, but then again, he has the maybe he has a lot of like time on his stuff, so he probably knows a lot of things that we probably don't really. And again, Asher, Mako, and Era, really. Not Era, but Now. The Asher is going to be very prevalent, just because Immaculate does play a lot of Asher, as you said before. Now going on the cover pick of Hide and Goal, and Ata being Ata playing Mako yet again. Still standard like picks for both teams. So we might just see another one of those games where it goes to set 5. But unlike Atlas Lab, I feel like this might go to a 0.5 really.
Yeah, I think this one is a little bit more interesting as well, because like we've seen Yuki perform on the Vice last game, although I'm not sure how well a Vice is going to translate onto a map like this, because you have the portals that have easy access to those barriers, and now you don't have to defend against Erasmus anymore. You have to defend against an Asher. So it's gonna be interesting to see if Yuki can keep up this level of play against an even more oppressive forward. And again, with portals, the play can switch sides so fast and so easily. So we'll see if it is gonna be the difference maker, that forward change, or if it's the map, as we're now going into the second game of this best of 3. Flame Kittens, if they win this, they make it into EUSL. If they lose this and the win goes towards Fridge's side, we're going into a game 3 on Oni Village, as kickoff has now commenced.
And as we see here, if we look at the draft, like what people have taken as awakenings, now opting for Chrono, Mako opting for Chrono, and Asher going for the Spark of Strength here. But what I really see interesting is X going for Chrono here, Estelle going for the Chrono, and Vice going for the Spark of Strength here. Honestly, it might be just going really well because Takasi has been like getting some value out of his dashes, I'd say. I might be mistaken though, I'm not really looking at such. I was looking at the Awakenings really, but then again, they are playing really well here, even though Takasi has 3 barriers down, but not both barriers down, and the goal just goes right in because of flip.
A really clean flip from hiding goal in front of net, and yeah, the gear choices I think are just personal preferences from the side of Flames Kittens. X and Flame probably being a bit worried about sustained damage. Mako does have a good amount of damage output, so does Asher, so probably just playing it safe on that end, and Grim just loving himself a little bit of Pummeler's gameplay. But here you can see what I was mentioning in draft before, the weakness that Vice has to deal with. If you have an Asher in front of your net like this, it's just so difficult to defend against it. Flames Kittens though immediately answering themselves, getting both the barriers past Otto there. Hiding Gold using their ultimate to try to stay alive here. Really nice flip coming out from the side of the Yuki, but Immaculator catching that almost immediately, and now 2-0 lead in this set.
Yeah, Asher's secondary is just a little bit gank, bro. Like, you just dash in, has a delayed strike. But remember, Grim does have his, Grim and Flame both have a flip up, and Take a Seat does not have. But it doesn't really matter, really, as Take a Seat is not really looking pretty low. Loses the strike where it gets Immaculator. It goes behind a tie, which is unfortunate, making him to take a barrier. Estelle getting that kill there with just flipping him off the map. And then again, like, Ata also has his flip. He burns the flip, really. X burns his flip and try to counter it, but kind of just wastes the flip there. Ata looking pretty low themselves, get the barrier, and now it's looking pretty good for Flames Kittens right now as they go in, and they're actually getting kills right now, for the most part.
To quote some lovely patch notes, Estelle is a damage menace. Grim finding himself two kills here, and that's really like the only game plan that they can have against that solid defensive line and core control line that Fridge is playing. It's just kill them over and over again. But it is still difficult. Atta holding it down in the back. Hyde jumping back to assist on the defensive end there, as Flames Kittens are trying to get that core past this Mako, but they're not quite able to. But on the other hand as well, the side of the Fridge can't quite get the core into a dangerous position against Yuki. Ultimate from Vice saves that core just barely as they're trying to set up, but the strikes just don't seem to find their target as the core slowly goes towards Flame. Not quite able to translate that though. The primary coming out from Vice, the core going again through the portal, and it's just kind of flying back and forth through this entire midfield area. Neither team really able to set up properly to just force it past, as Fridge is now on the attack here. Flip being used from Yuki. The jump to stun the core is gonna do just that, as Grim sets himself up with a primary beam to just get it through Atta, as Atta also had to deal with an X ultimate in his face.
Yeah, it's just kind of really unfortunate for Atta. They're getting checkmated there. Grim about to have his flip up, so is Hiding Goal. And Grim does his flip up, and it's just looking really dangerous. Immaculator almost getting the kill there on Grim, but Grim flips just in time, and now it's just gone off the map. Getting Vice ulted off the map, really. Immaculator has to come back to help. Take a seat, winning his strike wars, getting the ball out, really, and Vice and right now it's just looking like a 3v2. All pressure is on Ata to try to keep this goal, well, not goal, but the point's still alive here, as he's currently just faced off an open net. And as we saw last game, he was just primarily faced with just open net, and Flame just flips and just sends it into the bottom side.
Yeah, the start of the set looked very dominant for the side of Fridge, but now it seems like Flames Kittens have found their way to play this out, as Fridge can't really put themselves into a situation anymore to really force the core past, as Grim uses his pummelers perfectly here to take a kill advantage as well. Now Otta faced with a 1v2 situation, is he going to be able to hold on to it? He uses the flip to clear it out. Device ultimate just barely being a little bit too late, but again, Otta is so low and so is Hyde, both of them staggered. At this point, Flames Kittens don't really even have to play to apply pressure anymore. They can just look to kill, but not if if Flame gets hit with abilities as well, gets punched into that now primary. Immediately the kill gets answered though on the side of Flames Kittens as they take a single barrier. The second barrier almost dropping, a really good secondary getting there just in time as Otta sets up the defensive end again. A nice edge kill though coming up from Immaculator here as they're now trying to set up to take this final barrier off of Flames Kittens. Are they going to be able to find it though?
Yeah, I think, I mean, they're actually doing pretty well. It does get found though. And again, just Grim playing into Pummeler's Asher but not Pummeler's Asher, but the Estelle lore really. Estelle, Pummeler's Estelle is actually really funny. And again, as we saw earlier, just now being able to be now and deflect flips easily, and now it comes out 2-2 as both barriers are gone. Red core is going all over the place in the terms of Yuki being able to just hit the core for the most part. So you can see about a half his flip, but Baton not really having a flip. Hide and goal almost having their flip out. And the Demon Angle almost comes out, almost gets the goal, but Ataz is able to clear it away. Hide and goal getting their flip, and it just dashes in, X dash right into Ataz, stunning him and bringing the core as well. Letting Flames take the first set out of this second game here, and potentially putting them in a winning spot as Catalyst comes out for the Estelle to take.
Catalyst is out. There's also 2 sparks to be taken. That last goal, just the midfield wasn't really able to be controlled just well enough from the side of Fridge here. So it did end up getting scored on by a good setup. Prime time going on to the Estelle here. Definitely good. Catalyst finding its way to Asher. A spark pickup for Vice is going to add to that damage. Team player, though, being an awakening that Otta really likes picking up as well, with a little bit of size going to the way of Flame here as well. The big difference maker that I'm seeing as of right now is a little bit of a level difference from the side of Grim, still sitting at that level 3, as we are pausing here for a second, so bear with us. But overall, it is a bit difficult, I feel like. How do you play this out where for the side of Fridge if the damage is going to continue to ramp on the side of Flames Kittens?
Yeah, I think right now they're in a predicament, really. Like, we already let X scale once. X has Rampage now, which is actually very dangerous in terms of being able to constantly rack things up over and over and over. But and then again with Texas getting another, like, I guess, spark here, it's just what can do really. Like, you have a spark. Well, you have 2 sparks, really. A third one might come into rotation if Flameskins takes this next set here. And now Timeless and Chrono Boost actually really powerful. And as we head into overtime here, which is unfortunate because everyone's side kind of just AFK here, it's just looking. I'm actually kind of surprised that, like, Asher gets her Catalyst and still takes prime time, because Grim has been using his primary to, like, get a lot of damage and kills. Like we saw earlier, the 2v2, where Ata did get KO'd because Grim just get dumped. And really, I think prime time might have, in my opinion, might not have been the right choice, but it depends. We can just see how he uses it, really. But I'm still surprised that Catalyst does fall.
It does look, though, that we are back in play. Again, as you mentioned before, sadly in overtime already, so of course it's going to go very fast. But the teams are going to set themselves up again. A really swift barrier take, though, from the side of Kittens here to put themselves into a 2 versus none barrier situation. But are they going to be able to hold on to it, though? A really nice portal pass coming out of Yuki there to set up Flame for an easy score, as the portal isn't being properly marked from the side of Fridge, and they take the first goal of this set.
Yeah, it's looking kind of bad in time to Fridge, because they're not really getting a lot of like core control. Really, they're kind of just being shoved into one place when they should be the ones really doing the shoving. And Immaculator almost with a flip up, take a seat, has a flip. Ata also has their flip up, and it's just energy about to come out. Let's just see who can use it better. And Immaculator does burn his ult to try to just not get stunned or take any damage from Yuki, as they're trying to shove it in, and the shoving just won't come out. Like Grim is playing such a great defense here, as he's just locking it up right now. Take a seat, gotta have his flip up. Does get his flip up by punching Ata here, and the barriers are just not coming down.
Yuki's they realize, Flames Kitten realized that Yuki on the Vice pick isn't going to have the best of time on the defensive end, so Grim accommodates for that, moving backwards quite often to help on the defensive end. Both their barriers though end up dropping, but they're back on the offense. A nice beam is going to take the first barrier. Flame trying to set himself up to take the second one, not quite able to get it though. Core goes a little bit into empty space, gets met by both midfielders though, as Imac tries to dash into the core, not able to quite find a team player coming out though, and Imac just saying, you know what, I don't care, that's already going in, I don't have to touch it. As a beautiful team player angle is coming out from Ata there. And I do feel like the difficult situation for Fridge here is the fact that Estelle is just controlling the midfield so much better than Now is. So they're constantly under pressure, even though they shouldn't be.
Yeah, the ability usage from Grim is actually playing real well as both flips comes out, and they're basically met with nothing. As Yuki does KO Immaculator here. They're bringing it up to 2-1, and Ata having to burn his flip here, and Yuki with a beautiful pass through the portal here. As Flames Kids are up 2-1 in terms of barrier usage here, as Grim gets stuck in the baby cage. Take a seat, kind of just missing his dash here, as Take a seat does have his flip ready, and trying to just get it into some type of like scoring angle, which is kind of impossible, especially since they're controlling the barrier. Well, not the barrier, but the field so well. Flame does burn his flip, gets the kill on Immaculator too. One barrier goes down as time to go because, well, now it's just a better character, now it's just a better player. And Yuki joining the offensive here, trying to get something with a stun. I know. Oh, and the primary comes out from Estelle and gets the barrier, while X is just slamming a tot into their own goal.
Yeah, they're playing it out so smartly. They're really accommodating for the character's weaknesses, while Fridge just isn't really able to match that energy. Again, a ultimate coming out from Yuki here, finding the kill on Immaculator, and again, they're in a man advantage situation. They take the second barrier, and you're back on an open net with Mako, which is just not the easiest to defend. A clean strike, though, finding its way past Hidden Goal as well, as Flames Kittens are now 2-0 up in sets, and they're one set away for qualifying for EUSL.
This is looking very dangerous right now, as X is in the position. I think Estelle doesn't even have to worry about it. If Estelle took a catalyst, that would have been over. But Estelle opting for the egoist here to try to make it not fall anywhere else. Ata looking for something. I don't know what he's gonna look for though. And X taking nice edge to try to get more damage on Ata, because damage is also a good thing. Mako opting for the hot shot, and Vice getting back the explosive entrance. We saw this last game where Yuki was just able to TP from anywhere across the map and just deal so much damage, and it's going to be even more prevalent here, as now it's just going to be, oh, I can just TP from here, I can TP from here, and boom, I can just kill people. And Asher opting for the unstoppable, realizing that they have been dying a lot because of Yuki's ult.
Yeah, it is so difficult for Side of Fridge to like regain momentum at this point as well, right? Because come to think of it, first game was on Atlab. Atlab was their map choice. They ended up losing that in 5 sets, which is not like, it's not terrible, but it's already a starting point of like, how do we properly deal with this? As the core almost goes in, the entire game actually stood still expecting that to go in, as Yuki finds a beautiful hit. But it's so difficult on the mentality side of things, because you are going into the second game already down a game that he didn't really expect to happen in the first place, and now you're down 2 sets as well. It's a huge goal coming through from the side of Immaculator though, to hopefully ignite that momentum to go back into Fridge's way.
Yeah, and Yuki just kind of unfortunately missing her primary there, as Yuki does go in again, as Take a Seat does have their flip up. Everyone just has their flip up right now, and now it's just gone from the scene, as Grim has their flip up as well, has the egoist, has the speed. Let's see if they can force it, and Ata holding on desperately. Immaculator on not a lot of HP really, as Yuki bumping up to the midfield run to try to take something. gets the flip up, gets the TP, tries to make a play, but unfortunately isn't even able to counter it with the back pass from Flame and the strike shot from Ata, just sending it back into the portal as if it's no tomorrow here. As Grim has a flip up, uses the flip to the corner, tries to get the corner off, misses, and Immaculate has almost a flip against the first barrier here. And again, it's just looking like, and never mind, Immaculate just kills Grim there, has the flip there, which I get it out. And Yuki on the offensive gets the strike in! What a great strike forward by Yuki to send it into the top side, bringing Flame up a point, setting it 1-1 in times of points.
It's starting to look like Fridge was focusing the wrong member to ban out, as Yuki just on this Vice is doing so much, essentially creating a third forward consistently, and just also on the defensive end not really dropping it down, as again she gets met with a pretty difficult situation, to be fair, and now Asher coming at you like this is going to be difficult, but so often are barriers and goals taken just by Yuki teleporting in so well offensively, disrupting Ata, not able to let him play, or just like that last point, setting themselves up as a baseline, just scoring on their own. As a nice pass through teleporter though, finds Immaculator, and Yuki isn't able to match that in time. They're one goal away from getting their first set in this game, which is so important.
Yeah, and Ata here having almost a flip, but then again X also has their flip ready. And Ata almost getting, well, not Ata, but Grim almost getting the kill on Immaculator there, trying to TP and secondary primary him. Ata bringing the flip into the corner, but into the barrier. Not the barrier, the goddamn, losing my words for this because it's going so fast here. Like everything's happening so quickly right now, as they can see, and they get the second barrier too. It's looking very dangerous here. They're about to give up another point here. Yuki having to flip, gets blocked out by Immaculator here. Immaculator trying to buy something, trying to tie it up here, but they're just holding on so well. Immaculator finds the second barrier, gets the flip off, and but not the flip up, but gets the second barrier. And now it's just what can do right now. You have Asher in your face, gets the strike in, and Yuki mistimes her ult, and that sends it into a 4th set here as Immaculator picks up the slack.
Really well played from the side of Fridge here to take this set now. These awakenings are important. Are you going to get what you want? Immaculator obviously is going to be eyeing something like the build different here, or maybe the fight or flight as well. Movement speed isn't going to help you. Is going to help you a lot. Now has a Monumentalist on board. The question is, does she get it or not? She is going to be able to get it as Yuki picks up a missile propulsion and Flare picks up Flame. I just made a mix between two different people. Flame picks up Build Different for himself. Twin Drive going into Grim's way and Aerials going Mako's way. Mako picking up the Aerials though is going to start the scaling aspect as well. Keep in mind Mako already had a Chrono Boost. That buff is going to be a lot stronger now. But you know what else is stronger? The Missile Propulsion Primary that's coming out of Yuki as she finds a clean kill off the edge. And again, the HP bars are looking oh so desperate for the side of Fridge. Are they going to be able to, is Otto going to be able to hold on to this? He gets it out by some miracle, stays alive by now as well. The beam coming out, but Flame mistiming the strike. Otta again doing everything in his power, no evades, no HP, no nothing, trying to hold on to this, but again a clean portal play through from the side of Flames. Kittens will set the core into the net. Really well executed from Otta, but ultimately the portals are just too much, as it seems like Fridge can't really continue to hold hold against that portal special like play that Flames Kittens are using continuously.
Yeah, and right now it's just you kind of just let X scale a little bit too much. X gets another kill. 4K has another kill again. X getting a flip, and it's in. We're looking at match point for Flames Kittens right now. They let X scale a little bit too much here, and honestly, like Vice really could have taken anything. I think like she has Deadeye, and Missile Prop in the same exact rotation, which is kind of unfortunate. And but Yuki opting for the Missile Prop makes it even easier for her to control the field. I'm actually getting 1 point up, and Grim gets the kill. Estelle is just, the Estelle is just amazing here. Again, they get another kill. Oh my god.
So well executed. They're just dying over and over again.
But X does a bad thing, and Ata trying to make it work. Fridge on desperation here, trying to make something work, trying to get at least 1 point, gets the kill, and hide and goal. What a comeback. And Curly's
Immaculator
1-2.
and the hiding goal immediately saying it's looking grim, we've died twice or something, but we're not done just yet. They find themselves another goal, and they need to make sure that they can continue to call on this energy to find more and more barriers. Again, they do have opportunities to pressure, they do have opportunities to force, they just need to be able to get it through. Both teams now losing a single barrier. Immaculator is close to flip, almost gets the barrier. Primary from now coming out, the beam coming out from Estelle though, and Yuki again with a great secondary catches that core and sets herself up as we're now again in an open goal situation. Now is Otto going to be able to hold onto it for long enough until Immaculator and hiding goal are going to be able to find that barrier on the top half, as Yuki is doing everything she can as well to hold on to it though. Immaculator finding a clean strike, speed up coming from the side of now. Flame just continuously trying to be as oppressive onto Alta as possible, not allowing them to play. We have Flame in front of goal with a flip, doesn't use it. Alta has to use it himself to hold on to this point. A kill coming up from the side of Immaculator as we're now looking at the man advantage. 2 flips though from the side of Flame's Kittens. They do need to be careful on the side of Fridge to make sure they don't get scored on here.
And right now, Yuki burning her flip as well. All flips are gone from the board. Immaculator about to have his flip up. As you saw earlier, a lot of flips came out on the side of Kittens. And oh my god, the angle! What a great angle by Ata. And honestly, the team play is just really working its magic here as we bring it to 2-2. We might be seeing a reverse sweep here. I am not going to cast the curse it really, but I want to see a set 5 here. A set 5 would be amazing here.
There's so much happening. Immaculator now with a flip in front of the net. A KO coming out for the side of Fridge as they find themselves the first barrier. Is Immaculator able to set up to get a second one? No. A nice secondary from Yuki almost catches the core as well. Immaculator with the Asher is going to continue to apply pressure. Now is there as well. They have an open goal. They still have both barriers. Are they going to be able to find the finishing score on it though? Or are they going to be able to be thrown back into the defensive end again? Malco finding a nice pass to Immaculator. Ultimate coming out. Atta doing everything he can with that monster movement speed to hold on to the defense here. The barrier still hasn't dropped as Atta does not lose a strike war. The hiding goal coming through with the speed from the Nile Mine, but clean and calm attack from the side of Grim here. Tries to take a barrier, not able to get it. Atta again holding on to this barrier. We're looking at a flip soon from Atta, a flip soon from Immaculator, but we do not need flips as hiding goal sends confidently at the right side of the net and finds this goal to force us into a set 5.
The comeback might be real here. As let's see what's coming out the last set. Spark of Agility coming out, Stagger, Swagger, and Perfect Form Actor Special coming out. It's not really looking good in terms of like drafting order because currently flip kits are actually up because they get to have a vice pick and a stealth pick at the exact same time. We might see an ad rush come out because Yuki's just doing so much damage and it doesn't come out. She asks for the extra special and Immaculate taking big fish here, going perfect forward now here. Stuck. Take I think stacks on stacks is her only option, and it is stacks on stacks. We're heading into a set 5 here, and what could be an EUSL spot taken, or a set or a game 3 here for the number 1 and number 4 seed.
They're just holding on the defensive end so well, the side of Ridge, and with enough time, a Now and an Asher are just gonna be able to get that core past a Vice, as we are now, surprisingly enough, still holding on to all 4 of the barriers in this match. A flip coming out in front of the bottom barrier. Immaculator, patient and calm, takes the first one, takes the second one. The speed coming up for Now, and you can just see that speed, that oppressiveness that comes from that Mako secondary, that comes from this Now mines. And now, Flames Kittens, the momentum is shifted completely against them. Just a bit ago, they were 1 goal away from qualifying, and now they're 1-0 down in this last set.
Yeah, and right now, stat check right here, as we saw from that last point, the speed difference is just insane. And there goes a kill. There's a second possibly, as no one really is able to, and Ata is dead right now. Gets the flip off, gets a flip, second flip goes out, and Curly is just looking, again, like it's just a brawl. And Grim getting just immense pressure and sending it back to a 1-1. And back to what I was saying earlier.
Hiding goal was so staggered, they couldn't do anything, and Atta dying is such a big hit.
And as I was saying earlier, the speed stat is kind of just very important compared to everyone else here. Like right now, Flames just has a lot of like power in terms of being able to kill people, but the speed from both Immaculate and Hide and Goal. I think before on that first point, Immaculate was at around 700 speed, then now with 800, and Mako with like around 800 as well. It's actually crazy how much speed they're getting from this, and being able to scale like that is very important here. And right now, and Immaculate just shoves it in. He just says no.
Clean. That was so
And
cleanly executed from Immaculator, but they're 1 goal away now from forcing a game 3. This is such an important point, especially because they do have a little bit of leeway, right? Flame Kittens need to find 2 goals if they do want to finish the series here, but it looks like the momentum is just completely shifted.
The momentum indeed shift here as we're looking at a reverse sweep right here in EUS and the EUSL qualifiers. Everyone doing their best to try to just hang on for dear life right now. And before, as we saw, Immaculate, well, not Immaculate, but the entire team of Fridge were hanging up to deal. And oh my god, X is just big. X is just gigantic and takes it in and just shoves it right in. 2-2, we're heading to a 0.5.
Set 5.5, we all love it. We've seen it before, but the question is who's going to come out victorious? Is Flames Kittens going to find themselves a qualification spot for EUSL right here? Or is the Fridge going to force a game 3? A lot of HP has been dropped from both sides. Flips have come out. Both barriers are down on the side of Fridge. But are they going to find something in return? No! You have Flame go up. Almost gets a barrier, but Otta is holding on to dear life. And Sakura is again, though, continuously being oppressive. Otta with the miracle strike. Not able to get it out in the end, though.
No.
Flames Kittens find the last goal. It did go to the 5th set, but Flames Kittens wins the qualification series 2-0, and welcome to the EUSL.
Welcome to EUSL Flames Kittens. The entirety of that game was just so hype. Unfortunately, that is a sad way to go out for Immaculator's team, but honestly, I think that Flames Kittens did deserve it. Even though they almost dropped it, they've almost fumbled it, but they ended up picking it right back up and scoring and dunking on the top. Kind of unfortunate that it kind of went that way, you guys. Well, not you guys, but like the X scaling did do a lot. The vice scaling also did a lot of damage. And as we see right here, as we go into the stat line, there's so much damage being like distributed over like every person on Flames Kittens. You have 25k, 42k, 38k, and the amount of like KOs too. Only 6 KOs from the side of Fridge, while there were 17 KOs that came out from the side of Flames Kittens, and it was just a uphill battle for the most part because the X scaling is really important, and Grim getting a lot of those Estelle KOs was kind of just what brought it to a close.
Yeah. And again, like I do want to again highlight how much work Yuki's Vice did in both of these games, doing a really good job at consistently being disruptive and finding KOs herself as well. So overall, really well executed from the side of Flames Kittens as they have found their spot in EUSL. And for the side of Fridge, it is a bit. It surely doesn't feel good that they're not able to find their qualification here. But there is still a loser side that they can play through, a loser side where they can qualify through. But this is, I would say, a major upset in the whole process of the qualification. So we'll see how this is going to play out. We will now get ourselves ready, though, for the second winner semi-final game of Eclipse against Normals are getting better. But before that, we'll go into a short break. Anything to close us off, Kieran? Yuri?
And honestly, yeah, it was just a great game. Currently, the brackets are looking, as I said earlier, if you guys remember, I have my money on Eclipse and Normals, and guess what? I got paid. Let's go. Jokingly, of course. I got paid. But yeah, Eclipse versus Normals. It's going to be a great game. I did not get paid. I'm lying. And as we see last time, it's Nero. I clicked on the wrong thing. It's going to be Nero's team versus Kiratile, and honestly, it's going to be looking like a really great matchup here. Like it's going to be really, really like it's probably going to come down to the wire. Same with Fridge and Flames Kittens. And since Flames Kittens has advanced to EUSL, Fridge will be relegated to the lower bracket. They will be playing against Let Us Cook. As you probably remember, they got kind of got destroyed by Normals like getting better, but they kind of brought it down to the losers bracket. They have won against not a big fan of the government, and they've also beat Bitbreakers, which, if you guys remember, was the first game we streamed.
Yeah.
And right now, it's looking really, really good right now. If they can make a run right now, and if they can if they could beat Fridge, they'll be probably the lowest seed since they're seed 11, right?
Yes,
seed
they were
11?
seed 11, and as seed 11 already finding yourself in losers quarterfinal is already really good. But with that, I believe we'll close it off for a bit as we go into a break to get everything ready for the second half of winner semifinals. Do stay tuned for Eclipse against Normals getting better, and we'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to EUSL Season 2 Qualifier number 2. We're back, right, with Normals Are Getting Better versus Eclipse, right? This is the second winners qualifier, and as you can see, draft has already been done. I'm here with Sloth. How's it going?
Hello, I'm back. No, I'm
Yeah,
doing great. I'm excited for this matchup. I'm not fully sure who I prefer in this game because on one side you have Nagby that just plays a lot, has a lot of game time, has a lot of expertise, and on the other hand you have, well, I mean, Eclipse has narrow, storied, good goalie, and mix-up players with both Whistle and Tanman having more unconventional character picks that we hope to see being brought out. But we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, of course. And I think the first thing to kind of call out, right? Tanman, the known Dubu player, right, already gets taken away from him. The other thing to consider is there's a good chance this might be the Atlas going over to Tanman, even though Whistle is a pretty big Atlas midfield player. Whistle also plays a lot of Imi.
Yes, most definitely, and I would even lean towards Whistle being the Amy pick here.
Yeah,
it is very funny to think about that the team comp that Eclipse opted for essentially is just 3 goalies. So we'll see how that works on the defensive end of things.
Yeah.
On the other side, a few unconventional picks as well. I do believe that Asher is actually going on to Kira tile in net. So Asher goalie being played in this qualifier as well.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about this off stream as well, like Kirtal maybe not being nearly as familiar with a lot of the eject goalies. So most likely this isn't going to be like a Juno goalie with Asher midfields and Taro forward, right? It will just be the Asher in net, which Asher in general, a great flex pick on this map, right? Because even if you don't get it in the forward position to stuff corners, it's also very useful to just lock it down with. And it's still going to be in the corner, but now on the opposite side with the anti-stuff.
Yeah, exactly right. If it works to get it past the goalie, it's going to work to get it past the forwards. Exactly. So it's going to be interesting to see how well Kirital is going to be executing on it, because it's not a pick I've seen them play a lot. But again, my point of reference is mainly also solo queue. Maybe they've been scrimming and cooking up something. So I'm very excited to see how this plays out as well. The Awakening set is a bit interesting as well because you do have Stagger and Aerials. So yes, it's not going to be very KO heavy, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you have Imi in this game, you have Asher, you have Zen, like all really good characters with damage. Even Juno has really good damage too, right? So you could scale into the damage, but it's still a Stagger Swagger start, right? And I believe most of these players will be opting for the Stagger Swagger just to make sure that they are not a victim to damage, because if you have a full Stagger Swagger game and one guy grabs aerials, that guy is going to get destroyed.
Yes, most definitely, because they're just going to be the sole target, right? There's no there's no survivability left for them anymore. The best they can do at that point is maybe hope they can get some unstoppables or something in the draft. But until anything like that comes your way, if you're even lucky enough to get it in the first place, you're just going to be the target and taken out of the game. So I hope everyone's going Stagger Swagger, but always down to be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, that's completely fair. I mean, I'm hoping we get into this game because I want to see how these teams face off against each other, right? Because this is seed 2, seed 3, right? Yeah. Them all being seeded up here for different reasons. I feel like, in general, Eclipse was, placed this high because they have past near EUSL player Nero, right? And then other top players in Whistle and Tanman, right? All great players, and only reason they probably weren't put as seed 1 is potential like character pool issues, maybe. On the other side, you have Normals Are Getting Better, right? A team consisted of players who play the game a ton and have a lot of experience together, right? They've entered a lot of weeklies, played together, built the synergy, and we'll have to see if this synergy can topple Eclipse.
Yeah, and if the synergy is enough to go through essentially a triple goalie pick as well. What I'm also very interested in seeing is how well Tanman's other picks will translate, right? Tanman obviously very known for the Dubu pick. As mentioned before, it got banned out for a reason, but there are other picks that Tanman is able to execute, as like the Atlas or an Octavia pick as well, that potentially can come up if the maps are correct for it. As a reminder as well, for the game one, we will have Taiko Temple. Second game will be on AtLab, and the third one will be on Night Market. So not really the best of maps for Octavia potential, but you can believe, you can hope.
Yeah, that's fair. And looks like we are loading into game, right?
Yes, it looks like we're getting in. And I feel like this is going to be a game kind of akin to the first game of today, which is very like core control heavy. It's going to be high speed. And it's just going to come down to which defensive side breaks first more than anything. Again, outside of freak factors like a lot of KO Awakenings finding their way towards a Centauro or an Asher or something like that.
Yeah, I mean that's completely fair. Hey, maybe we'll see something like an ad rush, 1-2 punch, something like that game one. Oh wait, this is gonna be a double midfield situation with Nero on the Atlas and Tanman moving to the Kai. Whoa.
I can't say I'm familiar with Kai Tanman, but I'm very much excited to see it. But he's also painted a target on his back as Tanman, and both Ryobu opted to go for aerial. So if there are KO opportunities, they need to be pretty careful.
Yeah. Now the other thing to keep in mind, right, is I wonder how this how this Kai will be played, right? If it's going to be a traditional, just a midfield, like double midfield style, or if it's going to be similar to how ZZZ from NA plays this Kai, where he just likes to sit on people and then barrage them and just goes Kai Brawler.
It would fit a little bit better if he does opt for a more Kai Brawler angle, as the Amy's already going to be taking care of everything in the midfield department that would need to be taken care of. But as we can see already, it's maybe not that great in terms of core control because Nagby already found the first goal.
Yeah, Nagby finding the first goal doesn't really bode that well for Eclipse, but hey, that's one barrier taken down, and well, the second is looking to be following pretty soon as Whistle's really good in this corner with this corner offense, but a great save up at Kirtal buys them more time.
Yeah, the energy bars are starting to fill up as well. Nero and Whistle are both close to flipping already. Whistle nearly getting a KO there. Flip coming out from the side of Nero and Whistle to take the second barrier, but Kirtal, calm and collected, will hold on to this barrier.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just watching like Whistle's play right now, and he just looks so clean and so comfortable on this IME, right? So, if this team does make a USL, I'm kind of hoping that we get to see more of his play, and oh my god, that flip looked really dangerous. Tanman lives just barely, but hey, maybe Tanman may be sent to the grave, and that's a lot of damage onto Swiftsy too.
Doesn't find KO in the end though, as he bounces around, and Nero just barely misses the angle and bounces into his own net. Very unfortunate, not what you want to be doing in a first set like this, but it happens. We can call it a warm-up point.
Yeah, I mean, Nero attempting the Soren angle, unfortunately, does fail it, because that's just an NA thing, right? Oh, yeah. Anyway, right, we're back to this next point, a flip denied out by the Kirtal primary, and oh no, that looked really risky. A great Celestial intervention intervenes with Swiftsy's attempt to kill Tanman, and well, now they're pushing onto his bottom side. Tanman needs to be very careful. He's taking so much damage, taken off the map, but takes a barrier for it. Does lose a barrier in return for Nero, but Nero and Whistle are doing pretty alright on this defense.
It is pretty much what you already pointed out before with that aerial pick, right? He is gonna be a target in terms of damage output, and especially on something like Kai, where you're trying to force it through the enemy by just running at their face with a barrage. You're just so prone to taking damage, and you just really saw that play out on that attack, especially if you're trying to push it through something like an Asher, who has a good amount of base damage output and is gonna use primaries and secondaries on you if she's trying to defend. But Tanman finds the angle with the barrage here and forces it past Kirtal.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing I kind of want to talk about is that double midfield is pretty miserable most of the time when you're going to an Asher, right?
Yes.
And you may say, okay, yeah, well, pass around, right? It's simple as. Well, yes, but the thing is when you're on Taiko Temple, it's very hard to go for that pass around play, right? Because you're usually stuck just trying to force it through corners. And, well, Kai absolutely sucks playing into an Asher because you just have to outsmart it, right? You can't play traditional Kai style.
Most definitely, yeah. They need to find the angles to kind of get that through, but the angles are so difficult to reach if you're on that Kai, if you're permanently low from that Zentaro, from that Juno, as both barriers have dropped from the side of Eclipse here. They're trying to get the core over again. They do have a flip on Tan Man, but they can't quite get the core into a good position where the flip is going to be very useful. And even if they do get it, Kiratal has a flip on their own. Doesn't get it in time.
A little late, right? And that means he loses the barrier. Mahjong Monday has this flip ready, and there's the top shot, and Whistle finds it,
putting us in a 2-2. It's promising for the series if the first set is already going to goal 5. Yes. As the energy is looking somewhat evenish, I'd say slightly favored for the side of Nagby, as the energy is on the forward and not the goalie. But we'll see how it plays out. How it plays out, there is a KO found really swiftly.
Yeah, really swiftly, but not on Swiftsy, right? And oh, the flip having to be burned, right? As it does go right past Narrow. Tanman looking to regen off this Celestial Intervention. And these passes just mean that this barrier is safe for the time being, but Whistle on this offense. 1v2 and Tanman taken off the map. No Celestial Intervention this time. And Whistle, you just got to keep it forward, right? You can buy so much time for Tanman here if you play it right.
Yeah, Tanman's almost back in the field. The barrier does drop, but arguably you are happy at this point that only one of them went, as Tanman is now trying to run up again, try to force something, but that Juno's just doing so well at just disrupting anything. Also finding a blob there to get that bottom barrier. Tanman immediately replying with one of his own, though.
Yeah, I mean, open net on 0.5 of set 1. Whistle almost has this flip build. Kirtal almost has this flip build. Can the members of Eclipse actually score the soon enough? The Celestial Intervention comes out in time. Tanman lives the flip, intercepted by Weeaboo. Kirtal flip. It goes right past the turret, and this pass down to Tanman is looking to be good. But no, he just goes and he goes straight through the cyber swipe. Takes it, and that's set 1 for Eclipse.
Experience on Whistle here showing on the Amy, knowing that he can just set himself up with a clean hit forward and then cyber swipe to force it past an Asher, because an Asher is good on the defensive end, but can't do much if you're also getting hit by it.
Yeah,
Awakening's now, though, looking interesting, though. Curious what people are going to go for. Yeah, Deadeye. I'm playing more into that KO angle. Interesting choice, as Primetime and Spark of Agility are being picked up from the side of Nagby. Team player definitely helping a lot on Atlas. Fighterfly and Catalyst are the last 2 Awakenings being picked up. Seems like there's some differing meta reads going on here, but we'll see how it ends up playing out. Who knows?
Let me get an exclamation mark goats in the chat.
Yeah.
But anyway, right, I kind of want to ask you, right, as someone who's probably more familiar with how Whistle used to play on Imi back in the day, did Whistle used to be a more KO heavy Imi player or more core control focused?
Most definitely more KO heavy. Whistle was really good at looking out for positioning mistakes and punishing those with cyber swipes, with glitch pops. So the Deadeye pick does kind of align with my idea of how Whistle likes playing the game, because it allows them to just be so much more punishing and so much more powerful at finding those KOs. So definitely also a strong suit of his, and it also kind of explains why you would pick a double midfield in this situation, because if you have an Amy that's looking to play for KOs, you need someone that is going to continuously help with core control a bit more, which Akai obviously does great.
And that makes sense, and Tanman is actually the one who's looking to be finished off, and well, with an open net, it's looking kind of dangerous for the Atlas on the side of Eclipse.
Most definitely, but it doesn't matter because Amy finds a beautiful kill here onto Weeaboo again, using the flip for it. So Celestial Intervention coming through to heal up Tanman a bit as they find this second barrier, but can they find the goal? As Weeaboo is being oppressive with the blobs, but not quite enough Tanman positions just in place to interrupt that core, and finds the corner of the goal. Asher can't really do much against a well-placed shot.
I mean, can we just talk about how well those team player passes were going, right? Narrow first finding the angle to Whistle, and then Whistle just, like, getting a great pass out to Tanman. And yeah, I mean, Tanman's shot there was really good, especially off the team player as well, right?
Yes.
You can see that these players, despite being a last-minute team to sign up, seem to be pretty much on the same page so far.
Yeah, they're just all kind of seeing the same vision, right? And even here in positional stuff, and as here you can just immediately see what I wanted to point out before with Whistle, that punishment of that mispositioning almost immediately coming down, creating this 3v2 situation now. Tenman needs to be a bit careful, but Celestial Intervention coming out now. There are 2 flips on the side of Eclipse. Are they going to be able to make use of those properly, though?
Yeah, I mean, the first flip on the side of Nero being used to save this. Tanman has a flip of his own in case he needs it, but 3 flips being about to be gotten for Nagby, and well, that's the barrier now. Nagby needs to kind of at least see if they can get this goal without a flip, and there it is. There's the first one. Oh, a great clear up by Nero, but not great enough as Swiftsy finds the bottom shot.
Really well placed from Swiftsy in the end. Almost Nero was able to scramble a defense together, but we are back into a 1-1 situation as we're going into the kickoff of this 3rd goal in this set. Whistle does have a flip, so does Kiratao. Question is, where are they going to end up using it, as Weeaboo jumps forward with the Juno Blobs and just plays it through Nero's defense.
Yeah, and I mean, oh, another great destruction of the defense out by Weeaboo, and well, Whistle almost, he has a slip, right? But he's not in the right position for it, and now Weeaboo and Swiftsy can push up on this offense.
Yeah, the core does slowly float towards the defensive side of Nagby again. A flip coming out from Whistle, trying to get Tanman to set up. Really good glitch pop, though, stuns the Asher and allows Tanman to take this bottom barrier to create 2 open goals.
I mean, such an opportunistic player, right? Whistle looking for these plays, and well, Swiftsy has this flip ready, right? Weeaboo looking for some sort of pass. The awkward bounce angle means that Whistle continues to keep this core forward, and oh no, that Oni's blade is not what you want to see. But he does move forward. The flip, topside, misses the Yodsman, not again, and Weeaboo secures the goal.
The longest Yodsman in existence, arguably, as Weeaboo then comes back to interrupt the core and put it into the top part of the net. 1 goal away now from taking their first set. Is Nagby going to be able to finish it out, though, or is Eclipse going to be able to find themselves these 2 needed goals?
Yeah, and I mean, as it looks right now, it looks to be Whistle on a great offensive push that bottom side, but Weeaboo still has this flip in case he needs it on the defense, but needs to be careful, right? He's positioning in such a way where if Whistle is looking, he can find these kills pretty cleanly. And oh my god, a double barrier out by Tanman. That's the forward in him showing, and well, forward in him may not be showing for much longer because he's looking really low.
Flip coming up from Weeaboo, trying to find a barrier or even 2 there, but it's being well defended by both Whistle and Nero. Tanman needs to be a bit more careful. He's back to being staggered now, and Swiftsy obviously is looking to punish that wherever he can as he finds the passive dash on Zentaro to take him out of the game. Now creating a 3v2 situation. Are they going to be able to find the barriers, though? This flip comes out a bit late from Swiftsy there, and time has been stalled enough for Tanman to be back. They do find a barrier, but 1 might not be enough.
Yeah, I mean, 1 might not be enough, and well, we see that right there as Whistle with another cyber swipe takes it. Even through the pat splitter, guys. Save Asher, please.
It's a really well placed cyber swipe in the end, gets it ever so barely past, but it's definitely interesting to see how this is gonna finish up as a beautiful double barrier that's found by Tanman, and he just puts it to the side, cleanly executes this set. And
I mean, that point was really the Tanman point, right? Because not only did he find the double barrier, he found the shot and then barraged Kiratao to make sure that he wasn't quick enough to actually get to the core there.
Just completely shutting down any kind of defensive play from the side of Kiratao with a clean execution. 1-2 punch, finding his way onto Amy, being a deny pick and also just a good pick for the playstyle that Whistle does employ. Built different being picked up for Kai, mainly probably just to deny the size off of Asher, and perfect for him on Atlas. Gonna help oh so much with those cooldowns that to defend his barriers.
Yes, the only weird thing here that I'm not sure about, right, is yes, I mean, Weeaboo does opt for the double dash range, which a lot of people would say is not ideal on Juno because it often puts you out of position. But the other thing is if they left it up, the dash range could have actually just gone to Zen, right? Because the other side was already having Tanman take this build different, and then one of Perfect Form or Super Surge would fall to the Zen.
Yeah. It is an interesting approach. Maybe if Super Surge was left up, Tan would have opted to take that instead. But it's a bit rough. But what's even more rough is Nagby's defense, as they just got completely overwhelmed by clean KOs.
Again.
A lot of 1-2 value coming through from the side of Whistle here. Again, Weeaboo is having such a hard time staying alive against his Whistle Amy.
I mean, again, I don't think it's even 1-2, right? I think both times it is just being the dash. It is just being the Deadeye damage on the dash. Weeaboo's just standing way too close to the edge.
Yeah, and that's not going to be helped by the fact that Weeaboo's jumps are just so much larger now, as you mentioned before. Whistle now on the offense with Tanman, uses a flip, tries to go for an angle, but doesn't quite translate, as they are trying to attack. Nagby find the core on the side of Eclipse again, though.
Yeah, they find the core on the side of Eclipse, and the double dash trains, that's one of the situations that helps, but no, the barrier falls. Tanman almost has this flip, and with size, he is ready to take some more of these strike wars, and, well, Juno and Zen on this top side, they do get this barrier, both nets open, and a great Giga Blast means that we could find a goal right here, and oh no, the Asher stall is not enough, and Tanman gets the goal, and we are on game point.
A beautiful barrage just cuts off that one clear angle that Kiratile had. Very well played from Tanman, and it's looking a bit rough for Nagby here. This is not the game you were looking for as of right now. You need to find either a momentum shift or just really need to start hoping that game 2 and 3 are gonna look much different.
Yeah, and well, there's a chance it could, right? We have flips looking okay for the side of Nagby, and well, Weeaboo having to use that dash to actually save what probably would have been a double barrier otherwise, and we might still see it if Tanman continues to work his magic on the offense.
Yeah, no barriers are falling yet, which is surprising enough. As I jinx it, the first barrier drops on the side of Nagby. Nero just really trying to hold it down in the back, doing so as much as he can, but Psycho does have a few funny bounces that you will have to just react to, and he wasn't quite able to.
Yeah, he wasn't able to, and now Whistle pushing up with this flip. A great clear out by Kiratile and Swiftsea means that they can buy enough time so that Whistle's flip doesn't actually get used. And a flip burned out by Weeaboo, flip burned out by Nero, also by Whistle. That's 3 flips used in quick succession for nothing at all. And now we're in overtime. A great glitch pop means that is that. And then, oh my god, the flip coming up at Kiratile. There's only one more flip left on the map with Swiftsea, and well, he might even have to use it defensively, which would be really awkward. He wants to use this on the offense.
Yeah, most definitely. The core bounces cleanly to Tanman as they take a 3-0 victory in this first game against Nagby. And Nagby needs to maybe start considering some other options. They took out the Tanman Dubu in this game, but maybe the Amy is a bigger threat.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the Amy is a bigger threat, but then what happens if you go Atlas Dubu on the side of Eclipse, right? We have the true Mahjong Monday come out for the Atlas, and then Tanman, right, picking up the Dubu, which,
yeah,
I mean, I'd argue, I think the idea still is probably to ban the Tanman Dubu, and then hope you can figure out what to do against the Amy from Whistle.
Yeah, most definitely. But overall, just a really solid showing from the side of Eclipse here. Just held control throughout the game, was able to set themselves up consistently to force it past that Asher. So really well played, a deserving 1-0 lead as they're now going to go into the second game. Second game being on AtLab. What do you think? What are we expecting to see there?
On the bright side, Dubu isn't nearly as good on AtLab as he is on Taiko Temple. He could get let through.
He could potentially, yes. Or he plays it anyway.
Yeah, or he just plays it anyway, right? The other thing I'm thinking, though, is AtLab, there's a chance we might see side swap, right? So we could potentially see Nagby on blue side. And what that would mean is they could potentially do something like ban Aimi and then pick Dubu first pick for Kiratile or something like that.
Yes.
Or if they're really being spicy about it, give it to Swiftsea, right? And kind of see how it rolls from there. But I feel like that is the play, right? Either ban Aimi, pick Dubu, or ban Dubu, pick Aimi.
Yeah, you just gotta find some way to get those two mega comfort picks off of the forwards, because both of them they can just make magic happen on those characters, right? You wouldn't really think of Dupu forward as a insanely strong pick, but Tanman just makes it work so well. When I play against it myself, from personal experience, I can tell you I'd rather play against an Asher forward than his Dubu, because it's just so oppressive with the abilities you can use. And on top of that, again, we've seen what Whistle can do with Hannah Damey, so arguably the best play would be to take away both of these picks. The question is, are you comfortable doing that, right? Do you have the character pool? Do you have the confidence to play something like a Dubu goalie on Atlab or the Amy on midfield?
Yeah, I mean, we very well might, right? I know Kirital is a pretty big Dubu player, right? He does like this Dubu. Of course, he has other picks he will play more than that, but I think he can play that, right? I'm not sure about how much Weeaboo really plays the Aimi, right? Well, oh god, what the hell am I looking at? Adrenaline Rush Fighter Flight on Atlab?
Okay. So this could be a game of all time. Adrenaline Rush could make this a kill heaven, or a fighter fly could just be Giga Speed. Now the question is, which route is which team gonna go?
I mean, my heart tells me, and I don't know which team will be which. My heart tells me is that one team is gonna go full Adrush, the other team's gonna go full fighter flights.
Then it's just a pure game of, is Adrush gonna find the kill or is fighter fly gonna score first?
Yes.
That is very likely, because both of you, if one team goes KO, the other one's going to get BIS for control. It also kind of comes down to playstyle philosophy and character pool. So I'm curious what is going to be a band out here, as Nakbi is going to be playing from that blue side.
Yeah. And the Aimi is banned out. I think we're going to see like a Kirital Dubu here, but if we don't, we could see something funny like the Adrush Dubu.
The issue as well is, though, right, if you think about it, if Kirital does lock in the Dubu to deny it, they're just basically giving midfield and forward like priorities on all the other characters.
Yes.
And then you're asking yourself, okay, cool, is that really worth it or not? I'm very curious to see what Nakbi is choosing here.
Yeah, and I mean they do opt for the Dubu, right? They do lock it, which means that Tanman will not be getting Dubu this game. And I mean, hey, there's the real world where we just see like another maybe double midfield comp, right? We see Kai and whatever Whistle will want to play. Maybe we'll see something like the Kai Atlas here, right? Locked in again on 2-3. I wouldn't be surprised, right? And okay, Finny. Finny is another one of Whistle's picks, as far as I know.
Yes.
From back in the day after the Amy.
Yeah, Amy was a one-trick choice at the beginning, and then once people started catching on, the Finny was the secondary choice. Also, being very confident on that Finny as well, and paired it together with a Luna from likely Tanman.
Yes.
That is a lethal combination. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, guys, I think they might be going Adrenaline Rush. I don't think they're going Fight or Flight.
I have the sneaking suspicion.
Yeah. I mean, hey, there's also the world where maybe something like the Finny opts for Fight or Flight and then the Adrenaline Rush for Luna, because if the Finny plays a lot more to stagger, she can keep refreshing that secondary and continue to apply more and more damage, right? It's just a thought. I don't know if it'll really happen. And also, as a midfielder, Fight or Flight definitely does help you keep up with the speed, especially, when you have a Now on the opposite side who's an insane Fight or Flight user.
Yeah, most definitely. You kind of hit the nail on its head as well with what people are going to be playing for, right? As you are looking at Nakbi with a Dubu, Now, Asher. They're just going control, right? They're just trying to force. They're going to go Foff most likely. They're just trying to take over the game and the core control. And on the other hand, you have Finny Luna. They're just gonna murder. That's their main goal. Murder, play off of man advantages, and just take over the game that way. So it is really a clash of philosophies. The question is, which one is going to be triumphant at the end of this?
Yeah. And I mean, part of it is like, yeah, you have the damage that comes out from Finny, right? And I mean, even Luna, but Luna can also just kill off of knockback, right? That's the other thing to worry of. And at least in NA, right, there are multiple like brawlers who are very happy to play this Luna pick at like a high level and just go with his pummelers, right? Or sometimes instead of pummelers, they will just go slicks, but are very opportunistic about how they play and will look for these kills.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be fun to watch this, because I haven't seen a Tanman Luna in a hot minute. I haven't seen a Whistle Finny in a hot minute. I'm sure they're gonna do really great. The only slight concern that I might have for this combination of characters is that they really appreciate similar awakenings, right? They both want Missile Prop, they both want Deadeye. So it's kind of overlapping in that way. You can't really get both of them what they want fully. But I'm sure they're going to be able to accommodate for that. And I also wonder how much the now is going to do for the survivability of the side of Nagby. It does heal quite a bit, but I don't think it's going to match the Finny Luna that's being thrown at them.
I mean, on the opposite side, right, Now also has one of the lowest staggers, if not the... No, I think lowest is Octavia and Kazan, but Now is not that far off of it. Yeah. So even if she can heal, the thing is that she can also get killed herself, right, by this Finny, this Luna. So it is very scary for Nagby.
Most definitely. I feel like this is one of these games where the first set and the first awakening draft could just easily declare the entire game, right? If you're going into the first set, if Nagby wins it and they get something like a Monumentalist Now, immediately the game is swung in their favor. Same thing goes if you go into the draft for Eclipse and one of them can pick up a Deadeye or a Missile Proportional, or even worse, both. It's already Jover at that point, basically. So the first set is going to hold a lot of weight for how this game is going to end up playing out.
But thinking about this first set, right? Who do you feel like has the advantage just in the raw? Like, assuming that it is going to be everyone goes ad rush on blue team, or sorry, everyone goes fight or flight on blue team, and everyone goes ad rush on red team. Who do you think has the advantage in the first set?
The advantage in the first set, I would personally give to the side of Nagby here, as they just have they have more control just overall, and they just have an easier way of playing for their own win comp. With just Asher being able to force it through the sky and being enabled by the Now consistently. I also know Kiratile has a decently aggressive play style in the way that they do execute that Dubu, so that could also be a factor. Everyone goes fight or flight.
Yeah, we're seeing 6 flights, no fight, as Adrush is back on the table for the draft. And well, this also means that since Fight or Flight is available for Tanman, he's actually completely free to go Pummelers, right? He doesn't have to take Slicks, right? Because he has a little Slicks in and of itself. Yeah.
And you can see the worry from the side of Nagby about being killed, as Weeaboo has opted to go for Vambrace here, just really hammering home the fact of, hey, we know you're going to play for kills, we know you're going to try to get us out of this map. I'm just going to make sure I have everything in my toolset to stop that from happening, as both barriers have dropped, and funnily enough, Nagby find the first kill of this game.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of said it, right? Nagby should have the advantage here, right? Poor control, kills, kind of everything in general, right? Just because they have more abilities they can throw out. Tanman is still sitting at level 1, right? Just ticks over now, but this passing kind of has to be immaculate if they want to figure out a way to take this barrier from Nagby.
Yeah, because it's just so difficult to force it past the Dubu, and if you have something like a Luna and Finny, you don't have like a solid pure force. Like the closest that you'll have to that is probably a Luna Dash, but that Luna Dash is mainly wanting to get used in different ways than trying to force a barrier. So gonna be interesting how Eclipse is gonna try to get this core past this Dubu.
Yeah, I mean, Eclipse is really struggling, right? And, oh, that might be the way they get it past Dubu, by killing him, right? The Pummeler is actually activated for Tanman, and he's going to have insane speed if he finds a way to hit this core. I mean, he's really struggling, and, oh my god, that's not what we want to see by Eclipse. They finally get this barrier in the end, but Kiratile is back.
Kiratile has made it back, but lost an entire flip in the process of that. And talking about flips, we're now looking at 1 being used and 2 more being on the field. Oh. Whistle flipping it confidently to the bottom of that net, though, and taking the first goal of this game.
Yeah, Whistle taking the first goal of the game. Flip-wise, right, it is favoring the side of Eclipse, right? Tanman almost has his flip built up as well. And the nuke already brought down on Weeaboo. Is looking pretty dangerous, as the damage is just getting dropped on him.
Yeah, and there's not much he can do against it either, with no evades available to his name, as Tanman finds a beautiful combo with secondary primary there to take him out of the game. Kiratile doing really good job though defending, but not quite enough as Tanman flips in front of net. Tanman is staggered, it might die, but Whistle covers that clear from Kiratile perfectly as they find a second goal of the set. And this could be very worrying, right? In this game state, the team of Nagby should be more comfortable, should be more dominant, but that's not what we're currently seeing.
Yeah, in fact, I think a lot of what we're seeing is just not only the great kills out by Eclipse, but Whistle especially, like same as last game, he's been looking so clean with a lot of these dribbles too.
Yeah, the core control on the Finny is coming through, sadly also in ways like this, where the secondary just barely puts it into its own net, but ultimately that's 1 goal out of 3 that the side of Nagby need. So, and with the energy advantage swinging towards Eclipse's favor, they are still looking very confident to take on this first set.
Yeah, guys, I may have caster cursed Whistle, right? I may have praised him a little too much, so he decided to even things out, right? And, well, Tanman and Whistle looking great on this offense. The big finish, not able to finish off that barrier. But the nuke being dropped down, that's a lot of damage.
But a lot of damage coming through. Kiratile has no evades, so Tanman's just going to continue to hound Kiratile with abilities here. Flip coming out from the side of Whistle, not hitting core, but stunning the enemy team just enough. Both Tanman and Whistle are really low. But it's so difficult for the side of Nagby to find kills, and as I say that, a nice flip takes out Tanman. Now they're on the man advantage, but the man advantage doesn't last long as Kiratile gets taken out by the Finny.
Yeah, I mean, the Finny killed Kiratile, but it also stopped them from scoring, right? As the triple take really, it just barely messed them up, and now Kiratile is back, the triple take, making that clear really awkward again.
And the first barrier falls on the side of Eclipse. Nagby find a second barrier as well and set themselves up almost perfectly. Nero holding on to the flip, trying to preserve it most likely for this last set, or just forgetting it exists. I'm gonna believe the first one.
I'd like to believe the second one, right? It might be the old man reactions, right? Coming in. But it's fine. He has this flip now, right? It was tactically saved for this point, right? To make sure they can secure this first set safely.
I mean, there is genuinely the play of him running up with that eject button, using this flip aggressively like this, as it does get safe though. And Tanman is looking decently low as well. This is not looking very great for the side of Eclipse here as they lose a barrier. Whistle is getting close to flip himself. Might be able to make use of that though, as Nero walks up pretty aggressively. But it is looking a bit rough. They're playing a kind of a triple defense line on the side of Nagby here almost.
Yeah, I mean, a pass attempt from Whistle down to Tanman is a little awkward, so Nero did have to catch it, burning that secondary and then the eject button, therefore. A great pass again out by Whistle, and a great combo by Tanman means he takes a second barrier, and now where will this big finish go? Gets saved out by Kiratile and Weeaboo. The Tofu Fortress drop top side. Tanman is looking really low, and while Nero continues clearing up this top side. And there it is, Tanman just finishes it again. He comes in the most unexpected positions and makes the most unexpected plays, and it always works.
Yeah, he initially was looking for a KO play on Weeaboo there, but not quite wasn't able to quite get it, but just sets himself up for a strike that Weeaboo can't match anymore. Kiratile being a little bit out of position there immediately got punished.
Yeah, immediately punished, and now what does this Finny grab, right? Egoist looks like the best pick here, probably, unless he wants to opt for the ad rush, but I think the ad rush is probably something that Luna wants to grab, and the Asher might recognize it here.
Yes, the Asher does get big fish here, though, so it's a bit rough, right? Because Big Fish is good for Asher, more oppressive stuff coming from the Asher herself, but also bigger hitbox for Luna and Finny to hit. As Team Player also finds its way onto Nero, which is really going to help with the speed of play and creating more pressure for the side of Nagby to deal with.
Oh, wow. And there's the Tofu Fortress, actually kind of breaking the sound for a second there, right, because of the number of hits. And oh, a great strike out by Nero means that that barrier almost falls. Tanman's death actually was kind of fine, as it's a negative power play for Nagby.
Yeah, Tanman being also used to those kills, one Dubu. Just this time he is on the receiving end and not the giving end. As the pressure gets applied, Nero tries to run up, but not quite able to really find any way past Weeaboo and Swifty here. As Nagby is setting themselves up for the second barrier, they find it. Are they going to be able to score? confident strike primary from Weeaboo puts it past Nero and gives them their goal.
Yeah, it's pretty tough there to kind of win that, right? Tanman has to be perfect with the strike, Nero has to be perfect with the strike, and because they weren't, right, Weeaboo did win that, and, well, that puts them up in 1-0, and a lot of damage coming down onto the side of Eclipse. That's the double barrier taken out by Weeaboo, and he's playing this set so well so far.
He's executing it perfectly. Nero finds a flip to Whistle, but gets taken out by Swiftsy, quickly punishing that misposition. But Whistle doing a really good job defending, but the black hole respawns in the most unfortunate of times as Swiftsy finds strikes past Handman and puts them up 2-0 in the set.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is a Luna forward, not a Luna goalie, right? We got forwards in the net, which means that 2 deaths gives Nagby 2 points, right? And now they're on set point. They could take this. The Eagle is popping for Weeaboo. Tanman almost taken off the map, evades the flip, right? Which means Swiftsy doesn't have it. Now Whistle's on this defense, looking kind of okay, and there's the flip. The triple take buying so much time, making that flip really awkward, but that's the second barrier falling, and we could see Nagby take a set here.
They have everything they would need in their favor right now. They have 2 barriers against none. As I curse that, one of it drops. Nagby also continuously with Swiftsy have that edge pressure, as Swiftsy has found a few kills over and over again on that Asher. But they still need to be able to translate, as they can't really seem to find a way through the defense of Nero just yet. Doing everything in his power to defend, as Tanman finds a beautiful attack on the top barrier.
Yeah, I mean, he's flipping up close range, and that's the goal down to the bottom side. Kirital and Weeaboo unable to defend that, and hey, maybe Eclipse is saying, we're not giving you that set. We want it for ourselves.
They do definitely want it, especially because, again, you don't know, like in a game like this where Awakenings just hold so much value for both teams, every single set is so important to win. As you don't want to give anything over for free. They do find a quick first barrier. And are they going to be able to find the second one, though? Tanman trying to dash it past the Dubu, not quite able to find it, though, as Nero holds on to the bottom barrier.
Oh, and an awkward balance, meaning that's the second barrier that falls. Tanman slots it into that top corner. Kirital not fast enough to save it, despite having the knife's edge.
Kirital consistently mispositioning like ever so slightly there. This is around the second or the third goal where Tanman is just able to find this neat little pocket at the edge of the goal and just slots it in right there. That is a part of the weakness of Dubu. It doesn't really do well if you're not positioned properly. You don't really have a lot of range abilities to deal with that, as both barriers fall pretty swiftly again. Whistle now with the flip. Is he going to be able to make anything with it, though? Or are Eclipse going to be forced to maybe even lose a set? Never mind. A really clean setup from Tanman to score this goal.
Yeah, Tanman is insane for that, right? That was a perfect primary, right? Kind of messing up Kirital, and that's the Tofu Fortress, right? That didn't really work well. Now, does Tanman here opt for the Deadeye, or does he deny the Kata Ego combo? Opts for the Deadeye.
Deadeye all day. He's now such a KO threat with Deadeye pummelers on Luna. It's gonna be very difficult for the side of Nagby to continue being as free as they want to in movement if they don't pay attention.
Yeah, I mean, Finny still gets a great option here, right? Both 1-2 punch Siege Machine, really great, right? 1-2 punch for that secondary especially. But then Siege Machine, right? This buffs up your ult. This also allows your primary to reach further, right? Which is something that might catch people off guard.
Yeah. On the other hand, though, Nagby did get quite a good amount of survivability options, right? They're able to pick up a Stagger Swagger for the side of Swiftsy here. They're able to pick up Twin Drive for Weeaboo, which means even more mines, aka even more healing. So they do seem to have an answer in this draft, and you can see it play out here as well, as Nagby even find a kill and a score on Eclipse. Well executed from them.
Yeah, well executed from them, right? But the other thing I want to point out, right? Tanman has the Deadeye, has the Adrush. Last set, only the Adrush, but we really didn't see him get any KOs, right? I want to see if Tanman can actually find these KOs himself and pop this Adrush and look to snowball points off of that.
Yeah, but to find KOs first, you need the core outside of your half, and it looks like Nero and Whistle are having a bit of a rough time against the Now and Asher. Now, really executing their play well. Tiertile a bit too far forward, gets rewarded with a Sad Boys angle though, and immediately punished again as Tanman Kalini takes both barriers, 2 open nets on the field right now.
Yeah, 2 open nets on the field, and a great save out by Nero is not enough as Whistle is also slightly mispositioned, and swiftly slots it in. Guys, we were here before. Will it happen again?
We've seen the story.
Yeah, will Eclipse take this back?
This is gonna be quite... Oh, a beautiful KO actually in combination with the Black Hole from the side of Tanman here. Weeaboo also down being staggered. Nero not quite able to find the KO though. But both barriers dropping, and now Whistle and Tanman in a 1v2, now a 2v3, as Swiftsy and Weeaboo have come back to aid on the defensive end. Tanman has Flip. Is he going to use it to score, though, or if he's going to look for something else?
Yeah, I think he was looking for the KO there on Kirita, right? Looking to pop that ad rush once more, and, well, he is just fishing, right? Look at where he's positioning. He's positioning to fish for those ad rush procs, right? And, well, he doesn't even need to. There is a great big finish. Sends it to that top side right around Kirita.
A literal finish from the side of Whistle here as they find the angle they need. Great executed, and now we are looking at 2 flips on the side of Eclipse against none. Is that going to be enough to even out this set though? Keep in mind, if Eclipse finds 2 more goals here and they win this set, this is the qualifying match done already. This is 2-0 for Eclipse, and they've made it into EUSL. So again, there's a lot of pressure from the side of NACB here as well to win these sets, because if they don't, they're going down to losers.
Yeah, they're going down to losers, right? And losers would mean that if they win their next game, they would be facing the Fridge. But hey, the goal is open in favor, well, I mean, for both sides, right? So if they can find a goal here, they can take us to a set 4.
Most definitely. A lot of pressure being thrown out, but Kirtile doing a god's work there to hold on to this goal. Bounce going poor. Tanman also barely misses it. Tanman though, but Kirtile defending it into Tanman, as now Eclipse is 1 goal away from qualifying for EUSL.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, that situation there, I don't even feel like that was NAGB playing that bad. It was just Eclipse playing well and finding the angles they needed to get the barriers and then the goal.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, overall, NACB hasn't been playing bad into this team comp. It's just so difficult and punishing, right? If you are even ever so slightly off, they can find a kill onto you. And even though you don't think of those characters as very oppressive, a Finny with good ability usage and a Luna just existing and creating that threat of being KO'd is gonna limit your play quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Flip burned out by Weeaboo. That's the second barrier taken, right? Swiftsy could find this. Weeaboo could find this. Whistle looking really low, and oh, that nuke could have been an absolute disaster for Nagby, and here comes the dribble. Oh, it could go in. Doesn't yet. But Weeaboo is taking so much damage. If Tanman procs an ad rush here, this could be really bad for the side of Nagby. And there's the second flip. Second barrier pops down, and, well, now it's open nets on both sides. Whistle looking really low. Could drop at any moment, and oh my god, the 1-2 shot. That means that Eclipse takes this series 2-0. Welcome to EUSL, Eclipse.
Yeah, ankles were completely broken on the side of Nagby on that last play. Really cleanly executed from the side of Eclipse as they now make their way into EUSL. And we only have 1 more spot left. We only have 1 more spot left, and Nagby is gonna have to play for it. And their worst fears are probably gonna be realized if they manage to get past mid players on the loser side of bracket. They're gonna have to play Fridge for it. And even though Fridge ended up losing their game, they were looking decently strong.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing to keep in mind, right, is the team that Fridge lost to was also 3 past EUSL players, right? 2 of which that were on main role, 1 of which role swap, but still, you know, they can play at a solid enough level. And they also got their main goalie pick, right? So, hey, maybe Fridge is actually really strong, and we'll have to see, right? Because first, I think normals are getting better, do have to go through mid players, who themselves were also on a pretty long run through losers.
Yeah, mid players having, as a quick recap of their tournament play, they've beaten American Idiots in round 1, then dropped out against Fridge in winners quarters, and then went through TBD, Cray Smells to get to this loser qualifying space. Do keep in mind as well, mid players not being seeded that highly, I think. I'm double checking. 8th seed. As an 8th seed, to find yourself in a bracket position here where you're essentially, what is this, a top 5 finish?
This would be 5-6, yes, if they lose here.
Yeah, so already overperforming their expected seed, so really well played from them to get to this point. Now, they do have something, though, that's coming that they need to worry about, and it's called Nagby. And Nagby, again, this game didn't really look like the best of their games, but they do have a lot of power behind their picks if they're able to execute properly.
Correct, right? But with that, we will have to wait, as the draft does have to come in, right, for normals are getting better versus mid players. So we'll send us over to a short break. Don't go anywhere, anyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to EUSL Qualifier 2, right? We're back with our final BO1 before the qualifier game. We have normals are getting better, once again. Now playing as mid players, who, as we mentioned before the break, went on quite a long bracket. Mid players does consist of Darkfa, Spring Mastro, and Turkeen, right? Versus, our familiar Kirital, Weeaboo, and Swiftsy. Sloth, how's it going?
I'm still doing great. I'm excited to see another Taiko Temple game.
Another Taiko Temple game, and we already see extra special prize fighter coming out. Nagby taking the opportunity to ban out Spring Mastro's Aimi, right? Which means that Turkeen does lock the Julie for themselves first pick. And we'll have to see how Nagby kind of answers this draft.
Yeah, the Julie could be a little bit scary considering it's a prize fighter start. So if the snowball starts going, then it's pretty difficult to play into this. But obviously, you need to get it going in the first place, as Nagby is locking themselves in an Era and a Kazan. Era likely to be in net, Kazan likely to be on Swiftsy.
Yeah, that would make sense. Kirital is a pretty big Era player, and Swiftsy also pretty fond of the Kazan, right? It getting banned from him, I think, both games last series. Him not getting able to pilot that at all, right? Atlas on the opposite side going over to Darkfa, and Spring Mastro picking up this Estelle. We'll have to see what Weeaboo grabs, and grabs the Juno, right? Juno notoriously a pretty solid matchup into Estelle, right? Because Estelle struggles with having a lot of these multi-hit abilities. I mean, yes, you can strike ult, but that's once every 18 or 20 seconds, so it's not really real, right, against the Juno.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be interesting either way. Juno's just a character that people are just kind of, I don't know if it's a thing, but I feel like a lot of EU players are also just mental gapped because Juno. Because if we're thinking back in EUSL, Juno had a pretty high ban rate when realistically she wasn't really doing all that well, nor was she being played a lot.
To be fair, right? A good chunk of that ban rate was inflated by Fierce Fury banning them every single game, right?
True.
Because that is one thing I noticed too. I'm pretty sure there was not a single game where Fierce Fury didn't ban Juno.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain that is just straight up correct. So that is gonna be fun to see how the Juno interacts here again. But I feel like Era whenever I see an Era goalie, I'm mainly thinking of double brawlers, or something that can just really doesn't need the extra movement speed, or let's put it this way, not something that doesn't need the extra movement speed, aka something that really likes having a more movement. So Juno's not really something I would have expected to see with it. But
more movement and likes the size too, right?
True. But we'll see as we're getting ready to get into this best of one. As a reminder again, winner of this matchup is gonna go up against the Fridge in our last qualification series, so a lot on the line here. If you lose here, you're just out.
Yeah. See, okay, so, it's not the Fridge, it's the Fridge, right? You gotta put some emphasis, right? It's in full caps, right?
Obviously.
But anyway, back to your point on Era goalie, right? Era goalie, at least traditionally, especially in NA, seen with that double brawler. Although I know as of late, there are some teams who have kind of enjoyed running the Era goalie with something like the Kai midfield, and then an X or Kazan or whatever forward. But in EU, right, we just have a lot of people who just like the Era goalie, period, right? Yeah. And I think into this Julie, you can get dash punched, but you can also make it pretty miserable for her by prematurely shrinking her.
Yeah, most definitely. You have ways to deal with the dash punch. It's just the difficulty of the Estelle beam, because usually the beam hops that's gonna hit outside of the normal, or the Estelle beam is gonna hit outside of the Era beam range. So you can't really do much against that. But obviously you can play accordingly. You can interrupt early, maybe move up a little bit. Era has a different play style in net compared to some other non-eject goalies. So we'll see how Kirital is going to be able to work it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we've kind of seen with other Era goalies that they just like to walk up, drop these nados, and we'll have to see if Kirital does the same thing. But yeah, but we'll have to see, right, how this pans out. And I think we are still waiting on getting into game. Not quite sure what the delay is on right now.
Yeah, looks like we're just making sure that everyone is ready and to go. As soon as we got confirmation on that end, we should be going into the game. But yeah, it is interesting as well on the defensive end from the side of mid players. I feel like they just went for a pretty standard like comfort draft anyways, right? Turkeen went for the Juliet, the character that they've been playing. Darkfa loves himself some Atlas every once in a while. And for Spring, the Estelle, I think, has always kind of been the backup to Amy. So it's going to be interesting to see if comfort enough is enough for them to get past Nagby in a game like this.
Yes, I agree, right? And hey, I mean, maybe the reason they've made it so far is because of comfort, right? They already earlier, right? They ended up upsetting, I believe, TBD. They also upset Cray Smells, right?
Yep.
Two teams I think that were what, like 6 seed, 7 seed, or something like that.
I think that's 5th and 6th seed. Actually,
okay, fifth and 6th, right? Oh yeah, 7th seed I think was Plonku Plinku.
Yes.
Yeah, so 5th seed, 6th seed, right? Already upsetting them. Hey, maybe they'll go further. Maybe they'll even upset the 3rd seed. Normals are getting better, and as we load into the game, we see Prizefighter going over to the Kazan and Julie, and everyone else opting for extra special.
Yeah, and it's kind of what you would be expecting as well, right? At least from the side of Julie with a Pummelers on Prizefighter, she can just snowball so much. And Kazan just has potential for KOs as well, especially if damage is continuously being brought out by the Juno, right? With the blobs. You're just going to passively hurt the enemy more and more, and then Kazan can just finish off the kill in the end.
Yeah, and I mean, as we see right now, Kazan is still sitting on 1 form, right? Doesn't have that second set of abilities, so it's going to be really tough for them to navigate. And just now, they tick over, swapping to this open form. They do manage to push the score forward, but the opposite side, mid players, they continue to keep this offense going.
With the Juno's blobs being a bit too much in the end, together with Swiftsea as the second barrier drops as well. Darkfot does have a flip to their name if they do need it on the defensive side, but optimally they can get the core over to the other side. The core almost sneaks his way into net. Swiftsea saves the core for Darkfa on accident there, and now the mid players are back on the offense. A huge kill from Turkeen.
Yeah, I mean, that was insane. Mid players, they play that so well, right? Yeah, I mean, that flip from Darkfa at the start was a little awkward, right? Missing the strike and then going for the flip. But then afterwards, Turkeen finding the kill on, I think, Weeaboo, and then the flip coming out by Spring Mastro, securing them that first point. This might be kind of what got them past the other teams before them.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind what the issue was for Nagby on Taiko Temple before, right? It was Weeaboo being a little bit too comfortable with these edges on his Juno and just being found often in a KO range. And it's happened again this game already, right? So the question is it going to be happening so much that mid players have an active angle to play through that? Or is Weeaboo going to adjust his play to be less prone to those KOs?
Yeah, and he did adjust his play a little bit there, but again, it's really spooky for him, and wow, again, Spring Mastro also getting barely saved. But this is looking very dangerous as the barriers are opened, right, in favor of mid players.
Yeah, most definitely. It's so rough as well because Turkeen and Springmaster are really great strike. But they're also really playing to Era's weaknesses here with just not being able to have a lot of range and angles, right? They're hitting the corners where Era isn't able to reach, and that makes it so much more difficult for Kirotile to defend here. So and again, combine that with the fact that they're so comfortable in Julie and Estelle, that's gonna be it's not looking all too bad for them.
Yeah, I mean, we were really kind of struggling in this midfield a little bit. I feel like Kirotile is playing really great on this defense so far, as much as he can, being an Era.
Yes.
Just now, getting it past this might be the chance for Swiftsea to convert. There is a flip on Darkfa. Darkfa burns this flip early, but the Juno Slime's a great clear out by Darkfa. Spring Master almost has his flip used, intercepted by the Bewitching Beam, and now Weeaboo is converting on this offense. Passed down to Swiftsea, the hook interrupted by the Rose Warp, and, well, this looks really dangerous for the side of mid players.
This looks really, really dangerous. But Juno Blob does do its thing, finds the angle past Darkfa and Turkeen there to get themselves a 1-1. It feels like it shouldn't be a 1-1, but that's just Taiko Temple games with control-heavy picks.
Yeah, I mean, that's completely fair, right? Weeaboo, again, almost getting taken off the map. I think he might have gotten bounced by the drum there, just barely. Taking more damage and still now only having one evade left to work with.
Yeah, the attack is going towards the side of Nagby, though. They do find the core to be going the other way, but Turkeen has now locked in a scary third prizefighter stack. So that could be scaling quite heavily as Kuratile excellently defends this situation. Has a flip-on available as well if they do end up needing it here, though. The question is Nagby going to be able to get an attack going against Darkfa, or is everything going to be defended preemptively? We'll see. Nice,
yeah, well, we'll have to see. And bear in mind, if mid players actually win here, this is going to be a rematch of winner's side, right? Where the Fridge, I think, previously did 3-0 mid players. We'll have to see if they can come back. But, I mean, first they have to win this game. But with 3 prize fighter stacks on Turkeen already, it looks like this first set is heavily in favor of the mid players.
Yeah, as it stands right now, it also feels like they have a little bit more control on the core side as the core slides his way through the net there, just barely. Really nice strike shot from Darkfa there, defending the net and setting mid players up for an attack potentially, but Swiftsy and Weeaboo not allowing that. A good flip, good patience, waits out all of the abilities, and a clean placement from Swiftsy takes the second goal.
Yeah, Swiftsy kind of really needed that, right? Great patience, sends it in. They are aiming to get as many goals as they can in hopes of maybe winning this set and then resetting the prize fighter stack, so they have a clean slate to play from next set.
Yeah, most definitely. An attack goes through towards Nagby's side. Kuratile defends it well, though. And Turkeen almost needs to be a bit careful there. Almost died to the Kazan open form there, as one barrier is down on the side of mid players. Holding on to this last one. You do have an Atlas in net, right? Which is naturally going to be really good at holding a barrier like this. Turkeen almost finds another kill on Weeaboo, but it's able to evade in time as the core continues to bounce back and forth.
Continues to bounce back and forth. This could be a second barrier falling now in favor of normals are getting better, but a 3-man defense, not enough actually, as a great strike comes out by Swiftsy, but he could be taken off the map really soon. The top spin burned, and well, now Turkeen, Spring Master on the offense, but it just keeps getting sent back to their side. They might not be able to be on the offense for much longer.
Yeah, the core barely doesn't touch the barrier there either, which is a little bit unfortunate for Turkeen. Good defense makes it so only one of the barriers fall there. Turkeen really looking for those kills, finally able to find one, now having a man advantage that they need to really play for and make sure they can at least get the second barrier with that.
Yeah, but the Juno core speed means that it's really tough to deal with it on this overtime, right? And now Swiftsy, Weeaboo, they might be able to convert on this offense. It's now sitting in the corner of Nagby, but that ult from Era actually clears it out really well.
Yeah, Turkeen is using a lot of dash punches, but not quite able to really translate them into kills, which is very unfortunate. But again, just really good defense from the side of Kuratile here is going to continue to keep this barrier alive, as Nagby is going to try to set up and find ways to score. But before that, Turkeen punches Weeaboo off the map, setting a man advantage situation as Darkfa defends with a strike shot.
Yeah, I mean, that's the second amazing strike shot from Darkfa that saves it. And, well, Turkeen now getting staggered. He does get unstaggered off of this Celestial intervention. Now, Spring Master and Turkeen continue this offense. Turkeen might be looking for another dash punch on Weeaboo if he's sitting in a bad position. But this might not be the bad position, as Flip has to be burned out by Darkfa. And now Kuratile dribbling, looking for some sort of way to clear. The dash means that the barrier does fall. Now, open nets on both sides, but Weeaboo looking at these slimes, looking for some sort of offense. And, well, it just sits on this opposite side. The primary, Spring Mastro taken off the map, and now this is looking really awkward for the mid players, and Swiftsy slots it into the bottom side.
Darkfa's strike shot being ever so slightly late there, didn't really anticipate the extra strike range that close forms Kazan has, as Nagby find this first set. And with the first set, they're finding a Chrono Boost Era. Scary thing if they opt to confirm that pick.
Yeah, Chrono Boost Era is a little dangerous. Could opt for the Spark Scaling instead. Opts for the Twin Drive, right? I guess it's good as multiple, speeds, but it's also just a deny from Atlas. But again, the Atlas can just pick up Timeless Creator.
Yeah, exactly. The prime time going the way of Juno, though, is going to make it a lot more oppressive. Just more buffs on the field. Deadeye is a bit scary again, though. Estelle has a surprising amount of damage if you do have something like a Deadeye, and it just creates another threat around the edge of the map that needs to be looked out for Nagby. So we'll see if it's going to come to fruition or if it's not going to matter that much. As Turkeen's trying to set up for a kill up top, doesn't quite find it though. Swifty being very aggressive with the Kazan, good strikes, good ability usage, and a clean translation from Weeaboo to finish this goal.
Yeah, a slight misclear out by Darkfa means that Weeaboo is able to capitalize off of it, and hey, that's what Weeaboo can do when he's not dead, right? And Turkeen's still sitting on 1 prize for a stack, no rampage stacks, right? This is not really looking great for this Juliet who wants to scale through this set.
Most definitely. They do find one of the rampage stacks in hopes of finding many more to get even more lethal going. A really great Celestial intervention there though, holding Spring in this game. The court does go back to the side of mid players here, but Weeaboo is really low and needs to be very, very careful around this Juliet, as Juliet just confirms the kill with an ultimate. Well executed.
Yeah, I mean, confirms the kill, and then that's the flip that has to be burned by Darkfa, but a great hit stun means that the core slides right past Kirtal, and, well, that's the goal now for mid players, evening it up.
It is 1-1, and Turkeen is now on 1 prize fighter stack. It does need to be remembered, and you do not want to give much more, as Turkeen and Spring are both closing in on their flips on the side of Nakbi. Only Swifty is getting closer to it, so you need to be a little bit careful, as Turkeen finds another rampage stack as well. Almost finds a kill with that flip, but just has to settle for a barrier, as Nakbi is now going on the offense again.
Yeah, I mean, going on the offense, right, but the side of mid players kind of has to sit on this defense. A lot of damage for both Turkeen and Spring Master. Spring Master backs up to grab the orb. Turkeen wants to go forward for the orb of his own, but Darkfa with a strike shot strikes it right into the goal of the Nagby.
Immediately recognized the mispositioning from Kirotile there and strikes towards it past Weeaboo to punish that play almost immediately. Really well played, as they're now 1 goal away from taking their first set of this game.
Yeah, that's for sure. And oh, there's a kill, right? The side's actually doing wonders for Turkeen as he finds the kill on Weeaboo. Now up to 3 prize fighter stacks, but the side of mid players, they just can't get an offense going, right? Kirtal, Swiftsea layering their strikes perfectly, finding a way to save those barriers. And just as I say that, Spring Master with the Rose Warp does get that top barrier and might actually be taken off the map really soon too.
Yeah, there's no evades for the side of Spring Master, but neither are there any for Weeaboo, so it's a bit dangerous for everyone involved, unless you have an Atlas on your team that can not only put down an ultimate to keep you alive, but also assist in taking out the enemy forward as Swifty goes off the map.
Yeah, and I mean, these passing plays coming out really well from the side of mid players alongside their kills, the flip having to be burned out by Kirtal. But I think they're okay with it because it does mean they do save their barrier in this power play. Now Turkeen looking for some sort of offense topside gets kind of destroyed by this Maelstrom, but that's the barrier found by Spring Master. Darkfa now in a tough situation to save it, loses a barrier of his own, and now it's open nets for both sides. These clears are looking really awkward. The bounce, the strike war attempt fails, and well, Turkeen gets shrunk. Now he can't really go on this offense for a little bit, but the pass out by Darkfa, this might be the goal, and yes it is. That's a set for mid players over Nagby.
And that was clean, calm, and collected from Turkeen there, just waiting out Kirtal's movement and seeing that empty space above. Kirtal not expecting it and not able to respond to it in time. As we'll see a missile prop pick up from Atlas, missile prop being a surprisingly strong awakening for Atlas with the primary, right? Being so oppressive, being able to maybe even shove the core almost to the enemy side, if executed correctly. Rapid fire, and ooh, nice sedge on Turkeen.
Yeah, Knife Edge, I mean, not only is it really... Okay, Weeaboo finally realized the way to win is to take Unstoppable, so you don't die. And, you know, Estelle and... What is it, Julie? Not really the best in terms of taking off the Unstoppable to help Weeaboo die. The slight bit of solace is that Atlas can pretty well with the missile prop. But, yeah, now having double sparks on Swiftsea 2 is a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, the double sparks is what I was eyeing, right? You're really playing a dangerous game at this point, because he does have two sparks itself aren't really that bad, but it's more so about the potential future drafts, right? You're in a 1-1 set, at least one more draft is happening, and if both sparks come out at the same time and Swifty is within the top 2 of that draft selection, he's getting 3 sparks, and there's nothing you can do about it. But a clean hook from Swifty plays it around Atlas here, and they take the first goal.
Yeah, I mean, they take the first goal. I mean, otherwise, Estelle getting this perfect form, right? The rapid fire going over to Era is also pretty big, right? Allows them more cooldowns to help on this defense. But yeah, I mean, as you said, right? This scaling is going to be very scary for Nagby.
Most definitely. But again, Turkeen has a knife's edge. I just can't really forget that. It's just so much more lethal now around edges, so... Flip coming out from the side of Spring, not quite able to find it all the way through though, as Swifty with a clean Kazan smash finds a kill on his own for the first time, putting himself into 2 prizefighter stacks and maybe becoming a little bit more of a KO and damaging menace as he's going to continue to stack more KOs, find a third one, has Flip as well. This is looking very advantageous for Nagby.
Yeah, I mean, Spring Master just getting bullied here, right? As he just respawns right into another death. And, well, that's 2 flips being burned, 1 by Swifty, 1 by Kirital. But it does get saved for now by Darkfa. And a flip burned out by Turkeen means it goes forward, but just returns to the opposite side. And the strike shot misses. Darkfa loses that goal. And, well, all goalies get 1. It's the curse of strike shot.
True. You can't be playing strike shot with at least missing 1 of them. But this is looking a little bit rough now for the side of mid players. You're dealing with a 3 prizefighter stacks Kazan. Your Julie doesn't really have any Rampagers prizefighter stacks on their own. Top barrier gets lost. The flip it's used for Weeaboo, but still you're in a 2v1 now in terms of barriers as well. The missed strikes drop the second barrier as well, as now Nagby's looking to go up against this final net and final point of this set.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of seeing a reversal, right? Instead of it being Turkeen who's killing Weeaboo, now it's Swifty who's kind of trying to kill Spring Mastro. And while Swifty gets taken off the map, loses the prizefighter stack, and, well, Darkfa almost loses the goal, but because he keeps it alive, it could be worth it for them.
It could end up being the kind of saving play to take Swifty out here to make sure he's only on 2 stacks, but 2 stacks is still pretty dangerous. And again, almost the course sneaks his way into the net there, but they're holding on. Darkfa and Spring are holding on to dear life in that defensive side. Playing around Swifty and Weeaboo pretty well, but really not being in a position to go offensively as well, as the strike shot doesn't connect to the red core of Swifty as they take the 3rd set.
It's very tough, right? And I kind of feel for the side of mid players. Maybe hindsight, the Julie should have just gone unstoppable so that it doesn't go over to Juno. And whoa, that's a spark of agility. That's 3 sparks. Spark of strength is still in the draft, right? So even if mid players win this, they have to worry about denying the spark of strength.
Yeah, you really hate to see it if you're mid players here. So you're already going to go on an uphill battle against a triple Spark Kazan. The only saving grace is that he at least can't get size anymore, but if he's anywhere near to the top of draft, even if you do find an upset, it's just so difficult. And if that in and of itself wasn't enough already, 1-2 punch on Juno and Castellas and Era are bits across the board for the side of Nagby here. That is going to be difficult. Yeah.
Kazan has a flat 650 movement speed, or sorry, has a flat 500 movement speed right before anything, and that's just insane, right? I think Stacks is also still in the draft too, right? So even if he doesn't get Spark of Strength, Stacks could mean that this guy just moves everywhere across the map, and well, that's not ideal, right? As both barriers are taken for both sides, this could be a situation where mid players finds one of the goals that they need, but coming to this opposite side, with Juno and Kazan, the number of multi-hits just means that it's really tough to defend.
Yeah, and if the speed from Kazan's baseline isn't enough already, you're being supported by a twin drive Castellast Era, giving you even more speed, but Spring finding a beautiful beam here to get that core through Kirital and giving him that much needed some momentum to maybe get the set in their favor.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that, Turkeen, either, what the side of mid players, they have 2 options here, right? Either they look for a way to kind of take this unstop off or, focus kills on Swiftsy, or they just have to play full core control.
Yeah, and full core control is so... both of these playstyles are just difficult to execute though, right? Full core control against a Juno and a Kazan with all of his cooldowns and reduced and movement speed, it's difficult to do, right? And especially, again, the Juno has a 1-2 punch as well. It's so difficult to play.
It is, yeah, it is insanely difficult to play. And There is a flip now for Swiftsy, but that's the first barrier, almost the second. Turkey looking for a chance to kill Weeaboo here, doesn't really get it, as that's the second barrier that falls to that flip. And now there's the hook, there's all these slimes in front of the net of mid players. A great save out by Spring Master, out by Darkfa, but not enough as it slides right past the Atlas. We are on to game point for Nagby.
Nagby do win, score this next goal. They get their chance at redemption in the losers qualifier and make their way into EUSL, potentially against the Fridge. But first of all, they'll have to find the net. But as they already found the first barrier, and it's looking very oppressive right now for that second one as well.
Yeah, very impressive for the second one. And well, mid players are not out of it yet, right? 2 flips almost built, and them looking for some sort of offense here. A great secondary means that Swiftsy cannot convert there. That's one barrier. Flip ready for Spring Master, uses it. Swiftsy almost taken off the map. A great evade out by him means that he lives, and well, now with that Spark of Breezil, he cannot really get staggered very well. And there's the flip. Darkfa does secure it for now, but Weeaboo, he just has to win these strike wars, get it to Swiftsy, and that will be the way they score.
Yeah, the explosive entrance not really doing a lot for Turkeen so far, but Turkeen does find the flip to take out Swiftsy out of this game, create a 3v2 situation. This is where you want to find the second barrier.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you want to find the second barrier, right? But also, that's 2 prize fight attacks for Turkeen now. Let's see if he can snowball this, right? If he can snowball this, this is their win con, but no! It gets dropped by a perfect NATO from Kirital. Now that's a 3v2 in favor of normals are getting better, but they do have the barrier disadvantage. But it's on overtime, right? Juno gets insane core speed on overtime here.
It's on overtime, but they're able to hold on just long enough for Turkey to come back. Turkey now needs to be careful to not drop down again, though, as the drum saves her from another KO. The good dash, though, and strike puts it into the bottom of the net as we're going into a 0.5 of this 4th set.
Yeah, Turkey finding that amazing dash strike, and hey, maybe mid players could send us to a set 5 here, or there might be a quick closeout from normals are getting better.
We will see. Turkeen's getting rather low. It does have an Atlas ultimate to be healing up with. Darkfa doing a good job intervening early there. If it comes down to it, Darkfa has a flip as well. Turkeen not quite able to find that kill on Swiftsy. And Swifty is looking to take out Springmaster, but isn't able to. The first barrier drops on the side of Nagby. Are they going to be able to hold on to the second one, though?
For now, they are, but it just keeps going back to the opposite side. A great primary out by Springmaster means that Turkey almost gets that barrier. A great defense out by Kirital, and this flip is really awkward. Where does it clear? This top side, that's one barrier that drops. The second just being defended away from, but now the opposite side has moved to that bottom, but it just keeps going around, and well, Darkfun needs to be really careful, loses that barrier, and he might lose this goal right here as Swiftsy has this flip. He's moving up, and oh no! Missed strike timing means that Nagby takes it over the mid players.
Nagby, with this goal, gets another chance at qualifying for EUSL. They're going to go up against the Fridge in another best of 3. So, gonna be interesting to see who's going to be able to pull it home from that game. Mid players having a really good run, finishing in the top, within the top 6, as Seed 8 is already really good. But in the end, Nagby's scaling just ended up getting the better of them in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Nagby's scaling really doing a lot for them, but I'm a little worried for them, right? They didn't look that convincing against Eclipse, while on the other hand, what is it? The Fridge looked pretty good against Flames Kittens. Both games going to set 5. I know at least one of them went to set 5.5. I don't think the first one did. I think set 5 was a 3-0 that first game, but still pretty convincing in that they can put on a show, right? Now, I mean, anything you wanted to say before we head off to a break?
Nothing too major, really. I just really hope that Nagby is having a proper think about their game plan in this next game, because Darkfa was doing a really good job on the defensive end, but he still had a few inconsistencies, right? A few goals that went in that shouldn't really have happened. You're not given that liberty if you're playing against Otta. Otta is not doing that. Otta is saving cores that should have no business being saved at times. So you need to make sure you have a proper game plan if you're going to go up against the Fridge and you're looking to qualify.
And I mean, we saw it in the upper qualification match, right? Otta definitely looked like the best player on that team in terms of just how well he was holding down some near impossible saves that he really shouldn't have made, right?
Yes.
And I mean, Hide and Goal and Immaculate were still solid too, but Ata was kind of the star performer on that roster, and we'll have to see if Nagby can get past them.
Yes, but that will be in just a bit. So we'll go on a short break as we're getting everything ready for this final qualification match of EUSL. Stay tuned as we're getting everything ready to find out who the 8th team is to join all the other ones in our league.
Hello, and welcome back to EUSL Season 2, Qualifier number 2. This is our final spot on the line between the Fridge and Normals Are Getting Better. I'm here with Sloth. How's it going once again?
I'm doing just as great as I've always been. I'm not doing as great because I'm seeing an AtLab with explosive entrance on the field. So I think we're seeing a little bit of murder.
Yeah, we might be seeing a little bit of murder, right? But I think one thing, before we get into any of the drafts, I think I need to keep in mind is we have Kazan players on opposite sides, right? So the Kazan might be a hotly contested pick in this series, right? The Swiftsea Kazan or the Ata denying the Kazan goalie, or denying the Kazan forward as a goalie from him. I really want to see how that'll play out.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it would be one thing if it's like a playable character for both of them, but it's gone to basically their core play, like character to play, right? Swiftsea has been having a lot of Kazan gameplay, has been having really good showings on it, and obviously Ata on Kazan has a lot of potential to be really good as well. Now, do I think Ata would contest Kazan on AtLab? I'm not fully sure. Again, I feel like in his character pool on a map like this, he much prefers having something like a Mako, but
Yeah.
who knows? I've been proven wrong before. And I feel like on this game anyways, you're much more looking at priority picks like Amy's and Centauros because it's explosive entrance, right? There's a lot of value to be gotten through those awakenings.
Yeah, and I mean, looks like Ice Draft still hasn't started yet. We're still prepping on whatever is happening here. But yeah, I mean, the Amy, the Zentaro, different picks that will be looked to be denied. I think Hide and Goal does play the Amy, and so does Weeaboo, right? So
Yes.
it might just be a first pick angle for one of them. Not sure.
The only thing that is a little bit sad at this point is that neither of these goalies are really eject-bound goalies, so we're unlikely to see an Amy in net. Now, I've seen Ata play it before, more so than Kiratile, but I'm not sure if he would opt to play it in a series like this. But
Yeah, I think Ata has played it in solo queue, but most likely he will just stick to his comfort, right? His Rune, his Kazan, his Mako, right? All great picks for him. And on the opposite side, right, Kiratile. We've seen the Dubu, we've seen the Era. I mean, he plays a lot of different picks, but probably not so much the eject goalie picks.
yeah, I don't think I remember any of them. So it's just going to be likely that Kira's going to go into his casual or normal Dubu Atlas with stacks on stacks and just be an oppressive force with extra movement speed. Also, very much expecting a now in this game. Both, even though with the Awakenings, both Weeaboo and Hide and Goal are showing a lot of preference towards that pick, having played that character in basically most of our games today. So it's going to be interesting to see where the priorities lie here, right? Do we just want to confirm now for our team? Do we want to make sure we get a Zentaro on an Awakening like this? And what do we want to remove from the enemy's team, as Nakbi is already saying, hey, we do not want Ata on that Rune pick, taking that out with the first ban.
And wait, this is a little spooky here, right? Also taking the Kazan away from Swiftsea. This means that if Kiratile locks this Mako here, this could be a little scary. But I don't think he will, right? Because if he locks the Mako, that means that Hide and Goal gets this Aimi, right? And Aimi, again, on this explosive start is insane.
I do wonder they might still actually go for it, because Ata is like mainly practiced on these three picks, and Kiratile way back was playing a lot of Mako. But obviously, Zentaro first pick, you can't like not do that on an explosive entrance start. It'd be a bit silly to not pick that character.
Yeah, I mean, Zentaro on the explosive start, there's a chance we could see the Mako Aimi answer, right? Which, yeah, there's the Aimi, right? And there's the Mako.
Yeah. We know our players.
Hey, I mean, it's just good on the start, and I just know them, right?
Yeah, obviously. It's just a solid start. I'm more curious what the follow-up for Nakbi is going to be here. If they're just going to lock down a now for themselves, or if they're going to commit heavier into that kill. Maybe even something like a Juno for passive damage. But I'm not fully sure what they are going to prefer going for here. it's very confident in there being some sort of lockdown goalie, though, likely something like a Dubu. They go for Finny.
Yeah, but this could also be a Finny midfield, right? I know Weeaboo is comfortable on this Finny midfield. I don't know how much Kirito really plays Finny, but again, we could see something like a Finny now Zen or something like that. Just as like really solid damage and looking to make sure that. Okay, we opt for the Atlas, right? Atlas for Kirito. So this is going to be a Finny midfield, and then an Asher for Immaculator. One of his signature picks, actually.
Yes, most definitely. So, the decent amount of comfort from both sides here. I'm not sure how much Weeaboo has played the Finny midfield, but it's definitely still a threat nevertheless, especially if you have Zentaro with explosive entrance. You can play for kill. Kirito and Alta both going for their lockdown goalies, saying, hey, I'm just going to outlast you with my pick while my team's either going to kill you or just going to force it through you anyways. It's going to be... I'm not sure if I have a clear favorite in this draft, if I'm honest. Do you have one, Ether?
I think I'd like to forward the... favor the comp of...
Favor of comp, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, of the fridge, right?
Okay.
Just because Mako, Aimi, Asher, right? Assuming that this is, Asher forward, Mako goalie, right, being their signature picks. Aimi Asher is just an insane duo, and even against an Atlas who's really good at defending against these corner offenses, it's still oppressive, right? Firewall Sentry, Pat Splitter, just everything.
Yeah, most definitely. The only thing that can really stop that at this point is the potential of just KOs, right? If Finny and Zentaro, if they find even more awakenings that go their way, if a Finny gets a dead eye, if Zentaro finds a 1-2 punch or something, survivability could be an issue for the side of Fridge here, but that is all post first draft anyways. So I feel like if going into the first set, we would probably be expecting Fridge to have a slight upper hand on the side of Nakbi, unless, of course, Nakbi just pulls out a masterclass and just doesn't allow Fridge to play their game plan.
Now the question is who goes stacks here? Because I think most people go explosive, right? Zen goes explosive, Aimi goes explosive, Mako can go either. I think Finny goes stacks, and I mean Finny Atlas Asher probably also goes stacks.
Yeah, I'm definitely expecting stacks. Like, the only one I can tell you for certain go stacks is going to be Atlas. Because I feel like on Mako, Finny, and Asher, all of them have their upsides at going explosive. It kind of depends on what you're going to be looking to play for. I feel like it will make more sense to have stacks on Finny, but I have been proven wrong before.
Yeah, so 3 stacks, 3 explosives, a perfect split, right? Explosive on Aimi Zentaro, obviously, and then also the Mako for more speed. And then stacks for Asher, for Finny, and for Atlas. But the important thing to think about, right, is we have double Siphoning Wand on the side normals are getting better. So that means that Imac is going to be in a little bit of danger of getting killed and losing the stacks.
Most definitely. You can also see what Kirito is going to be playing for, because Kirito opted to not take Strike Shot here, is going momentum boots together with that stacks on stacks, so he's looking to be oppressive in the way he's positioning, maybe walking all the way up to the halfway point and just plopping down a solar expanse to just create even more pressure, as the core does bounce awkwardly in front of the net though, and Immaculator finds the corner of the goal.
Yeah, and I mean, that is the first goal, right? We see the Firewall Sentry popped up on that top side, making it really difficult for Nagby to clear that, and then alongside the Ensnare Drums and then just Immaculator being Asher, it's pretty tough to defend against, and that's why we love this Aimi Asher forward duo, and, well, 1-for-1 on barriers are answered back, right, by the Fridge.
Yeah, Nagby does have a flip available on Swiftsy. The question is, do they want to use it? Yeah, Hiding Goal doesn't really have any evades, so maybe there's a kill angle there. It does depend on what they're going to go for, but Atta immediately recognizing the mispositioning from Kirito and punishing it with a flip to take that barrier. But Nagby still in core control. Really low HP bar on the side of Swiftsy here, but the Atlas ultimate comes in to save the day.
Yeah, and oh my god, an insane dribble out by Immaculator forces out the flip from Kirito. But the speed, the drum and bass from Atta just means that this core can continue to stay forward without any repercussions.
Yeah, the Nagby does eventually find the core to go to the other side, but still you have to get a pass to Mako on the defensive end, and that's just not going to be very easy for you as abilities come out to stop that attack. Immaculator gets a bit low, but not quite low enough to be within kill threat, as a lot of abilities have been used. The core bounces into his way, and he can easily use his dash to score that goal. Well executed from the side of Fridge.
Yeah, I mean, the Fridge absolutely executing the start of this game really well. Again, I'm just going to keep commenting on it, right? Aimee Asher is such a good combo together, and it's just so oppressive because of their stuff potential. And now with 2 flips almost ready for the Fridge, it's going to be dangerous as they are on set point.
Yeah, the only way to really stop that force is by just getting kill opportunities, right? Make sure that they are not healthy enough to really contest and set themselves up for a really good Aimee turret or a really good Asher shield. So the core does go through in the end still, though. Its next way passes, double barrier is going to be dropped. Immaculator gets a bit low, doesn't really have any evades, but the Nagby at this point more busy trying to score, as Kiratile finds a really good Atlas primary there to still hold on to this point, and a huge ultimate to keep Swifty in this map.
Yeah, I mean, keeping Swifty alive, that is one barrier now that Nagby takes, and Immaculator just getting unstaggered, has one evade to work with in case it's needed. Ata has this flip, actually, and can use it defensively or even walk up and use it offensively if Immaculator and Hide and Goal need it.
Nagby needs to be a bit careful, though. They're using a lot to try to find this kill on Immaculator, and because of that, they're not really able to make any progress on the barrier, as Swifty also ends up dying here. Really good angle from Ata here, though. Sneaks it past Kiratile.
Ata, that was insane! He finds the perfect core flip angle, and then that's a 3-0 set for the Fridge, them looking dominant off rip, and what is Ata rewarded with? Potentially this unstoppable against Zentaro against Finny. Maybe not the best call. Super Surge also pretty amazing. Extra special. Hot Shot. There's just so many great picks. Or could just opt to scale with Sparks.
He does end up going for the Hot Shot, which leaves a Super Surge for Aimee. Never mind. Aimee does end up going Adrenaline Rush. Does that mean the Super Surge going to Zentaro? That'd be a bit weird, as he already has a Dash Awakening, so... No! Okay, Giga Long Dash Zentaro. We'll see how that's going to end up for Swifty, as I've heard that a long dash could be a little bit hard to manage, especially with the funny interactions that Zentaro can have. Yeah, immediately on the other side of the game.
Hey, I mean, last time we saw it with Weeaboo, long dash into death, and now this time it's Swifty, long dash into death, but a Sad Boys angle means that it is cleared out. And now in a 2v3, it's looking to be not terrible, as Hide and Goal is actually getting taken so low and could get taken off the map. The Oni's Blade not enough, as Swifty misses the angle, the core kind of walks through, and oh, the self-pass. Hide and Goal almost taken off the map, but great clears out by Ata for now.
Yeah, even though the dash is a bit long, obviously it's gonna hurt really much, as a nice flip takes both barriers out and immediately followed up by Hide and Goal to score this in as well. And at this point, we have a clear level advantage in every single role. Complete level 3 against complete level 4. So the snowball is starting to accelerate.
Yeah, the snowball is starting to accelerate, as a team with the name of the Fridge would want it to, right? They just kind of calm down, they start chilling, and, well, this is what happens.
Yeah, they had probably a really good think of what went wrong on the winner side of things, and are just making sure these mistakes aren't happening again, as a really nice kill is being found by Immaculator, and both barriers drop. Swifty trying his best to take this barrier, does end up finding it, uses the flip, but where is it going? Immaculator is 1 HP, but Swifty just dribbles the core up top and finds the edge to get themselves their goal in the set.
Yeah, and hey, I mean, this is kind of what Nagby wants, right? They want these sneaky goals, because there are times where even Ata will falter, and that was one of those times, right? So they took advantage of it, and they need to do this more.
Yeah, most definitely. Flip coming out from the side of Kiratile here. The core does get the bottom barrier here, putting it into a 1-1 in barriers, both on the same side, though, which is a little bit awkward to play if you are playing a defensive goalie. The question is, how well is it going to end up working for you, though? Ultimate coming out from Immaculator. The side of Fridge here getting really close to 2 flips, which is not what you want to see if you're Nagby.
Yeah, and oh my god, a great glitch pop out by Hide and Goal means that Immac can actually get that second barrier after a good series of strike wars, but second barrier almost answered back. Great clear out by Ata, who actually ticks over to this flip. Immac with another strike or two might tick over as well. but he's still not there. He's probably sitting at 75 energy. There it is, the flip, the kill, up to Hide and Goal, but Hide and Goal has his Adrenaline Rush going. They're just trying to layer all these abilities, not able to yet. Great clear out by Kirital, winning that strike war, flip forward. Once again, answered out by Kirital. Swiftsy, the drum and bass, drumming, beating, as Weeaboo comes back, and, well, this actually looks okay for the side of normals are getting better.
Yeah, Kirital was doing a really good job there, making use of the base movement speed that he has with his Awakenings and the size to just continuously win Strike War after Strike War and just interrupt the core before it even gets to Immaculator to create a scary situation. As, again, Fridge is looking to get an attack going, but it's just cleanly diffused by the side of Nagby. But Nagby, again, also not quite able to find a good attack going. Flip going into Ata here. Ata and Hide and Goal, both 1 HP, both really close to dying. But they aren't dead just yet, as Nagby is trying to find a sneaky way past the side of Ata. But Imac gets the clean angle, Kirital holding on to the flip, and that goal is going in.
Honestly, that goal looked really good for the Fridge, and then really good for Nagby, and then Immaculator with the insane dribble, kind of living up to his name, absolutely immaculate with that performance, and there he goes, he gets that goal.
Yeah, and it's immediately followed up as well by taking another barrier here. Kirital walking up a bit too far here as he gets taken out by Immaculator. Weeaboo now taking over goalie duties, but is he going to be able to do anything against an Asher? He is not, as the core is going back and forth. Hide and Goal predicts the clear perfectly as they take the second set in a confident manner.
Yeah, I mean, again, this Aimi Asher, it's doing wonders. And we saw twice there, the Adrenaline Rush pickup from Hide and Goal actually doing a lot of work. And once again, it did there at the end. And now Immaculator first pick. This is a weird draft, right? He could opt for the Spark of Agility, but Fight or Flight, Egoist, all are amazing options.
And then there's a hidden secret pick. Have you considered Chrono Boost and Centauro? Triple dash.
Yeah, we could see Chrono Boost and Centauro. I don't think we will. It'll probably be Stagger Swagger.
It'll very likely be Stagger Swagger or Egoist. I think Monumentalists. Yeah. Oh, Monumentalist is not being picked up by Finny. I feel like with extra special together, that would be a really good and easy way to pump out damage consistently. But they do opt for the Stagger Swagger on Finny. The Rapid Fire on Kirital should help on the defensive end as well. But we'll see if it's going to be enough as a KO is found immediately on Swiftsy.
I mean, Hide and Goal is also sitting at almost 900 movement speed, right, with the drum and bass and the Adrenaline Rush proc. It's absolutely insane, and, well, despite that power play, the side of Nagby manages to hold, and as I say that, they lose one barrier, and might actually lose the life of Weeaboo after, as they lose another barrier with a great ensnare drums from Ata.
Yeah, it's just so impossible to defend against something like that. If a Mako ultimate is coming your way like this, you can't really hold on to it, as now the side of Fridge is playing pretty cleanly, not able to get it quite past Kirital yet, though. It goes through the turret, good tank by Swiftsy, but Swiftsy does give his life for it in the end. Immaculator gets close to a flip, though. You need to be careful that he doesn't get a guarantee. He's like 2 hits away at this point.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are just so fast, right? Stacks on stacks, Ad Rush with the Mako double dash range speed, right? It's insane, right? And it looks like the side of the Fridge has actually scaled already.
Yeah, most definitely. The core does find its way onto the side of Fridge again, but it's kind of bouncing back and forth. Both forwards are trying to set themselves up again. A flip has to come out from Ata here. Are they going to be able to translate anything from it, though? Immaculator trying to self-pass, but Kirital calm and ready. Collecting that. Swiftsy reading the clear from Ata perfectly, though, as he takes the goal.
Yeah, I mean, really, there was just both goalies playing that defense really well until the first one messed up, which in this case was Ata. FC did find that, but they need more of those.
Yeah, they definitely do. The dash not quite able to take this bottom barrier as the black hole pops and the barrier drops on the side of Nagby. And now you have a sad boys angle from the side of Immaculator. Flip on Swiftsy. Might be able to get a double barrier out of this. Doesn't even have to flip as he takes both double barriers. Kills Ata in the process. Hide and Goal also on 1 HP. Another kill coming out. Imac trying to hold on to this. Is able to get the core away from the net. Stalling a lot of precious time as Ata's back in a second. But the core does find his way in the net in time. Really strong offense from the side of Nagby. And that's what you're playing for. You're looking for those kills. That's what you need to find.
Yeah, you're looking for those kills, right? You're running a Finny Zentaro comp. You kind of need these kills in order to function. But on the opposite side, Jaime with Adrenaline Rush really wants those kills as well, but they get this first barrier. Imak with his dribbling, look at how fast he's going! I mean, I think the important thing was that Imak lived last round, but he might not live that longer, right? He needs to live if he wants to keep the stacks on stacks, and he gets the orb, he is regenning, and actually just trying to stay out of this place so he doesn't die.
Yeah, the stacks are so important for him because it's just going to allow him to play so much more smart and aggressive as the core flies past Kiratai, a little bit mispositioned as they're now in front of the net. We are in a set 3 situation. We have 2 goals on the side of Nakbi. They need to find this third one to close this out confidently. Otherwise, you're running the risk of a reverse sweep, and you do not want to entertain that idea even.
Yeah, and there's the Adrenaline Rush now for Hide and Goal. A pass up from Imak. Down. That's the flip from Weeaboo. Oh, it goes at an awkward angle. He has to clear through this turret, but doesn't manage to, mistimes it, and that's the Firewall Sentry getting a goal for Hide and Goal. But
more importantly, Immaculator has died and lost his stacks. So is Kiratile, but on Immaculator, that's going to hurt a lot.
Yeah, Immaculator stacks was really important to him, and yeah, that's the flip stuffed out for Hide and Goal. He has no energy to work with and is kind of low. Grabs this orb. But as you said, right, the stack's no longer there for Immaculator. He needs to build this up as fast as he can.
Yeah, and the kill threat is still very present. You can see Hide and Goal is just taking damage over and over again. An unfortunate grand finish from Finny does put it and take out their own barrier, but Hide and Goal on literally 0 energy and 0 HP. It does sneak its way past the defensive Kiratile though, as they are now facing an open goal.
And there it is, the flip ready for Swiftsy in case he needs it, right? He could also use this to just flip Hide and Goal off. He's staggered with this Oni's Blade. He's taking damage, trying to live. But, oh, there it is. The flip. He flips off Swiftsy. Or, sorry, he flips off Hide and Goal, but, oh my god. The cross-map flip from Atta. Kiratal misses the clear, and that's now us up 2-2 for the Fridge.
This was about as perfect as the flip could have been, because if you go a little bit further up, I'm not sure it goes past the Atlas expanse. So this is about the only angle that Atta really had to himself to take that goal, and yeah, Nakbi needs to be sweating at this point. Need to use the flip to hold on to at least one of these barriers. You do need to find something though. You need to find the set win, and then you need to find Awakenings to really just make sure you can play for these kills. I do believe something like a missile prop is still in the pool, which Finny would absolutely love.
Finny would love. I think even Atlas wouldn't mind it at all, because Atlas is great with missile prop, and Imak looking for this final barrier. A great triple take actually saves it there for them, but he's just so fast. This guy's finally stacked up once more. The Firewall Sentry dropped in the midfield. Weeaboo getting the Celestial Intervention to kind of live, and this is looking to be a very awkward defense. Imak fishes it out for the time being, and now they're trying to convert on this offense.
Yeah, you can see Kirita is moving really offensively as well, and if it works out, it's obviously great, but there's just such a risk to it as well, right? Because you're gonna go and meet an Asher in a strike war, and obviously Asher has a lot of tools to make those strike wars as hard as possible for you. But again, Hide and Goal needs to be careful. Evades down to a few, very low HP, finds himself an orb, is able to be put back into somewhat comfortable ranges. Kirita clearing it into the turret though, and that's gonna haunt your dreams.
And I mean, that'll definitely haunt your dreams when you're up 2-0 like that in that final set. And then this happens where you get reverse swept within the set by the Fridge. That's game 1 for the Fridge.
That is a mistake that you do not want to wish upon anyone. But Fridge overall has been the more confident team in this game, right? They have been showing a lot more consistent performances. Even though Nakbi had their win condition of going for kills, they ended up only getting 4 kills. Funnily enough, Fridge ended up with 9 kills. So yeah, the side of Fridge had a bigger kill participation than the team that ended up wanting to play for it in the first place.
Yeah, Fridge, looking great with it so far. And it's not just like damage kills, right? The damage is pretty even. It's just that Fridge was able to capitalize off of these better, right? Was able to find these finishers, find these kills. And it just looked like normals were getting better. We're slightly mispositioned a lot of the time.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely just really looking out to punish that positioning, because you're so great at doing it, right? You have an Amy, you have an Asher. They are so good at just giving that final nudge across the edge if it's needed. And yeah, just a great performance overall. Now, the next game that we're going to go into, I do believe, is a Taiko Temple game.
Correct.
So much similar to what we've already been seeing across the entire day, and also just across this series, right? Atlas Lab and Taiko Temple do have some similarities in the way you want to end up playing them, although they're not entirely the same. So I'm curious if there's going to be a different approach from either of the teams, or if we're just going to get an Awakening set that's just going to completely change the game plan anyways.
Yeah, I mean, Taiko Temple, an EU classic, right?
Yeah.
Being one of the most, if not the most played map. I don't have the stats on it on hand right now, but I'd imagine it's probably the most played map. And yeah, I mean, we'll have to see, because typically Taiko Temple does lend itself to an Asher pickup or stuff of the sort like that. The graphic, I think, on stream looks to be a little off. It is showing Atlas Lab. I'm not sure if these are the actual Awakenings that we will be rolling with, but Super Surge Timeless is definitely very game warping.
Yeah, I personally am hoping that this isn't what we're playing with, because that would be. I mean, it's essentially just the exact same thing as Explosive Entrance, wouldn't it? So you just have a run back of what's already been happened, but as we're trying to figure out whether that is correct or not.
To not have this and have a Catalyst start. No, I'm kidding. I don't want that. I don't want a Catalyst start.
I'm not sure if I don't know if I prefer that.
I don't think I want a Catalyst start. I'm gonna be honest. Catalyst, no Egoist start. Yeah, I just want a nice normal start. Like, maybe we get something like I don't know, Spark of Resilience and Prime Time or something like that. Like that's relatively tame.
Yeah, I mean, what would be the most tame combinations of Awakenings? Is there like any that basically do not change draft or the game? I find it hard to imagine personally.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, well, okay, our actual Awakening rollout is Monumentalist Prize Fighter.
Well then, I'm seeing it now on the horizon already, and I'm happy to spoil that for you. Now is, again, very much a pick that both of these teams are playing, so it's gonna be picked up by either of them if it's not banned. I'm more curious about what the bans are going to end up being, actually, because with Prize Fighter, again, very snowbally Awakening, but I'm not sure if either of these forwards are really looking to play something like a Julie that just snowballs this Awakening so heavily. And again, Monumentalists, I could see maybe a Rune ban, but I'm also not sure if Otta enjoys playing a Monu Rune. I don't think from what I've heard, I don't think he said it was very good, but we'll see.
That's for sure. But yeah, Monu Rune. I feel like Monu Rune is specifically a thing that more midfielders would like, right? And I mean, okay, we're not even seeing it. Why are we even talking about this? Yeah, but as I was saying, right, Monu Rune is something more midfielders would like, because goalies, they typically have a little less time to react to a lot of plays. And yeah, we see the Rune band, the Now band. I'm not sure where this midfield situation is going, right? We could see an Aimi picked up here. Kazan is still left open for both Swiftsea and for Atta, right?
Yeah.
Now this Asher, it could go to Swiftsea, but based on previous experience, it might just be a Kirital Asher.
Yeah, I'm not fully sure if I like that though as a first pick, but we'll see. We'll see how it's gonna end up being positioned. I'm more so curious about what Otta is gonna prefer to pick here, right? Because On obviously would do a lot of work for him. I'm not sure if if Prize Fighter would be the Awakening set for him to go commit to that though, as Arrow gets picked up for the midfield and hide and goal, which makes me believe there's maybe a chance we'll see an X up front on Immaculator.
Yeah,
because On gets picked first.
The X could just get picked up here for Swiftsea, right? I don't know if Swiftsea plays it, but the thing is that this is probably an Asher goalie, right? It could still be an Asher forward, and maybe that's what the Fridge expects. They expect this to be an Asher forward, so they're okay letting X through till final pick, and there we go. Aimi picked as well. Aimi Asher, as I talked about last game, a very deadly combo if it happens. And
I do know.
Yeah.
I do know one person that plays X. I don't think we'll see it, but he's called X Goalie Good, and it's weird.
Yeah, unfortunately, he probably won't be on the goalie position, Right?
That would have been quite the mix-up if Weeaboo said, you know what, let me in goal, I'll pick away the X, you go midfield AB, but it's very unlikely, obviously. Probably going to end up being a more standardized pick. Dubu coming in Procuretile, obviously. I mean, we've seen it before. He's good on a character. Not sure if I would prefer Dubu over Atlas on a map like this, but if it works for him, then obviously that's great. And the X, obviously, to close it off. So we'll see an Ata Kazan on Taiko Temple. I'm very excited.
So I think part of also what happened here too is I think the Asher might have actually originally been intended for Kiratile, but the Kazan pickup told them, okay, let's put Asher into the forward position and then put Kiratile on something else. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Because it's a bit difficult, because at this point, I'm not sure what Swiftsy is really comfortable playing, but what we've seen from him so far has been Kazan Zentaro.
Yeah.
Zentaro's open, but do you want Zentaro on a map like this, right? When you could just move an Asher up front that has a lot more agency. I feel like the Zentaro would be good if you're going for a lot of kill comp and you're trying to just finish the KOs. But you've seen it last game; it didn't really work out for them. They suffered to find, or they struggled, not suffered, to find a few to finish kills a decent bit. So maybe they're opting for a more simplistic game plan in this situation.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing is this era midfield will have Monumentalist, right? This is not just a normal era. This is going to be Monumentalist, right? That's definitely going to be a fun...
it's... we've been wrong all along. It's a Dubu
so it
forward.
is a Dubu forward. Okay.
I'm not sure if I like this more or less, if I'm being honest, but it's going to be interesting. Right?
Dubu is pretty solid as forward on this map, but I mean, so is Asher, right? Yeah. But the thing with Dubu is that you're able to very reliably stick it into the corner, especially against something like a Kazan who wants to kind of fish for like situations where they can pull it out of the Asher abilities. You cannot really pull it out of a Torfu Fortress. It doesn't really work.
Yeah. Come to think of it, I think Ata's going to have a really, really rough time defending against Dubu Amy here, because both of them have Monumentalists. Either of them just put down either the Turd or the Tofu Fortress, and what are you really going to be able to do as a Kazan against that, right? Kazan really shines against attacks that are trying to play it around, maybe. It does do well against Force, but more so staggered Force, right? Force like a Kai Barrage where you hit often, not a Force where, oh cool, there's just a wall there now.
Yeah, there's just a wall there, right? It's just guaranteed shots, and while Ata's still sitting at level 1, right, which means he doesn't have this pop-up in case he needs it, Imak already popping this X Maximus, doing so much damage to Weeaboo, and while Weeaboo running away grabs this orb in time, and now Ata ticks over to level 2, and now Weeaboo's taken off the map. Imak has the slip in the corner, but the double goalie situation of Nagby is really good for them.
You also need to consider the fact that we have two prize fighters, obviously. One on Imak that now has a stack. X being able to scale so well in most situations is definitely going to love having a prize fighter stack this early into the game already as well.
Yeah, and I mean, Ata being in overtime, right? Now he has this red core potential. These passes he's looking for, and Imak is just trying to position for any kind of shot to score. Oh, Swiftsy finds the angle in between Ata and Hyden goal, and now that's up 1-0 for Nagby.
That must have been the only angle possible that doesn't get reached by Ata's pokey stick there, as the first goal, surprisingly enough, goes to the side of Nagby. I'm saying surprisingly because the game flow really didn't feel like it was in their favor.
Yeah, no, I agree. And Swiftsy saved himself, right? With that Tofu Fortress, right? With that single piece of tofu, it made it so that Imak could not dash onto him and get that X-ult.
Yeah, and the Amul's coming out as well. Imak needs to be a bit careful because he's facing against an Asher here. Asher has very much the opportunity to kill him if she gets her abilities on him. Core is still being controlled. Imak on no evades now, gets flipped away as he's now staggered. But is Nagby going to be able to finish this up, or are they just going to take the man advantage when Imak is trying to refresh and get his HP back? Core does bounce up. That is likely a barrier, never mind. Being hooked away from Ata. Really well executed.
But yeah, once again, we are going into overtime, right? We're 3 seconds away, and now Atta will have this red core speed really soon. The Firewall Sentry dropped in the midfield. Imak finding the second barrier. X Maximusing looking to kind of heal up. The flip burned by Weeaboo, the flip burned by Atta, right? Neither of them have it, and the crooked leverage misses. And oh no, Atta with the middle taiko bounce.
That is the unfortunate part of the speed in the core. If the hit is slightly off center, it's gonna come back at you just as fast as you're sending it to the other team. Autosali not able to go get this core back in time.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like so far this set has kind of been the Fridge playing pretty well like 80% of the time, and then really messing up when it matters the most.
Yeah. Because it's mainly just been them applying pressure over and over again, but there is just really like, oh, that is a very fortunate Amy turret. The Amy turret was just long enough to keep the core in that little pocket up there. Atta was able to find it, so really good eyes on his end. But it's really just been like continuous force from the side of Fridge, and just an ever so slight misplay then being punished, because Kazan, you just really don't have a lot of room for error.
Yeah, and I mean, now we do see the Fridge pushing up, right? The Kazan does have one barrier to work with in case anything goes wrong, but he doesn't really want to lose it. He wants to make sure that this is a pretty clean point for the Era and the X.
Yeah, most definitely. And again, the core is just permanently stuck on the side of Macbee here, but they've been doing really well to keep it away from the goal, as Immaculator finds the edge and angle to get it past Kiratal here. Again, the weaknesses of the Asher on an open net, you don't have a lot of reach, and Immaculator immediately punishes that.
Yeah, and we do see Immaculator has 3 prize fighter stacks, right? So he could do even more punishing, right? If he looks for one of these dash into ults. And oh, little awkward dash puts Kiratal slightly out of position. The flip from Swiftsy actually hits Hidengol off of the barrier, and Hidengol looking really low. That's the first barrier fall on both sides. The flip out by Weeaboo, a little awkward.
Yeah, the core is now going back to the side of Nakbi. Swifty is looking to maybe take out Hidengol here with that movement. Gets the bounce. Dubuk does find the kill, but the barrier drops as Kiratal is not able to strike back in time. So we have a man advantage, but we have an Amy turret that's going directly into that barrier, so I'd be very surprised if that doesn't go down. Swifty trying to have his best Tan-Man impression, but not quite able to get it past Atta just there.
Yeah, not able to, and now Hidengol really needs to win these strike wars to make sure it doesn't get to Swiftsy, to make sure he cannot get these plays forward, and he might. Atta has this flip, he has it ready. Imak with this dribble, does he get it past Kiratal? Yes, he does, with a bell ringer. Ding, ding, ding.
And we're now on goal 5, and it's a story that we've seen a few times already in this matchup. Nakbi find themselves 2-0 up and then just aren't quite able to finish out the set, and now Fridge again, just through continuous pressure, have just found their way into it as Imak with a beautiful flip takes a barrier, gets a kill. Weeaboo down to 1 HP. Atta has flip as well if he wishes to use it. He does use it, he doesn't hit anything with it though, as Kiratal is trying to hold on to his last barrier for as long as he can. It's getting a bit more difficult now, but everyone is back on the field. Nakbi needs to find something though to get the play going.
No barriers, and hey, despite the emotional flip out there by Atta, the side of the Fridge does manage to close it out in the end with a great slot to the bottom corner from Hidengol, and now Immaculator's first pick. What does he get here?
I just want to point out how good that Arrow Tornado was, by the way, because it going through the middle of the map forced the entirety of Nakbi to go to the top half, opening up the bottom completely for Hidengol to just slot it in. And X goes for explosive here. A deny pick off of Amy, making sure that she doesn't get it, but I've also seen some people just enjoy a little bit of Dash X.
Yeah, I mean, X's best pick, like purely here, I think would probably have been perfect for him.
Yes.
But explosive is just a good deny off of the Amy. Aerial's going over to Hidengol, which doubles as longer range for that ult, but just more speed as well. And then the twin drive for Atta, right? Kazan loves extra dashes, right? And I'm sure he's not going to be complaining.
Most definitely. What I'm also looking at is just a missile prop on Dubu. There could be a few funny angles like this, where the Tofu Fortress is just going to turn into a murder weapon. And if you're mispositioned ever so slightly, obviously that is so difficult to deal with. Suyabu doesn't quite get the core where he wants it to. Kiratal turning into the next forward, plumping down a really good ultimate to take this top barrier. And Nagby is now looking to take this goal. Flip coming out from the side of Weeaboo, but doesn't quite find anything.
Yeah, and great evade out by Atta means that he lives to see another day. These strike wars getting kind of won out by Nagby, right? But a dash range extension means that Imak gets the first barrier, maybe the second with the flip. Yes, he does. It goes back over to Atta, but Atta has no energy to work with if more damage continues to drop on him. But so do Weeaboo and Kiratal, right? Both of them are energyless.
Yeah, most definitely. And in an open net versus open net situation, I would tend to prefer being the Kazan, but obviously there's not so much you can do against a Monu missile prop Dubu throwing a Tofu Fortress into your face as they find the first goal.
Yeah, Dubu doing the shiggy wiggy out there at the end, right?
He knows what he's done.
He knows what he's done, right? With the Monu missile prop ult. Weeaboo having no evade could get taken off the map here. But that's the barrier that's first taken off the map, and, well, Atta looking pretty low, bounced off the top bumper there, and there it goes. There's a second barrier down, and that's the Firewall Sentry drop defensively, but really in an awkward position, right? It doesn't really accomplish anything.
Yeah, the Bellringer not quite able to find the score there either, as the side of Nagby is trying to hold on to the skull as long as possible, but the longer that they're just barely holding on, the closer you get to Red Core Kazan, just resupplying the core even faster. Hiding Goal now has a flip as well. We'll see if he's going to opt to use that. He does, tries to get it up to Immaculator. Immaculator almost finds the angle. The Sentry Turret now coming out though to cleanly escort the core to the other side again, but it immediately gets returned back. A great log from Dubu, though, finds a kill on Hiding Goal as they're now playing on a man advantage to find a barrier.
Yeah, and I mean, a great angle attempt by Immaculator. Atta almost has his flip, dashes away, which means he's out of position. Losing that barrier, Weeaboo's almost taken off this map. A great bounce out by Swiftsy means that Atta has to react, and yes, he does. The flip ready for Kiratal, but the flip not used by Kiratal, and it goes in.
Quite the unfortunate angle for Kiratal. I think he was anticipating the core to just fly red towards Atta's side and wasn't ready for Immaculator to find this bounce. So, unfortunate that that point had ended up going the way it did, but we're having another attack being built from the side of Nagby now. Are they going to be able to get anything, though? No, the core immediately gets returned. Kiratal has to flip. Flip doesn't go that far, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Tofu Fortress. The angle found out by Atta saved Dubu, man, and that's the flip out by Weeaboo. It gets defended by the pop-up from Atta. Atta with the top spin keeps it going for now. Immaculator continues dashing. The X Maximus takes a second barrier, and he just keeps punching and punching and punching, and he's just taking Swiftsy so low, but Swiftsy has this flip. The flip used early out by Atta. The Pat Splitter kind of stops Imac from getting that goal, but Swiftsy can't really use this flip to find this barrier as Atta saves it.
And Swiftsy does end up going down to the Bull Rush. Question is, are they going to be able to hold down to this point? Hold out this point though. The turret completely shuts on any pass to the bottom. Kiratal is ready for it on the top end as the red core is enabled now for Atta. The speed has been upped, and now Nagby needs to be a bit worried. A good Tofu Fortress though sneaks it past Atta and creates an open goal. Now is Weeaboo able to set anything up with a jump here? No, not quite. The core goes red backed away all around to Kira again as Immaculator finds a beautiful bull rush to take the kill on Kiratal and score the second goal for the side of Fridge in this set.
Yeah, Immaculator kind of catching Kiratal off guard, right? Kiratal probably watching the core, seeing it go to the other side, not realizing that there is a bull rushing X in his face who actually manages to get another barrier here, and, well, barriers traded even for both sides.
And the core does sneak its way through as we're now in a 1-1. But the core does slowly sneak its way over to the side of Nagby again. Weeaboo is getting close to flip, might be trying to use that to secure the second barrier. Swifty close to the barrier finds it as well. A Tofu Fortress coming out now, and a Nado really cleanly taking Hyde out of the game.
And I mean, I think the other thing that does too, right? Imac actually hit Weeaboo there, so he does get his third prize fighter stack off of that.
So X is going to continue to scale even further. Hide and Goal almost being taken out by the Dubu roll there. Swifty is getting close to flip. Is he going to be able to make use of it though? He's not really getting the strikes on it. Has it now. Aeronado coming up, flipping in front of net. Otta guessing the hook wrong. And we are in a 2-2 in the second set.
Yeah, 2-2 in the second set, right? Otta figuring out that, you know, Swifty wants to go for these cross shots. And, well, now we have no energy on either forward on the side of Nagby. This is a little worrying for them, right? Because look at the energy situation on the fridge.
Yeah, and not only that, Weeaboo has 0 evades completely, while Imak is just trying to run him down and just make use of all those prizefighter stacks that he has. HP is getting low. Really good Aeronado, though. Takes out Kiratile, and now Otta forward. A new arc has begun as he finds the finishing goal of this set.
Yeah, just honestly, great play is out overall by the fridge, and well, now we are on match point when it comes to the sets, right? One set away from qualifying to EUSL is the fridge, and well, X first pick grabs his adrenaline rush. Yes, the extra special goes over to the IME, but this X, he's gonna keep resetting if he continues to kill as he's been doing.
Yeah, Otta also realizing that he's already got plenty of enough power, doesn't need to pick up the team player, rather would have the big fish to just have an even more solid defense. As Siege Machine is finding his way to Dubu. Knife's Edge obviously being really good for Era to just keep up with movement speed. And then lastly, team player might be what Kiratile would need to keep the play fast and keep it difficult for the side of Fridge to properly react.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how much... Oh my god, Imak just died and lost a single prize fair stack, but I'm not sure how much I agree fully with the size pickup. I can see why he did it, right? It's not really for his own size, but more just because he doesn't want to deal with the Dubu size, right?
I'm pretty certain Otta prefers size once he has enough strength to just send core red. I think he does prefer size just because of the defensive capabilities, right? The entirety of Kazan's kit gets affected by size.
Yes.
And having more size and more area to cover like this is absolutely massive for him.
Yeah, but then the other thing is look at the strength, right? The strength on the side of the fridge, right? Imak, 0 prize fighter. Otta, 0 prize fighter, right? If the fridge wants to win this set, they need to find 1 kill.
Yeah, most definitely, but it's something else being found, and it's the edge of the map by Hide and Goal. Swifty puts down a Tofu Fortress, just take him out completely. They lose a barrier. Weeaboo being saved by the bounce, as again, it's so oppressive. There's so many KOs being found by Dubu and Amy here. The Siege Machine doing a lot of work for the side of the Dubu here, because it just puts so much more power behind both his Dubu Fortress and his log.
Yeah, the extra special and Siege Machine doing a ton of work, right? The extra special kind of making it so that IME can just continue this offense every single set. And then the Siege Machine, you saw just how far it knocked back Hide and Goal right there.
Yeah, it's so difficult actually, come to think of it now, because all of the worst attacks that something like Kazan can't really defend against well have just been multiplied, right? The Amy turret is so difficult to deal with. Well, have fun dealing with it at every round of the start. The Dubu, Tofu Fortress and Log are so oppressive in force, and there's more kills found as well as Swifty kills Otta again, and they have a very convincing third set in this game.
Yeah, that was absolutely brutal, and I think probably less than a minute total. This Dubu could pick up the fighter fight, and yeah, he opts stacks. I don't know what he's going for, but fighter fight probably seems like the best option here.
The quick cover on Surge would have been kind of funny, but I think that is likely, yeah, it should have been picked up by Amy, but Otta realizes that, picks it up himself as well. Also not a terrible awakening to be picking up for a Kazan. Unstoppable going the way of Amy to keep survivability up. Surprisingly enough, Era does get a chrono boost though. Catalyst finding his way onto X in the end as well, and just stacks overall being very consistent and very nice for Kiratile to have, to allow him even more movement and even more oppression from that goalie position.
As it is right now, I'm really worried for the side of the fridge if they cannot find these early kills this game, right? And Imak, yeah, he's trying to live and doesn't manage to die, right? He's actually doing okay in the living department, but as I say that, the breakthrough sends him off the map, and that's him down to 0 prize fighter stacks.
it's just so difficult to play, because with these awakenings that have been like acquired from the side of Nagby, you're just trying to defend against 2 moving walls, and even if you get past the 2 moving walls, you have a 3rd one in goal. So how are you really like going to be approaching this? Because they're also decently tanky enough at this point with the awakenings that they have chosen, that you also can't just simply go and kill them.
Exactly, right? And I guess we might just be relying on something like this Ata dash range maybe to be this X factor. And there's a flip missed out by Weeaboo, but it might not matter as Swiftsy has a flip of his own that he might just use even to just kill.
Yeah, and maybe Ata is starting to regret not picking up team player here now in hindsight, because there's so much being done for the side of Nagby with Kirital just repeatedly returning the core at such fast pace. They almost can't set up in time to defend, as again, kills are just being found on the goal line.
Yeah, it's just again and again, right? I feel like this extra special is also just insanely oppressive too, in that it means that we can't see offenses like this nearly as much, right? Where they do like walk up, get this double barrier, because this extra special just buys so much space for Nagby.
Yeah, it is just so oppressive for them to deal with. And again, extra special, it'd be one thing if it's only at the start of each round, but it lowers the cooldown by so much that every single time that Nagby gets an attack, they have a turret with it. And again, if the turret isn't enough, you have a Dubu. How are you going to defend against a Dubu as Kazan? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough. We talked about the start too, right? Dubu loves stuffing. Kazan not really great at dealing with these unclearable stuff attempts, right? But now Immacular sitting on Kirital looking for some sort of dribble. Maybe he gets a goal here, and yes, he does. This is what the Fridge wants. They want to even it up. They want to take it back and end this game.
Yeah, and you mentioned it before, like, the point really starts at the beginning, who would have guessed? But it's very much, is Nagby able to set themselves up with a clean Amy offense, with a clean turret? Are they going to be able to get a swift barrier? Because if they're not, then it starts to lean a little bit more in favor of Fridge, even though it's still difficult, of course. But it's very much how much are they able to use their abilities offensively, and in a good way offensively. Are they going to be able to use Amy turrets in an easy way? Are they going to be able to use Tofu fortresses very oppressively? Because if they're not, then the consistency and the strength from the side of the Fridge is gonna then overtake eventually.
Yeah, but on the opposite side, right, you have to consider the fact that there's still just a lot of speed overall, right? Kirital is really fast, and oh, there's a kill, right? That means that the Dubu's taken off the map. It doesn't really reset anything, but it is a prize fighter stack for Ata now.
Yeah, and the kill just gives them a little bit more breathing room. It allows them to set up properly, but the setup doesn't really matter. Tofu Fortress is immediately clearing the core out. It does go through the bottom again, so Fridge is going to continue to hold the attack. Mainly, the turrets from Weeaboo just haven't really been finding their targets. Quite often, the Amy strength with a turret like this is just continuously attacking the barriers, continuously applying pressure, but Weeaboo's turrets are kind of going into nowhere at times. But it doesn't matter, they found it anyways, as they're now one goal away from putting us into another set 5.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the other thing to also keep in mind, right, there is a team player on this Asher, right? So even if they don't get a great setup at the beginning, right, this team player from the Asher can just give them a chance to get this great setup, right? It can just send it forward, and then now Weeaboo and Swiftsy, they don't have to play nearly as far back about 80% of the time.
Yeah, exactly. It just speeds up the game even further. But again, here's what I was trying to say before already as well. The Tofu Fortress not really hitting anything, the Amy turret being in nowhere, but they still end up finding their way through. And even if Ata was able to save that, Swiftsy was really close to flip. Kirital was right behind him with flip as well soon, and we're in a set 5.
Yeah, we're already going to set 5, right? This is really fast, right? And well, we have 3 sparks here, so it looks like Hide and Goal may not have the best experience, right, with respect to what he's left with. The Aimi grabs Rapid Fire. This Kazan gets a second Size Awakening, so this could be something, but again, it looks like the Size has also just been getting him killed too.
Yeah, most definitely. We'll see how well it does. A prime time onto Dubu is also not going to be very fun to deal with more logs, and obviously the Castellas being denied off of the era. It's going to be interesting to see how this ends up playing out as we go into this set 5.
Yeah, and I mean, the speed coming out from Hide and Goal, right? This Knife's Edge. finding a way to set it up, and there's that setup. We get a double barrier. That Tofu Fortress was looking dangerously close for taking some members of the Fridge off the map, and, well, that's one barrier. Could be a second as SwiftC runs up this corner. A great clear out by Ata to Imak, and, well, these interactions are really spooky for the Fridge.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of looking at, really good native from the side of Hyde, as Emek now has a flip available to him. Is he going to be able to make use of it, though? Sets himself up with the bull rush, misses the flip, but still finds the corner of the goal, as they are now finally scoring the first goal.
Okay, but fast goal, but look at this, double prize fighter stacks, right? One for Ata, one for Imak, and now they're on to 2 each.
Now is the question, are they going to be able to continue snowballing that, though? Are they going to be able to make use of that level 10x in late game and continue to be more oppressive and find more kills? Or are they just, again, going to get overwhelmed eventually? Flip has to be used by Kiratile there. The core gets caught by Ata. Kira again on the defense here, as Hyde is getting close to the barriers with a flip, trying his best to not play into it.
Yeah, Imak beating up Weeaboo. He's just not leaving the side of this Aimi, and while Aimi is staggered, this flip comes out from hide and go, goes towards Imak, but doesn't manage to catch it, and now Ata has to defend this as Kiratal starts moving forward. The flip out by Ata gets that second barrier, and now Imak has nothing to do but flip, and that's up 2-0 for the Fridge.
And that is such a horrid situation to find yourself in. Kiratal being a bit too comfortable walking up there and basically giving away that point. We now have the side of Fridge at qualification point. If they find another goal, they are in EUSL.
Yeah, and that's Ata off the map. Hide and goal has to play this era goalie for another 10 seconds, but it's going to be looking very dangerous. Imak trying to win these strike wars. He needs to. The bell ringer. He wins a crucial strike war against Kiratal. This buys time for Ata. This actually takes a barrier, and that's a negative power play for Nagby.
And you can really see like the influence that is being pushed out by Immaculator by continuously like bothering Weeaboo, because Weeaboo as the Amy is the connecting play between the whole team comp of Nagby, and if Amy's not able to partake, the core doesn't really get where it needs to be as comfortably and as fast. So if Weeaboo is here, the play just is so much more coordinated. Maybe Immaculator needs to start looking for more aggressive plays on Weeaboo here, as a slight desync is going to create a wasted flip, but Hyde is 1 HP and another Amy turret is dropping.
Yeah, but now we're on overtime route. Now both goalies will have this red core potential. Weeaboo's taken off the map. That's adrenaline rush for Immaculator. They're looking for this barrier. They do find it. This NATO comes up this top side. There's nothing to do as the NATO sends it in. The Fridge, welcome to EUSL.
Yeah, those kills in the end, they were the crucial part in them finding their qualification into EUSL now, as Nagby failed in a qualification series for the second time today. Not really something you are going to be looking back to that much. But Fridge overall has been a more consistent team, and have just been showing us why they do deserve a spot in EUSL, and they have now claimed that and made their way in.
Yeah, coming in as Seed 1, right, people were pretty confident, right, in the fact that they'd get through winners. But they got upset, right, by Flames Kittens. It was very close, right, admittedly, right, so it wasn't a terribly large upset, but in the end, right, the Fridge do close it out against Normals Are Getting Better, and now they join the other 7 teams in the EUSL. So as a quick recap, right, today, first we had Flames Kittens taking it 2-0 over the Fridge, right, making it through, then Eclipse taking it 2-0 over Normals Are Getting Better, and also making it in, and now the Fridge coming through the losers qualifier.
Yes, and they will be joining the likes of Fierce Fury and Packet Loss, who have stayed in the league from last season, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or TMCT as short, Tripopfish, and 3 Germans that have all qualified in the last week.
Yeah, well, welcome newcomers to EUSL, and welcome back veterans. Now, with that, I think that's about all we have for today, right?
Yes, that is correct. Yes, that should be marking the end of it. Maybe as a quick look forward, EUSL is scheduled to start in 2 weeks. We have a week break now, and then on the 9th of November, the first game day is being played, so make sure you're here and ready. Ether, what are you expecting? Looking back at the qualifiers, looking at the teams, what's your kind of soul read? Who should be the stronger teams? Who should be the weaker teams? What's your first impression?
Well, the first thing I want to get out of the way is there are some rumors of Eclipse's roster not all sticking together, right? So we'll have to see who comes in for EUSL and who decides to sit out, right?
Yeah.
Now, otherwise, right, I think I'm pretty confident in TMCT, right, you guys? I feel like for both TMCT and Packet Loss, I feel like both of them might have just benefited from the goalie swap, right? I think both players probably fit the other team better, so now I think both should look a little stronger, but we still have to see if there are any teams that can stand up to the Titans of Fierce Fury.
Yes, of course. I mean, that's the main thing that we're going to be looking out for, right? Fierce Fury, as the title defenders, are going to be the team to beat. Keep in mind, last season, they didn't drop a single game in the group stage, only dropping a few sets. And even in playoffs, I do believe they didn't drop games. Let me fact check that. Yes, they got close to it, but they essentially have never lost a game in the USL. So they are going to be the team to beat. They're the team to look out for. And other than that, obviously going to be very interesting to see how the other teams match up as well. Who's going to be making the race for playoffs. So exciting season ahead of us. I hope all of you guys are ready for it.
Yeah, I hope so too. And well, with that, guys, that'll be the end of us for today. EUSL will be back in 2 weeks, right? And we hope we'll see you there. All right. Take care, everyone.